Long, 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 long. Peter Tosh, Brother Rusty ZA spinning the music. And we're going to have more music coming shortly from Ross DZA here in Atlanta, Georgia, Division 421 official DJ, one of the official DJs for the division and Marcus Garvey Day each year. Well, I tell you, he showed on some Garvey music last year that everybody was running and joining Division 421. So big up my brother Damani, and we're going to hear also from Brother Damani and the rest of the crew. But coming up now, we have an author who's a member of Division 421, and he's a brother that wrote the book, Teach Me About Garvey. And it's a special children's book. But I'm going to let him come in and explain the book. He's traveled all over the country and all over the world. He's a young brother. And he said one day he found out about Garvey. And from that, he's been searching more about Garvey. And his mission in life is to make sure all of our youths know about Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey. Brother James Wilson, author, are you there? Brother James Wilson. Okay. He had said that he was there, but I don't see him. Brother James Wilson, are you there?
I'm here, Brother Ross. Can you hear me?
Okay, yes, I hear you now. I hear you now. Let me go ahead. So you have the floor, my brother. Big up, my brother. And thank you for stepping up in Division 421 as one of our promotion coordinators. And we're just so glad to have you part of the family, the African family. And you have the floor, my brother. Go ahead and take it forward.
All right, family. Greetings, race first to everybody. I'm Brother James Wilson. I'm the author of the children's book, Teach Me About Garvey. I wrote this book because there's a clear absence, and I would also say obsolescence of true race-first African-centered material for our children. And I felt what better way to start than creating some content for our youth about the most honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey. You know, just like most of us, I'm 33. I'm sure everybody probably had a similar education where, you know, in our schools, especially here in America, you taught about Martin Luther King, we're taught about Rosa Parks, we're taught about Abraham Lincoln. You know, he's lumped into the Black struggle there, but we never talk about leaders, and our children are never presented with leaders who encourage independence, and not even just independence, but a reclamation of their biological geography. And so, you know, we learn about everybody else's history. We're taught to hold everybody else's history in a higher regard than our own, but they never normalize those like Mr. Garvey, your Nat Turners, your Jean-Jacques Dessalines, and so forth. They never normalize that to us. So we beget generation after generation of Black children who go forward without the premise of true independence and true nationhood. So that's just my spiel on why I created the book. Our children should be introduced to the fundamentals, African fundamentalism, as early as possible. You know, before they know Abraham Lincoln and George Washington, before they know Martin Luther King, who's a brother, before they know Malcolm, they should know Marcus Garvey, all right? So I'm gonna read the book, and after I finish reading, I'll give you all the link and ways that you can purchase this book. Every Garveyite should have this weapon. I don't even call it a book, it's a weapon, because what this does is it serves as an equalizer for the Black child's mind. So every Garveyite, no matter how young or old, needs this in their possession. And especially if you have children in your lives, whether they be your children, your grandchildren, nieces, nephews, family, friends, whatever, every Black child must have this book. And I'm not just saying it because it's my book, but they need content that reinforces the type of ideals that Mr. Garvey stood for and what we stand for here in the UNIA. So without further ado, I'm gonna read this book. After I finish reading, I'll give you all the information on how you can purchase the book and how to obtain the book, and I'll be on my way, all right? Here we go. Teach Me About Garvey. Teach me about Garvey, Miss Teacher. Won't you please? The great African visionary was an amazing sight to see. Before Rosa Parks, Malcolm X, and Martin Luther King, millions of African people all over the world followed Marcus Garvey's lead. He hailed from Jamaica, then ventured across the seas, only to see the mistreatment of African people just like me. African people were treated badly as far as the eye could see. So Garvey came up with a plan that would change our destiny. Marcus Garvey came to America and started the UNIA. That is the Universal Negro Improvement Association, okay? Marcus Garvey was courageous and bold indeed. He planted pride inside the hearts of African people like seeds. Garvey was a great organizer and he made things happen. He had a black steamship line with a black crew and a black captain. He started a newspaper that was called The Negro World. He even built a doll factory for little black girls. He owned buildings and trucks and ships like a nation. He would inspire many Africans, some Cuban, some Haitian, African American, Puerto Rican, Costa Rican, Jamaican, some Dominican, Brazilian, and even Chilean. Family, before I read this next page, I just want you all to know that I feel this is the most important page of the book and my personal favorite page. I'll read it slowly. He preached Africa for the Africans. Do you know what that means? It means I belong to Africa and Africa belongs to me. Oh, teach me about Garvey, Mr. Teacher, won't you please? African children should know Garvey like we know our ABCs. Let's learn about Garvey now so Africans all over the earth can make Africa a better place because it's our right by birth. Thank you, Marcus Garvey, for all that you did. We shall pick up where you left off. Love Africa's kids. The end. All right, family, so not a long book, but very effective, very instrumental, and basically, I wrote this book with a rhyme scheme to help our children retain the information that's in the book. And you'll see it, it's in board book format, it's durable, strong. While you might think, oh, this is good for my 6 and 7-year-old, my 5-year-old, it's very appropriate for them, but it's also good for your 8 and 9-year-old. Reason why is the literature that I use, the diction, the word choice that I use in the book actually accelerates the reading level. It was a young lady, and I'm not lying, she was 18 years old. She just happened to pick up the book. It was for her little sister. She read the whole book and became upset because she didn't know this when she was her sister's age. And like I said, she was 18, but imagine the type of Garveyites and the type of Garveyism we could unleash in our classrooms and different social settings that would associate and normalize the African fundamentalism of Mr. Garvey. You know, we're in the year 2020. 20 years ago, it was Y2K, and I'm sure many of us can remember that vividly. Today, we have children, 5, 6, 7, 8 years old. 20 years is nothing for them. And in 20 years, they will be at the forefront of our plight. So we definitely need to plant the seeds now and be instrumental in creating the type of solution-driven, solution-solving Garveyites that we need going forward. So again, this book should be in every Garveyite's possession, every parent, every uncle, every aunt, every grandparent, everybody, especially if you have children in your lives, and even if they're not your own, that you should definitely have this book in your arsenal, and these books should definitely be in the hands of every African child worldwide. I also have this book translated into Spanish and Portuguese. I'm trying to find a way now to raise money to furnish some of the schools throughout Brazil and throughout the Spanish-speaking diaspora of African people so that our children there can have this information and this knowledge base as well, all right? To anybody wanting to purchase a copy of the book, please go to my website, mrbookshelf.com. The M is like mama, R like Ruby, bookshelf.com, mrbookshelf.com. When you order, I ship. I've been getting a lot of support, like Brother Ross Marvin said. I have gone to a few places over around the country, especially last year, pre-COVID, and I get very good reception when it comes to the book, and our children really yearn for it. They really adapt to it well. They perceive it well. They're very welcoming of the book. So again, mrbookshelf.com is where you can get your copy of the book. It's also available on Amazon and WeBuyBlack.com. That's all I had, Brother Ross.
Excellent, excellent. Let's badge it up for author, Brother James Wilson of Teach Me About Garvey. And Brother James, I definitely gotta say, ask you, were you a rapper back in the days? Did you drop rhymes and lyrics?
Hey, listen, I wasn't a rapper, but I was around a lot of rappers, and I always had an appreciation for literature and poetry and words. And so, yeah, I guess you could tell that in the book.
I'm telling you, your rhymes are so powerful and African conscious for us as African people, where the youth will grab onto that.
Definitely.
They just want to say the rhymes and the message will sink in. It will sink in. Big up, my brother. Big up, my brother. Continue the great works, because that book there, we all got to share this book here with all of our youths, because we don't want any of our youths to end up saying what the sister said to you when she picked up the book and read it, and she said she feel bad because she didn't know that information when she was younger. We want to make sure all of our youths get this book in their hand, and it's not anything too difficult and anything like that, but it's powerful. The message about Garvey and about us as African people is so powerful, my brother. So big up, big up. It's like, you don't even have to say, have a book with 300 words to be powerful. If your brother James Wilson, he just put together a simple book like that, and that's just as powerful, more powerful than the 300-word book or 300-page book, you know? So respect, and I'm so glad, my brother. And Brother James, he called me here in Atlanta and said, Ross, let me know what I need to do for 421, because he's an active member of 421, but he said he want to be more than just active member. He want to take responsibility. And also he serves on our Constitution, as our Constitution representative with the parent body meeting to update our government Constitution and see what we can do to make it better for all Africans at home and abroad. And Brother James, I put your link, everybody, check out the link in the chat to connect with Brother James Wilson's website and to get the book, because if you have children, this is a book you have to have in your library, because this year we give them a lot of power, deep power, African power, in just a short, simple time. And as Brother James says, let's go on around and rapping the lyrics of the book and singing the lyrics. Excellent, excellent, yes. Let's badge it up again. Brother James Wilson, the author of Teach Me About Garvey. And brothers and sisters, we have another great Garveyite, a brother who's been on the scene for the fight of Africa. A brother never stopped fighting for Africa. You'll see him in pictures with Dr. Martin Luther King. You'll see him with Stokely Carmichael. You'd see him in the Black Power movement in the 60s. Not only that, if you speak the word Black Power, this brother is the brother who gave it to us. And that was his charge, and set a fire to all Africans that we have to have Black Power. Know this brother here, he's still on the front line for us as African people. He's still fighting for us. And he's a brother, he gonna fight for eternity. And we all should do the same thing, fight for eternity for Africa and African people. And I'm so honored that when I had asked him if he'd like to be the main speaker for the 100th year of the UNIA First Negro Peoples of the World Convention, he was so honored. He was ready. And he's always ready for us as Africans. So, brothers and sisters, let's badge it up and put our hands together for a true African warrior, known all over the world, not just here in Georgia. call his name, people know him. Let's badge it up and welcome the Honorable Mukasa Dada to the 100th year celebration of the UNIA-ACL Global Government. What's happening, Baba Mukasa?
All right, African. All right. All right. Long live Marcus Garvey. Long live the revolution. Desalegn and the rest. Thank you very much. But before I speak, I want y'all to talk to one of Fidel Castro's soldiers to say a word or two. One that Fidel trained and made a doctor out of, and he lived with Garvex in Cuba. And my son, Dr. Beku. So Beku.
All right. Yeah, I just wanna come on here and say, long live Garvey, long live Fidel Castro, long live Che, long live Trish Lumumba, Kwame Nkrumah, Antonio Marcel, Sekou Touré, Ben Bella, the Palestine people, my people in Lebanon, the Coconut Revolution, our Africans in in the Solomon Islands, colony of Papua New Guinea, they had a revolution where they improvised and led a whole revolution with coconut, and I had coconuts. Literally, they made coconut tree. They used coconut trees as arms. They used coconut trees as ways to survive, eat, shelter themselves. I want to say long live our people in Guinea-Bissau, Brother Imani, Steve Biko, all my brothers and sisters there. I had opportunity of going to Cuba and studying medicine with our brothers and sisters and with Africans and indigenous people from all over the world, from Africa, from Egypt all the way to Sahara, from Ghana to Tanzania, down to Angola and South Africa, or Tanzania. I also studied with Africans in Nicaragua and Africans in Honduras and Garifuna people. And we got a chance to sit down in the same room and break that language barrier that our colonizers gave us. And we got a chance to build on Pan-Africanism and figure out how we're going to work and serve the world and heal the world. So I just want to, we got a chance to, and when we was down there, we started an organization called the Organization of African Doctors that had initially had more than 40 countries from in Africa, from all over the world, and co-founded that organization with a colleague, which is still going and has branches now, which is another sister organization. African Union has another, a lot of different organizations that's going on, that's still going on now. I just wanted to tell everybody that send some doctors to Cuba, send your children to Cuba, go to Cuba, learn about Fidel, learn about the revolution, learn about socialism, learn about communism, learn about Karl Marx, learn about Kwame Nkrumah, and Sekou Touré, and all of our, and Desalegn, of course, our Haitian revolution, which is the huge example for our people. I'm just realizing that Fidel Castro and Marcus Garvey were born in the same week. We just celebrated Fidel Castro's birthday yesterday, and I was celebrating Marcus Garvey's birthday, tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. I just want to say long live Black Power, long live Brother Mukasa, long live all the revolutionaries and Pan-Africanism, and continue to do the great work you all are doing, and we will win. And Africa will unite under scientific socialism. Black Power.
All right, Africans. I just want y'all to know that I'm not in this revolution alone. Can't no one person or one people fighting on revolution to take us as a people. And we have to recruit our people into a worldwide army all over the world. And you have to be fighting for land. Our land is Africa. And you're fighting for Africa. And we need to take Africa back from not only the Europeans, but from the neo-colonialism of the Uncle Toms that operate and cooperate with the United States and Europe and Britain and France. These forces are our enemies. They have committed crimes against us from the time we met them 500 years ago, or however long it's been. They have done nothing but rob, rape, and murder and loot us and scattered us all over the world. And everywhere they scattered us, they took us from Africa and they gave us all different names. That's why when you look in the Caribbean, you'll find Africans with 1,000 different names. Some call themselves Jamaicans, Cubans, Venezuela, whatever they call them. The white man gave all them countries new names. He came to Africa and gave us a whole bunch of old crazy names. Like Cameroon, he saw some shrimps and he said, Cameroon, and named the whole country Cameroon. They divided Africa up into 56 to 100 different pieces, and every white nation, every white company, all of them took pieces of it. They broke it up in terms of white nations, and they also broke it up in terms of white multinational corporations and companies. All of them rape Africa, stealing diamonds, gold, oil, peanuts, and people. And that we have to organize worldwide. And this is where God would come in and where he was so important and is still so important. I don't mean to say was important because he's sitting here next to me right now, right here in front of me, Marcus Garvey in front of all of us and sitting next to all of us, and he's teaching. And that Marcus Garvey recognized that he wasn't no Jamaican, he wasn't no United States or American. He's an African, and he went and tried to organize Africans all over the world in every country and in every nation. So we as a people have to organize Africa. We as a people have to organize other people. And I want to organize at least people. And when we come together next time, and when we get this 5, on them 5 to go out and organize 5. And we want you to start organizing institutions and different things that Marcus Garvey organized and different things that we see we need today. Somebody said farming, somebody said doctors, somebody said nurses, but we need many things. Revolution comes in many forms, and all of us have to begin to use those forms. Just talk and quote revolution. You must not just talk and quote Marcus Garvey, but you must be like Marcus Garvey. You must do what Marcus Garvey spent his life doing, what Kwame Nkrumah spent his life doing, what Nat Turner spent his life doing, what Dessalines and said, kill them all, fight, kill them all, take your land, get them off your land. And you must show that you're doing more than just quoting these people, but you are being just like these people. You are a warrior. You are an organizer. And this is what we need. We are under attack. And we're not just under attack in the United States. We are under attack on every acre of land that we live in all over the world. And they're killing us. And they're doing everything, the United States doing everything to even help spread this virus on our people. When China sent Cuba some masks and some gloves and some other medicine for the virus, the United States blocked the ship. When Iran sent equipment and help to Venezuela, the United States tried to block the ship, but they sent out fighter planes and drove them back. But the United States have attacked Venezuela, and they continue to attack. They're attacking Nicaragua. They're raping and robbing and plundering and murdering and genociding the Congo right now as we talk. But we have to come together. And all of us who believe in dignity must come and fight for the liberation of Africa. We have these neo-colonialists that they have armed all over the world. They got guns and bombs, and when you win your freedom and fight and run them back, they even try to vote and get your freedom in these countries and you win. They come back with guns. They come back with bombs. They come back with armies and take the government like they did Kwame Nkrumah, like they did Lumumba, like they did Guinea-Bissau not long ago, like they did in Haiti not long ago. And they continue to invade Haiti over and over and over and over again. And we must fight and organize. They ain't stopped slavery. The jails and prisons ain't nothing but dry land slave ships. They got them all over the world, and it's your job to sink these ships. Burn these jails down, burn these prisons down. Go and take Africa back. Disrupt the government, disrupt the systems all over the world, disrupt everything they do. We must disrupt capitalism. We must disrupt imperialism. We must disrupt colonialism and these slave owners and these oppressors all over the world. We must disrupt them, make them where they can't function. Stick a knife in their mule, bring their plane down, but we must fight, and we must fight like hell, and we are no longer people that walk around and quote, but we're people that organize, we're people that educate, we're people that teach our people. So we need you to go out and start teaching and educating and bring people into the movement, and don't just operate for your individual self. Organize for the UNIA, organize for the movement. Get some clothes and shoes and socks and whatever you got to spare and send them somewhere in Africa. There are millions of children with no shoes, no socks, no medicine, no this and that. And that since we over here, go out there and help them kids loot or whatever you do. But go out there and get whatever you got. Go in your closet and just send it to Africa and give it to somebody where somebody can have shoes and socks and stuff that you don't need or have or want, or go out and want something. But we must rob imperialism. We must fight imperialism and take what we can get and send it to Africa, because our people need it, but they need it right here too, and they need it in Haiti and whatever. But we are hungry. We are starved. We don't have nothing. But yet our land is the richest land in the world, full of diamonds, gold, everything. And we're the most intelligent people in the world, don't get me wrong. We built the first schools and universities and kingdoms and started mathematics, science, chemistry, engineer, Ghana, Mali, Songhai, Zimbabwe, and millions of other things that we have done and disciplines that we have did all over the world. And then we took Africanism and spread it all over the world with the Moors and all these people building mathematics and pyramids and knowledge for people around the world. But we were invaded by Arabs, and they killed us and murdered us and took our land. And the Arabs were very vicious to us. They castrated our African men and then raped the women. This is what they have done to us. And then they move in on our land and dominate it and brainwash our people, make them think they're Arabs, make them think they're Americans, make them think they're French, make them think they're Europeans, make them think they're Dutch and all this, and cut our tongues out and make us speak out their language. Give us their gods, give us their whatever. We want our own. If the best way not to be somebody else is by be yourself, be an African. And you must rise up in the red, black, and green. Red for the blood, black for the people, and green for the land, Africa. So I say to you, we need revolution. I say all the Africans that can hear my voice, I don't care if you're in Guinea-Bissau, you in South Africa, you in Angola, Mozambique, you in Egypt, Palestine, wherever you are in the world, rise up. Let's come together and let's make that final blow on imperialism. Let's liberate Africa, because the liberation of Africa is the liberation of the world. And we must liberate Africa. And everybody that have repeated Garvey's words, you're right. Everybody that have done the good deeds for Africa, you're right. And you're being like Garvey. So be like Garvey by doing. Don't just be like Garvey by saying, be like Garvey by doing. Let's build 1 million Garvey schools, institutions. And any of you brothers that got children, young people, let's send them to Cuba and get trained in education and knowledge and medicine and other things and revolution. Send them other places, send them to North Korea to get trained in revolution. And then, and those of you want to be organized, I was just in Senegal and I saw thousands of children walking the streets with nowhere to go, with very little food, no shoes on their feet. And we could go to these places and put together some little schools and educate them and train them and make soldiers out of them, make guerrillas out of them, and train them to fight and educate them, teach them Garveyism and Nkrumahism and Sekou Touréism and Africanism and socialism, and train them and make soldiers out of them. They could make great blows against imperialism. So don't just sit on the sideline. What are you bringing into the movement? What are you bringing to the organization? Bring help. They need finance. They need all kinds of things. And the revolution can't just go on by itself. You have to help the revolution. I've been out here 60 years, 60 long years, and they went by so quick. And now you must prepare to go for 100 years until Africa's free. We must free Africa, and we must free our minds. The one thing they have robbed of us is our minds. They even made our beautiful women not know they're the most beautiful women in the world. Told them that they were so ugly. The hair was so bad. When you talk about the black woman's hair, the word bad come with it, bad hair. You got the most beautiful hair in the world, and you're covered up with a white woman's wig. Oh, hell no. You're beautiful people. We're the most beautiful people ever walked the face of the earth. And when we get where we can eat and have our Africa and liberate our Africa, you will see that beauty really rise up. But you cannot have strength and you cannot go forward until you liberate your land. We must liberate Africa. Africa is our home. Africa is our land. And yes, revolutions are bloody. I'm thankful for being part of Angola when they fought, and Mozambique and Zimbabwe and how you say, and Angola and how you say, Guinea-Bissau, and being influenced by Kwame Nkrumah, Muammar Gaddafi, Idi Amin, Marcus Garvey. These are our teachers, and this is what you must not just talk like, but be like. Carry this revolution on. Go to the front line and fight, and we will win. We will liberate Africa. So remember, Africa must unite. Africa for the Africans at home and abroad. And don't let me hear you talking about black folks in America. Hell, damn America. We Africans all over the world. And when we open up our mouth, we talking for Africans in every area of the world, known to us or unknown. We're speaking to all of them and calling all of them to the front line to go to the battlefield, to organize, to teach, to educate, to make war, to make revolution for the liberation of Africa. Long live Marcus Garvey, long live all the freedom fighters, and long live all the Garveyites, because all of you are making a great contribution. And every time you have a meeting, every time you talk about Marcus Garvey, you bring Marcus Garvey alive. Marcus Garvey is in every one of us, and we must make sure that we put him in every child and every woman and everybody, that where they can move forward with Pan-Africanism, move forward with the red, black, and green. So thank y'all Africans, Black Power, Uhuru, Pamberina Shimaringa, Amanla, long live Africa. A luta continua, a luta continua. Africa must unite. Booba, Africans, Booba. Booba means be strong. Booba.
Race first.
Race first. Let's badge it up.
Excellent.
Our
Thank
main
you.
speaker, Baba Mukasa Dada.
Africa.
Dada. Baba Mukasa, please give us a few more words, please, because your message is so strong. Over 60 years on the front line for African people. And Baba, I like your advice and everything. You talk about we gotta make a blow against imperialism and how they trick our sisters' mind, the most beautiful woman them in the world. and tell them that they're not beautiful unless they put on the white man hair or the white woman hair. Baba, come on, just speak a few more words.
Man, hey, look here. I tell you what, I heard somebody mention the name Mr. James. Do y'all know Mr. James?
Yes.
Who's with Marcus Garvey?
Yes.
I used to run with Mr. James. We used to be in, Mr. James, we used to set meetings up for Mr. James to come speak. And he would tell us about the movement and Marcus Garvey and his great role he played in the movement and what have you. And I think Mr. James lived in Chicago.
Yes.
But I knew Mr. James, somewhat knew Mr. James, and he was a wonderful man. And that, so I don't just talk about these Garveyites. I knew some of them old Garveyites up in Harlem, and they would be so appreciated when they see us in the SNCC or the movement or the Pan-African movement. They'd be up in Harlem and they just come out and welcome like they were our daddies and just encourage us to go out there and organize. They never told us exactly what to do, but they always told us to go out there and do. So we were very encouraged by the elder UNIA people, and they have always been the father and the mothers of all our movements, and we appreciate that, and we know that we come from them, and all the movements of liberation that's rising in the world today, all of them come from under Marcus Garvey and before Garvey, Jesseline, and many other freedom fighters that has come before us. But we have fighters in different places in the world, and like in Guinea-Bissau, they got a major African movement there, and they win the government, and every time they win, the enemies have given these neo-colonial Uncle Tom guns and bombs, and they invade them and come and blow them up and terrorize them and take over the government and won't let them have the government that they have legitimately won. So, and they have ran a good movement, and it's been, they have been more peaceful, but they got the masses of the people with them, and the enemy has been extremely violent. And that this is the same way with Nkrumah and Lumumba in the Congo. These are very nice, humble people, but the enemy is extremely violent and murderous. And now we must change our attitude. We must get organized. We must teach, but we must let the world know that we're going to fight for the liberation of Africa, and we're going to do it the way that we have to do it. If you bring violence, we're going to bring more violence. If you bring bombs, we're going to bring more bombs. But whatever we have to do, the most important thing is organizing our people and building a big youth movement. And I would like for y'all to organize at least 5, 5, and 5. Everybody bring 5 people to the movement. And we got to love each other a lot. We got to love each other and be willing to help each other. Be willing to give up a pair of shoes or socks. Make sure some of our soldiers and our organizers are not hungry. Make sure we have the equipment that we need to build a strong Garvey movement. So all y'all should be gathering equipment. If you work among the white man, bring few of his computers to the revolution. But you must bring something to the revolution, and don't just be for yourself. Be for the people. You be known for giving and serving the people, not just yourself. And it ain't about yourself. It's about what you do for the people and the people you bring into the movement and the minds that you win over to the movement. Go up in them churches and work with them. Start with what they know and let them sing their little Christian song. That's good. But go in there and convert them to the revolution. Don't just say Marcus Garvey and then get away from everybody. No, when you start saying Marcus Garvey, that means you go among everybody. Go to your school, go to your church, go to your community, go to your family reunion and convert them into being Garveyites. Convert everybody you see into being Garveyites and supporting the Garvey movement. Bring something to the Garvey movement. Bring support to the Garvey movement, and then we can move forward. Help build some little schools and under the trees and on your porch, and you got somewhere to work to meet in. But help build some little schools everywhere with these little children, Garvey schools. You ain't got to call it whatever you want to. But when they get in there, teach them about Garvey, teach them about Pan-Africanism, teach them about revolution. So everybody got to be productive. Production builds the revolution. So what are you doing to be productive for the movement? What are you doing to be productive for the struggle? So if you're going to be productive for the struggle, you have to give to the struggle. You have to organize for the struggle. And you have to make great contributions in every way to the revolution. And you have to encourage the revolutionaries to go forward. So, Brother Africa, unless y'all have a question, I'm going to salute you.
Salute, Baba, Dada.
Thank you, African.
Ricks, thank you, my
I
brother.
appreciate it.
Wonderful message.
I appreciate it.
Badge it up for Baba Mukasa Dada.
Thank
all
you,
the
African.
years he has given to us as African people. We say Black Power,
Black power.
Black Power,
Black power.
Black Power.
Red, black, and green. Black
Race
power.
Race first.
We talking about red, black, and green black power.
I'm talking about that's all.
Thank you, Africans.
And thank you so much, Baba Mukasa Dada. And he said, you gotta organize all the youths, everybody, have to bring 5 brothers and sisters to the UNIA or to black movements that's fighting for our people's liberation. And Baba tell us that we have to make war to cause liberation for African people, because negotiating ain't gonna work in these times, because they're gonna be like this for millions of years against us with their knee on our neck. So let's match it up again. Baba Mukasa Dada from UNIA Division 421, long time Pan-Africanist from the our people's struggles from the 60s, 60 years, over 60 years straight until this time, and still on the front line. And we have to say, batch it up and big it up to some UNIA division members who's been here from we've started. This is our 24-hour marathon in celebration of the 100th year of the first Negro Peoples of the World Convention, the 100 years of our plebiscite, our public declaration to set up the government, 100 years of the introduction of the red, black, and green flag. All of it happened during this month. And as President Mensah said earlier, the Constitution, the document that Garvey and our ancestors put together, is our constitution of our government. And everybody got to get a constitution. And when you join your nearest UNIA division, remember, all Africans at home and abroad are members of the UNIA because it was created for all of us. Become an active member. An active member is connected to a division and give $3 a month. As Baba Mukasa said, each one of us bring 5 people to the movement and things would change overnight. Brothers and sisters, we can do this. We got to organize ourselves. He said our greatest, as Marcus said, the greatest enemy of Negro people is disorganization. Is Brother John there, the first vice president for Division 421? I want you to come in and share a couple words, because later on Division 421 is going to be presenting during the 10 p.m. to 11:30 p.m. hour section. And President Clyde, Baba Mukasa mentioned the Honorable Charles L. James, the 5th President General of our government and thing. I don't know if you want to add any words to what Baba Mukasa was sharing.
Yes, I wanted to make a couple of comments. I wanted to give thanks for those very powerful words of wisdom from Baba. One, it talked about the Honorable Charles L. James and his contributions around the country and around the world with his powerful oratory. We did lift him up earlier at his exalted resting place here in Chicago. A couple of our Chicago divisions were able to go to that site earlier this morning and broadcast here. So we appreciate you again lifting him up. He and his wife did a tremendous job during his tenure as not only the President General, that as the 4th successor to the Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey, 5th President General overall, and also as a former president of Division 429 and founding member of Division 429 here in Chicago. Also, you'd mentioned that what we do does come with sacrifice, specifically with your time, efforts, talents, and with monetary support. So I want to restate that we are embarking on a very aggressive program with regard to our African Redemption Fund. So that is going to be the economic driver outside of our membership fees to launch some of our business enterprises. As you all may know, the Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey was able to launch a number of different businesses. Maybe you know about the Black Star Steamship line, but we also had dry cleaners, restaurants, grocery stores, a millinery, and so on. So we need to get back to that. We should not just accept that we can import everything we need from China or wherever. You know, we have a growing population of workers on the continent that is going to surpass everybody on the planet. You know, right now they are the youngest continent on the planet by at least 10 years. And so that means that we're going to need to have those schools that you spoke about, Baba. That means that we're going to have to be able to begin to produce more than we consume. And that, I think, is what the Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey would have envisioned for us and carrying out his works, words, and deeds legacy. Thank you.
Ashe, President Clyde, Ashe, and big up to you, my brother. And brothers and sisters, coming up shortly, we have a very powerful video. The video on how, by international law, how the Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey and our ancestors created the world government of the UNIA-ACL. So don't miss that, brothers and sisters. And plus we have more UNIA divisions coming forward. So we want to big up President Clyde. President Clyde, this marathon, yourself, Lady President Mukaraba from Division 407, Brother Kwabena, Dr. Kwabena, and a lot of the brothers and sisters. Oh, they're our co-hosts, Mother Moses. Also, all of us, we've been here from midnight and rocking it. And we have to big up Sister Executive Secretary, Sister Crystal Jackson from Division 330 in Washington, D.C. Sister Crystal, you really held it down, my sister. And in the wee hours, we're talking about, she held it down from midnight. Matter of fact, she was here from 11:45 all the way until like 9, 10 o'clock this morning. And we have to say that sister there is very powerful.
Now, I do have to admit and fess up. I ducked out for a few hours. Vice President Victor, Betts, and myself, we ducked out. There was a Black business crawl, as we called it, probably 300-400 people out that went from business to business in the south side of Chicago this afternoon. It was an awesome display. And I know those business owners who are already struggling due to the pandemic and the fact that folks are scared to come out, what have you, appreciated bringing our Black dollars and putting our Black dollars into another Black hand. So I would encourage other cities to try and establish that same sort of thing, to make sure that they can continue those economic engines that are going to provide jobs, goods, services to our community.
Ashe, Ashe. And give thanks for that update, President Clyde, because you had mentioned that y'all are going to go out there and do the works and everything else. And Division 429 in Chicago, Illinois is really doing big things for our government and building our government. And I see our Minister of Culture has joined us here, our UNIA-ACL Government Minister of Culture. So I definitely want to acknowledge her. And Minister, if you have any words that you'd like to share, definitely unmute your line and come on in, because when we have our government officers come in, brothers and sisters, we have to halt and pause and allow the message from our Black government, our UNIA government officers, to reach all Africans. Come on in, Minister Delali.
Great Garvey Day, everybody. How are you?
Excellent, excellent.
Yes, I just wanted to say I was on earlier actually, but I was trying to prepare for the reading of the Declaration of Rights of the Negro Peoples of the World with the President General, which just finished about 10 minutes ago. So I was here. I saw Brother Blyden. I saw Brother Clyde speaking to. Is it? I am Garvey, the brother who created I am Garvey. So I was here before. I definitely was, but I just didn't put my picture up. Yes, but I wanted to say great Garvey Day to everyone. I give thanks that we're getting together and we're trying our best to become a more cohesive government. And I look forward to the next 100 years. Race first.
Race first. Thank you, Minister of Culture, Sister Delali. And you mentioned the theme, Minister, of today's event. Garveyites, can we unite? And I see it's happening before our face, and we're so glad. And everybody's stepping up in the government and thing. And Queen Mother Moses, come on in, because you've been fire on this program. You lit this program afire from before midnight. So come on in, Queen Mother Moses, and say a couple words at this time. Unmute your line because we're not hearing you. Okay. Queen Mother Moses, we're not hearing you. I think your line was on mute or is on mute. Okay. She's trying to get it unmute now. Okay, okay. Well,
Race first.
Race first, race first. We have a whole bunch more coming on this 100th year celebration of our UNIA government. And I know Mother Moses will be with us shortly. So until she comes, we're gonna keep it moving. And next, brothers and sisters, Brother Horace there from Division 421. I think he's gonna share with us the presentation of how Marcus Garvey and our ancestors created this world government, brothers and sisters. We gotta know the story. We gotta know the story. So is that Brother Horace?
Yeah, I think I'm here. Yeah, I'm here. I'm just wanting to start the video.
Is that you sharing the screen? Hold on before you started. I just want to make sure. Is that your screen sharing?
I haven't shared it yet. I haven't shared it.
Excellent. Well, let me introduce this video here, y'all. And brothers and sisters, we know about Marcus Garvey, and we know a lot about Marcus Garvey. We need to know more about the UNIA, especially how the Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey and our ancestors created the world government of the UNIA-ACL. And Dr. Tony Martin, the author of the book Race First, as President Lyon showed us earlier during the presentation of Division 433, and Consul General Farouk Mohammed from 2004 to 2010, they did the legal research on how our ancestors created this world government. And in modern times, Ethiopia has never been colonized and is the first government for African people in modern times. Then Haiti in 1804 is the second oldest government in this time. And then we have Liberia in 1849. And then the UNIA government, which was created August 31st, 1920. So our government is the fourth government that has been created in modern times. We're talking about modern governments. And after the UNIA in 1920, then the government in the Republic of Egypt was established. Because we have to all remember that the whole continent of Africa was colonized by Europe, except for Liberia, which was a colony of the United States. And Ethiopia was the only place where we as Africans remained in control. And then Marcus Garvey lit the fire all over the world because the Europeans, they were rushing back to Africa because we as Africans, we was burning down their plantations there in Africa. and they tried to do whatever they can. But once the message of Garvey lit the whole world on fire, it was nothing that they can do. Marcus Garvey had a lot of brothers and sisters who didn't like him, but there's nothing that they could do to stop our first President General, the Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey. And if y'all do not know who the current President General is and our first 11 President Generals in the Black government, you got to know. So at this time, we got to big up and all the time our current President General, the 11th President General and the 10th successor of Marcus Garvey, the brother who sits in Marcus Garvey's seat today, the Honorable Michael R. Duncan from out of UNIA Division 432 in Queens, New York. And we can't wait for our President General to join us this afternoon. And we're expecting him to join us sometime soon.
Up and now. But get the laptop on finally from midnight. May I try to get it before midnight. It finally come on. Then I couldn't unmute when I get it. So now I unmute. Oh Lord, I'm going to cut me. Duncan, our general. Yeah.
General, Duncan.
Hey, Baba Mukasa, you hear? Marcus Garvey tell we no first we complain in the declaration. Then him say we demand and we insist. We not beg them nothing. We are demand and insist our rights. A study thing said. Bless up. And me are the black magic woman here, them better know. Magical. We make things happen out of nothing. And I, we've done so much with so little for so long. We are now qualified to do anything with nothing.
Ashe. And that's how it's always been for us as African people. We've always had to create something out of nothing. And brothers and sisters, coming now. Brother Harris, are you there? You can.
Yeah. Remember at the 24th minute mark, you're gonna have to chip in with your video. Okay. Exactly. I think I might have it queued, but you're gonna have to come in because you remember the video was 45 minutes, and after the 24th minute, you're gonna have to start the fourth video on your side, and then I can chip back over.
I got it ready on this side, Brother Harris.
All right, so here we go.
Introduce everybody.
Oh, why are you black? Why are you doing that? Stop it.
Okay.
Stop it. Why are you black? Why are you being black? That's not funny.
Okay, hold on. Let me get
this. It's like brown. It's not funny, bro. Stop it.
What's that?
I don't know how you got the access code. Brothers and sisters, if you don't sign in, you'll end up being removed. Okay, because I don't know how we got in here, because this is only for Africans at home and abroad. And if you're not African, you might as well come off right now.
What's going on?
Okay, we had somebody who jumped in on our line, but let me go ahead and mute all the participants while we're here now. Here,
hey guys, seeing the video?
Hold on, Horace. Horace, you can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, go ahead. We had somebody who jumped on the line and started saying some foolishness, so I had to get him off the line and just blame him.
Okay.
Go ahead and share when you're ready.
Okay.
You know, we're not hearing anything, Horace.
You're not hearing anything right now?
No, we're not hearing anything.
Okay.
This is the history of the UNIA-ACL government that our ancestors created.
How's the volume now?
No, we're still not hearing any. Y'all hearing anything? No.
No?
Entonces, después le decía al abogado que sugiera un psicólogo que esa mujer está loca.
Yeah. Okay, so let me unmute you. Unmute your line, Brother Horace, and make sure the video is unmuted. But I have you covered as a backative, Brother Horace, if anything. You're muted, Brother Horace.
Yeah, okay, sorry. Well, that wouldn't help. You tell me now.
I can shoot it from this side if you like.
Are you all able to hear now?
Anybody hearing anything? Because it could be just me.
Is it?
No, nobody hearing nothing.
Oh, wow.
We had that problem before earlier in the program with another video too.
Oh, okay. I see what's wrong.
Okay. We can see your screen now. Okay, we see the video.
And interested people. For the past, I guess, 2.5 years, there's been a lot of interest that's been generated around the UNIA functioning as a government. This was not something that was generally understood previously.
The video 1 minute in. I want you started from not one minute, started from the beginning.
All right, so everybody can hear now though.
Yeah, we're hearing. Everybody else can hear? Yes, we're good. All right.
Greetings. I am Inea Rogers, Assistant Counsel General of the UNIA-ACL. The purpose of today's educational DVD is to provide you with information on how the Honorable Marcus Garvey established a government through the UNIA. We will talk about how Mr. Garvey accomplished that, how this government functions, and how in the 21st century this government looks. Today I have with me the Counsel General of the UNIA-ACL, Brother Farouk Muhammad, and he and I will be discussing these issues for your education. First of all, Brother Farouk, thank you for joining us today with this DVD. I want to first start off by asking you, what is the modern day definition of government?
All right. First of all, I want to say I'm happy to be here and to assist in the providing of information to our membership and interested people. For the past, I guess, 2.5 years, there's been a lot of interest that's been generated around the UNIA functioning as a government. This was not something that was generally understood previously. Most people have looked at the UNIA from an organizational perspective, from a spiritual perspective, and a cultural perspective, but never from a legal perspective. So, like I said, about 2.5 years ago, the Honorable Redmond Battle, who was the President General at that time and who appointed me as Consul General, asked me to look into the legal legacy of the UNIA. Got a chance to do that with the assistance of Professor Tony Martin, and was quite surprised, quite elated, quite happy to come to the understanding that a fully functional government had been established by Marcus Garvey. Now, that term needs to be understood with regards to how society today looks at government. The modern day definition usually has to meet 5 elements, 5 basic elements. One, you have to have a Declaration of Independence. That must be done publicly. You have to have a flag, you have to have a constitution, you have to have a plebiscite, which is a venue where people gather and publicly announce their support of this government. And you must get recognition from other governments. That is very critical. So those 5 elements are necessary if you're going to use the term government.
Okay, and I think it's clear to everyone that the UNIA does have a flag. The red, black, and green flag is very well known, and everybody understands that. But with those other 4 standards that you use, can you tell us how Mr. Garvey met those standards?
Yes, we'd be happy to. Most people are aware of the well-known statement that is attributed to Garvey when he describes how he had traveled all over the world looking for the black man's government. Where was the black man's kings and queens, people of high affairs? He, as a result of his efforts, determined that there was none, and then he declared, he actually used the word, I declare, that he would help to build one. I think where there's a fundamental failure in the people who have studied Garveyism is that they feel that, ask the question, did he do it? Was just a metaphor, an empty statement? Well, the answer to the question, yes, he did in fact do it. And not only did he make a declaration at that time of independence, but there was also a second declaration that was done in August of 1920 at Madison Square Garden. Now, the flag, most people look at the red, black, and green flag of the UNIA, this flag here, as a cultural symbol. Some people look at it as just for commercial reasons, but all flags are a symbol of the government. This is what you look at when you're trying to identify a particular government. Everyone knows that when you look at the red, white, and blue, you see it anywhere in the world, you know that represents the American government. However, when people see the red, black, and green flag, they don't think of it in those terms, and we need to start looking at it from the perspective in which it was established as a symbol of our government. Most members of the UNIA know that there is a Constitution. That Constitution, again, was not just written to give you a figurative expression, but it was real. There's a preamble to the Constitution, which again sets the standards in which this government is to be identified. A lot of government is to be identified. A lot of people look at the Constitution as something that can be used to govern your day-to-day activities. Really, the Constitution was established to identify the type of government that was being established by the Garveyites at that time. There was not enough time thereafter to further develop the Constitution, and I'll be happy to explain that at a later point. But I just want to emphasize that the elements were in fact met. The UNI published the Declaration of Rights of the Negro people of the world. If you study these declarations, and there's a lot of them, you will see that this was done to tell the world how we wanted to be identified. Plus, it was also done to hold a plebiscite. So over 20,000 people gathered from all over the world, and in 1920 that was significant, to declare that they wanted to be a part of this government. And this is something that every man, woman on this planet has a God-given and a legal right to pursue. That's all that was done. Again, we emphasize legality here because we want people to understand Garveyism from a legal perspective. There was recognition from other governments, most notably Belize and Costa Rica, just to mention a couple. The research has not been fully developed yet in terms of the nature and extent of how the government was developed. But at least we know that all of the elements to define a government was in fact met.
Okay, good. So now that you've told us about the standards and how they were met, can you tell us how this government functioned during Mr. Garvey's day?
Well, the research that we have done up to this point indicates that the UNI functioned as a government, a fully functional government, for about an 8-year period. And again, that's my guesstimate. Professor Tony Martin made it very clear that it would take an extensive amount of money and a lot of people to really develop this aspect of our history. This story has not been fully told, but what we do know is that the UNIA was able to send diplomats all over the world to different government bodies, which they were received. The UNIA had its own passports. These are all government functions. The parent body was put into action, not just figureheads, but it was functioning as the government officials that were regulating how the UNIA was to be looked at globally. I think another point that made our government so unique was the fact that this government had no territorial boundaries. It was a global government. So at that time, it represented the first, what I would call, independent black government and a global black government at the same time.
Okay. Tell us a little bit more about that concept of not having a land base for the government. Lots of people do recognize that a government is connected with a particular piece of land. Can you tell us why that's not a factor in not having the UNIA known as a government?
Well, I think, again, when you look at modern government, the land base is only a part of it. It doesn't have to have that as a main element in order to be recognized as a government. I think in my lifetime, the biggest illustration of that point was the Palestine Liberation Organization, the PLO. Even today, still gets recognition as a government, but still wrestling over this issue of land. Garvey recognized the importance of having an anchor nation, which would be a land base that would serve as the international arm of the government, and was trying to finalize that. And Liberia, when the government of that time conspired to undermine that effort, Garvey then tried to work with his top lieutenant, Sir Isaiah Morta, who had willed over 500 acres of land to the parent body for African redemption, which again is a critical element because the African redemption is tied into our Constitution. The Honorable Marcus Garvey tried to finalize that, but because of the legal problems that he was having as a result of being in this country, it made it more difficult for him to function outside of the UNIA, especially as a government, the head of a government.
Okay, and not that we're going to discuss this issue very much, but we are working to finalize the steps on the land from Sir Isaiah Morta in Belize. Is that correct?
Yes. Okay. I think it's important that everyone understand that this land that was willed to us in Belize must be secured by the UNIA in the 21st century. We were really blessed that the way the land was willed to us could not be usurped by others who were trying to obtain that land for their own personal reasons. The Honorable Redmond Battle was made aware that the land was still there in Belize. It was undeveloped land. No one had taken it or was able to do anything with it. So we were able to restore our legal claim to this land, and efforts are being made now to finalize obtaining the deeds. But everyone who calls themselves a Garveyite needs to understand that we have a legal and a moral obligation to raise the monies, take the legal steps, to take the physical steps to not only secure that land, but to develop that land. When I say a legal and a moral obligation, the Honorable Marcus Garvey himself identified this land as a critical, important piece to the UNIA. And he also profiled Sir Isaiah Morton. I believe in philosophy and opinion, Sir Isaiah Morton is the only person, only individual that a chapter was dedicated to, a full-page picture of him, to leave this message to us that this land base is important. And so as we go forward in the 21st century, we must make sure that beliefs, all Garveyites must make sure that we're working together to ensure that this land and beliefs becomes a part of whatever this government does for the 21st century.
Okay. Okay, thanks for the update on beliefs. Now, returning to the government that the Honorable Marcus Garvey established, was this a provisional government or a permanent one?
That's a very good question. As people begin to articulate more that we are a government, some people are asking the question whether or not what was done in the 20s was a provisional or a permanent aspect. What I can say to you is that the Honorable Marcus Garvey was given the title as the provisional president of Africa. And he accepted that title on a conditional basis until such a time when the different countries in Africa were able to secure their own independence or would be moving towards the United States of Africa. With regards to the UNIA, in all of the research that I've done in totality, Marcus Garvey made it clear that he was talking about a permanent government, and this is the way that he wanted us to look at the government of the UNIA. So I think that people need to separate that distinction between him being the provisional president of Africa and what he wanted the UNIA government to look like.
Okay. So we're talking, you're talking about things that Mr. Garvey did back in the 1920s, and here we are in 2009, more than 80 plus years ago. Tell us how we are working to restore this government and why it is our belief that this government still has legal standing over 80 plus years later.
All right, let me answer in reverse here. From a legal perspective, modern law is looked at in terms of when a legal standard has been set or law has been established. Unless that law has been declared illegal or unless it's modified in some shape, form, or fashion, even though it is dormant, it is still law. That's universal. And so everyone understands that concept. So when we had a situation where the UNIA was not developing the government for however long this occurred, it has the right to restore it whenever it decides it wants to do that. And no one can challenge it because it's already been determined to be a legal standard. And so that's what the Honorable Reverend Battle decided that he wanted done. That is what has continued now with the current administration being led by the Honorable Single Baye. And so we have that legal right and that lawful right to restore this government. And that's exactly what we're doing. Now the vision for it, how it's going to be done is a multifaceted kind of approach, and everyone needs to understand that we are still in the...
And brothers and sisters, Queen Mother Moses, are you there? We're going to have a special guest with us. Queen Mother Moses, definitely let me know when the doctor reaches. You're on mute. See if you can unmute yourself, Queen Mother. So,
I'll bless. Yes, I am definitely here functioning Simeon, the ears. Yes, the ambassador did come on briefly. She said the President General was on, so she's gone on another Zoom. So I expecting her sometime later to just bring solidarity message. We're talking about Her Excellency, Ambassador Dr. Arikana Chiambore Kwa. Blessings.
blessings. And Queen Mother Moses, you've been holding the fort since the beginning of this 24-hour tribute, boy, through the night. You and Sister Executive Secretary, Sister Crystal, kept the fire burning and blazing through the night for Garvey. And we want to appreciate, love you, President Clyde, and all the family who've been on for the 24-hour marathon and we're still here. And so please let us know as soon as the doctor arrives, we're going to bring her forward. But brothers and sisters, we have a long-time Garveyite with us. And whenever we get former president generals, you know, we got to bring them to the front of the stage because they serve a lot of years in the UNIA. And joining us from Los Angeles, California, we have the former second assistant president general in the house. And you know, when we have a former president general come, we got to bring them to the front stage. And now he's doing a lot of works in Ethiopia, back and forth to the United States. So let's welcome the Honorable Yah Davis to the 100th year celebration. Greetings, former second assistant PG. How you doing, brother Yah? Good to see you, man. And that day in 2012 in Atlanta, when things went how they are, I said, I can't wait till I see brother Yah again. And this day, the 100th year, is a perfect time, my brother. Welcome back, my brother, because you've been a long time Garveyite, grew up in the UNIA. I remember the stories you used to tell. You visit Atlanta. Keep up the great works, my brother. Come on in. You know, so we got to bring you front stage and give us an update on all the works that's been happening. Because we're coming up after brother Yah, we're going to Washington, D.C., but we had to bring in brother Yah up front. Come on in, brother Yah.
Ross Marvin, nice to see you, my brother, and spent some great time with you down in Atlanta. We went over to the Atlanta Penitentiary, where the Honorable Right Excellent Marcus Messiah Garvey was entombed at the Atlanta Penitentiary. And we had some great meetings at your place there when I would come through Atlanta. One God, one aim, one destiny, and I've been blessed and I've been fortunate because Marcus Garvey and the UNIA said, where are our presidents? Where are our men and women of big affairs? Where are our ambassadors? So I heard what they said, what the Honorable Charles O. James said, what the Honorable Lieutenant Parks said, what the Honorable Captain Harder said, what the Honorable Captain Sharp said, what my father, the Commissioner District 12 of the UNIA and ACL and past president of Division 133, the Honorable Josie Davis, what they said. So then I worked. I learned how to speak Amharic, Ndamina, and Dominish, Amasaganalo, and many other words. So, and then I read the books on Ethiopia, on Emperor Menelik, on Emperor Johannes. And because I did the work, because I was a member of the UNIA and ACL, because I worked with the Honorable Marcus Garvey Jr., I worked with the Honorable Dr. Julius Garvey, and I traveled to Ethiopia on another occasion. I just got back to the United States from in about a month ago. I was in Ethiopia during the time of COVID. COVID is going on right now in Ethiopia. So most everybody are wearing masks right now in Ethiopia. And what we did, I have an NGO, the Pan-African Technical Association, and I'm the executive director and one of the founding members of that. And Miles Henderson, he's assisting me with a project. And then also we have Brother Kamal, and I think they made presentations at Division 330 with respect to a great project we're working on. I would like to thank Sister Crystal. I'd like to thank Brother Mensa. I'd like to thank Sister Jasmine for supporting us. And we want to introduce this project to you all right now. And Brother Miles, you may want to send a chat to somebody. You have the promotional card. Is that available potentially? So try to find out if the promotional card is available and how you can show the promotional card to everybody. But basically what we're doing is in 2016, we created a sculpture of an African-American, Colonel John Robinson. And he was invited by Emperor Haile Selassie in 1935 to Ethiopia to teach Ethiopians how to fly airplanes. And I'm a pilot also. I learned how to fly airplanes. And I wanted to honor this African-American, originally from Florida, born in Florida, raised in Shreveport, Louisiana. He went to Tuskegee, got a graduate degree in Tuskegee in mechanical technologies. And then he got his wings in Chicago. He learned how to fly airplanes in Chicago in the 1920s. And he and the Black Eagle flew for Haile Selassie. And thank you, Miles. Can everybody see the promotional card? Just give me a thumbs up for all you guys. Can you guys see that, everybody?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Division 421 said they can see that. So what we're doing is you see the sculpture on the left of your screen there. That's Colonel John Robinson. And that's a bronze sculpture that artist Nigel Benz, we commissioned that sculpture to be made, I think in 2015. That sculpture was made in 2016. Ethiopian Airlines, they were so gracious to fly it over to Ethiopia for us from Los Angeles. And now we're working with Dr. Julius Garvey, and we're working with Dr. Julius Garvey and some of his other colleagues to create a Marcus Garvey bronze. And that Marcus Garvey bronze, you can see the clay pattern of that Marcus Garvey bronze. And that is going to be taken to Ethiopia also, similar to the Colonel John Robinson. And that was taken to Ethiopia and installed at the Ethiopian Aviation Academy. That's a $100 million facility that's in Ethiopia. And it is installed in its pilots and maintenance training building. And it has a prominent position there. When we take tours, we bring tourists to Ethiopia. And when we bring tourists to Ethiopia, as part of their tour, they can go to the facility. They can see fight simulators in the facility. They can see people training in the facility. They can see the swimming pool where we do the rafts. When those who've flown, you have life jackets and rafts in aircraft. So they practice with these life jackets and they practice with these rafts, and they have a huge pool where they practice with. And where you're able to see that, we take universities over there in addition to just the general public. And I was able to give a lecture on Ottawa, one of the first victories of African military over European military. As we know, one of the early victories was Hannibal back in 214 BC, when Hannibal beat the military of Rome back in 214 BC. And I got honorable members of the UNIA, Lieutenant Parks, to thank for that information. But the bronze, we like you to contribute to the bronze, like you to contribute individually toward the bronze and toward help us to get that done. Organizations can contribute, and there's various contribution levels. And there's a website that we have. It's called www.marcusgarveybronze.com. Again, www.marcusgarveybronze.com. marcusgarvey-bronze.com. So when you go to that website, you can, and I think Miles is pulling up that website right now, and this is the website that you can go to. And then you see we want to bring Mr. Garvey home, because as a lot of you know, Mr. Garvey never set foot on the African continent. That's a continent that he loved so much, he never set foot on that continent. So with this sculpture, what we're doing is we are symbolically taking Mr. Garvey home to the continent that he loved so much and worked hard so much. So there's an Instagram hashtag, Garvey goes home, hashtag Garvey goes home. And then there's a donate button. And the levels that you can donate are levels that you contribute at. Maybe Miles, if you can pull those levels up, and you can see those levels. And one level is a level where you can have your name. Your name can be on the plaque. The plaque is going to have wording on Marcus Garvey and the UNIA and ACL. And that's going to be done by Dr. Garvey himself with the help of one of our assistants. And that assistant is Kamal Grimes. And he and Dr. Garvey are going to put together those wording on the plaque. And in addition, the plaque, we have a space for your name can be on there. Your name can be on the plaque if you give at a certain level. So the contribution levels, you can give any amount that you want, and you can give at the $100 amount, and there's certain gifts that we give out at the $100 amount. There's coins that I have of Marcus Garvey, coins that commemorate the 100th anniversary of the birth of Marcus Garvey, 1887 to 1987. So there's coins. So we're going to do and Miles is pulling up the contribution levels right now. And we're gonna do a videotape. I was able to inaugurate the Colonel John Robinson bronze in Ethiopia. That was in 2016. So when we installed that, the Prime Minister of Ethiopia at that time, his name was the Honorable Haile Mariam Desalegn. And he and I and the United States ambassador, we unveiled the John Robinson bronze. And there are pictures and video of that unveiling. So we're gonna do a picture and videos of the unveiling of the Marcus Garvey bronze in Ethiopia. And Miles, you may wanna, okay, let me close my little screen here, and that's a problem. Okay, so there you see the Marcus Garvey bronze sculpture. You see Dr. Garvey on the left-hand side. You see the artist, wonderful artist, Brother Nigel Benz. I call him the almost the ageless Nigel Benz. That's what I call him, because he's up in age, but you can't tell. So these are sponsorship levels for organizations and groups and associations. So businesses and organizations, $10,000 level, the $5,000 level, and you can scroll down, $2,500 level, $1,000 level. At the $1,000 level, again, you know, your business or organization's name and logo will be placed on the bronze on their website. It would also be placed on the plaque. And the plaque is going to be there forever. The sculpture is going to be there forever, and your name, your logo. You can also put your family's name on there. You can also put, you know, a relative's name on there. You can put whoever's name you want to at the $1,000 level. And then we have the $500 level, and then there's any other amount that, you know, organization or business would like to give. And then you can also do the contributions for individuals, and thank you for pulling that up. So this is the contribution levels for individuals. Again, there's a $1,000 level, and this is where, again, your name, and you will receive installation video, photographs, certificates, and the complimentary and the commemorative coin I just talked about. At the $500 level, you receive the installation video, photograph, certificate, and the coin. At the $250 level, you receive a photograph, certificate, and the coin. At the $100 level, you receive the coin of the Right Excellent Honorable Marcus Garvey. And if you want to contribute, you know, at another amount, you can contribute any amount that you want to. So far, we've raised $5,150 toward this effort. And you can pledge a certain amount, and then you can give in a month. We don't necessarily need it right away, but those who can give right away, that would help, because we want to promote this. We want to promote this worldwide, and we want to get this to be very, very impactful. We want people to rally around this, and this gives us an opportunity to educate and inform people about Marcus Garvey, the great work that he did, and this is what we're doing. Additionally, we're going to have a tour to Ethiopia. One thing that I do is we arrange tours to Ethiopia. So there was an actor, Richard Gant. So Richard Gant acted in quite a number of movies. So he and his wife and his family came to Ethiopia, and we arranged that tour for him to come to Ethiopia. We worked with San Diego State University, and we arranged tours for San Diego State University. So now we're doing the Garvey Tour 2021 to Ethiopia. So now you have a year to save up your money to go to Ethiopia with us. And we want to celebrate next year. We want to celebrate Marcus Garvey's birthday in Ethiopia, and we will install the bronze sculpture of Marcus Garvey in Ethiopia. Right now, we're in talks with the African Union, and we're working toward installing the bronze at the African Union. African Union is a beautiful building. They have an organization called CIDO, and they deal with the diaspora. Diaspora, we're working to have us be the diaspora. So, so we're working with them. We're also working with the second in charge. The African Union is divided into two aspects. One aspect is the African Union itself, called the AU, and that's where the presidents basically, they have jurisdiction. 54, 55 African countries. Each president or prime minister is part of the branch called the African Union. And they meet once or twice a year, and they come to Addis Ababa and meet in the beautiful African Union building once or twice a year, a beautiful building. I've been there on a number of occasions. I've been to various meetings there, and there's artwork around they have a hall there called Nelson Mandela Hall. Around Nelson Mandela Hall, there's artwork that was donated by Nigeria, by Burkina Faso, by South Africa, by Egypt. And they have an older building too there too. That was one of the original African Union buildings, artwork inside that building. And then they have a building that was built in 2011, and that was sponsored a lot by the Ethiopian government, artwork inside that building, statues from Egypt, statues of the pharaohs that are inside that building. And there are saddles from Burkina Faso, and there are bronzes from Nigeria. And then I didn't see any gift from the African Americans while I was there. I didn't see any gift from the Africans in the diaspora. So we're working to make this one of the first gifts of Africans in the diaspora to the African Union. And there are two other places where we could put the sculpture. One place is the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. That's another beautiful building. That building is across from the Jubilee Palace. The Jubilee Palace is Haile Selassie's palace. It's one of Haile Selassie's third or fourth palace. It was built in the 1950s, actually. And that palace across the street is the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. And that was one of the first meeting halls for the African Union. As you all know, the African Union, it was originally called the Organization of African Unity. And that organization was founded in 1963. And they had basically two, what do you want to call it? Two camps in that organization. One camp was called the Liberia camp, and the other camp was called the Casablanca camp. And I don't know that history all that well, but I think the Casablanca camp was for a United States of Africa. And I think the Monrovia camp was a little bit more conservative, and they wanted all of the countries of Africa to have their sovereignty and then work toward some type of federation potentially. And so they used to meet at the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. So what they want to do is they want to refurbish that hall. And I went to that, and I have pictures of that, and they want to refurbish that. And they also want to make a Pan-African museum there. And the director, the secretary, the director of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, her name is Vera Songwe. And I got a chance to speak on a panel discussion in the auditorium for the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. We're talking about, they have something called the Sustainable Development Goals, SDG, Sustainable Development Goals. And those Sustainable Development Goals are to do sustainable development, which one of my brothers, Kamal, he really is in the sustainable development. So they're making a Pan-African museum. So that's another place where the sculpture can be. And the final place where the sculpture could be is the University of Addis Ababa. So the University of Addis Ababa is on a place called Sadis Kilo. And Sadis Kilo means 6. So it means the 6 kilometer. So you got Amis Kilo, that means 5. You got Arat Kilo, that means 4. And that's in the Amharic language. And so the Addis Ababa University used to be Haile Selassie's university. As we all know, Haile Selassie got overthrown back in 1974. And when he got overthrown by Mengistu and the communists, they changed that name to Addis Ababa University. And Addis Ababa University has a big gate in front of it. It has 2, we call lions Ambassa. Ambassa means lion. So it has 2 Ambassas in front of it. And then it has a fountain there, and it has an institute there. And that institute is called the Institute of Ethiopian Studies. And they built a new Institute of Ethiopian Studies. The old Institute of Ethiopian Studies was in a palace. And this was Haile Selassie's palace called Lul Ganeta. Lul Ganeta. And Lul Ganeta, if I'm not mistaken, Ganeta means heaven, and Lul, I can't think of what Lul means right now, but I think it means like paradise of heaven or something like that. So that was the name of one of Haile Selassie's second palaces. So this palace got turned into the Institute of Ethiopian Studies. And Haile Selassie's father, his name was Ras Makonnen. Ras means prince. So it was Prince Makonnen. And there's a hall in the Institute of Ethiopian Studies called the Ras Makonnen Hall. And they have, I know the director of the Institute of Ethiopian Studies. His name is Dr. Marid. And the previous director of the Institute of Ethiopian Studies, his name was Dr. Mohammed Hassan. And we worked to have our students from Howard University, go to Addis Ababa University and do a student exchange. And what they did is they got a chance to study Amharic and learn the language of Amharic. For example, Mo Ambassa Zamanagad Yahuda. Mo Ambassa Zamanagad Yahuda. That means the conquering lion of the tribe of Judah. Mo Ambassa Zamanagad Yahuda. And then also Dogmwe Menelik Negusa Nagus Za Ethiopia. Dogwe Menelik Negusa Nagus Za Ethiopia. So Dogwe means the second. Negusa Nagus means King of Kings. See, Ethiopia didn't just have one king. Ethiopia had many kings and many kingdoms. So if you wanted to be, if you wanted to be the emperor, then, or the king of kings, and the Ethiopian word is Nagusa Nagus, you had to be the king of all the kings. So that's what that means, Nagusa Nagus, King of Kings, Lord of Lords, conquering lion of the tribe of Judah. So this is the other place that we're thinking putting the sculpture. The Institute of Ethiopian Studies, they've given us 4 rooms to do permanent exhibits there. So one exhibit is an exhibit on Pan-Africanism, and that bust, the Garvey bust, would go well there also. And the second exhibit is the Battle of Ottawa. And as I said, the Battle of Ottawa was in 1896. And UNIA members in Division 133 used to tell me all the time about the Battle of Ottawa when I was 12 years old. So I always wanted to go to Ethiopia and see Ottawa. And I had a chance to go to Ottawa, Lalibela, Aksum, all of these beautiful places. And so we have a chance to put a permanent exhibit there, and we're working that. And then the third permanent exhibit that they want us to do is on Rastafarianism, on Rastafari, some people call it. And that one is, and I think many of you know where Rastafari comes from, because as I said before, Ras Makonnen was Haile Selassie's father, and Ras means prince, and also Ras technically means head. It means the head of something. It means, you know, you're the head of it, okay? So that's why you had Ras Makonnen, you had Ras Baleta, you had various Rosses. And Rosses would be like governors, and they would run regions of Ethiopia. And then they would lead battles too. So they would be at the head of the battle. That's where Ras comes from, be at the head of the battle. And then you had the Jajmach. The Jajmach is the master of the left gate, and in Garajmach is the master of the left gate. The Jajmach is a master of the right gate. So you'd have the head, and you have the Garajmach on your left, and you had the Jajmach on your right. So this was a battle formation that the Ethiopians had. So then we had the Battle of Ottawa, and the final permanent exhibit that we're working to establish, that we've been given permission to establish, is called Ethiopia Diplomatic Relations between Ethiopia and the rest of the world. Ethiopia has been free since time immemorial, 3,000, 4,000, 10,000 years. So Ethiopia has had diplomatic relations with almost every country in the world. So in early 1900s, there was a black man, and he went to Ethiopia. And I think this was the first African-American that had traveled to Ethiopia. I'm not sure, Brother Kamal may be on the line. You can chime in, Brother Kamal. But I think that his name was, I don't even want to quote his name.
Yeah, his name is William Henry Ellis.
Okay, thank you, Brother Kamal. William Henry Ellis. And William Henry Ellis, if I'm not mistaken, he was African-American, but he had some Mexican in him also. And then he was part of the United States wanted to send a delegation over. They wanted to establish an embassy over in the early 1900s. So the white man who was leading the delegation, you had to take a boat from New York, a boat through the Straits of Tarik, what's called Gibraltar, the Straits of Tarik in Portugal, and then you would maybe land in Italy or land in France, and then you take that boat across the Mediterranean Sea over to Cairo, and then you would go over to, we didn't have the Suez Canal back then, maybe we did, maybe we didn't, and then you would go down to the Red Sea and then take another boat down to Agilis, and Agilis is a famous port in Ethiopia. And so what happened is the white man died. The white man died on the way to Ethiopia, so he didn't reach Ethiopia. So then the black man had to take over the delegation. So then he actually met with Emperor Menelik. And with Emperor Menelik, he actually talked with Emperor Menelik. So black man talking with the Negus and Nagus, the conquering line of the tribe of Judah. And he represented, and he told Emperor Menelik how black people were treated in America. And he told him how sometimes we were lynched, sometimes we were hanged, sometimes we were indentured servants. So supposedly, potentially, Emperor Menelik, a tear came to Emperor Menelik's eyes. So these are the four permanent exhibits. And what I'll do is I'll send information to the division presidents. And if you have suggestions on what we could put in these exhibits, then let me know and send them to me. And right now, I'm going to stop soon because I'm going into 3:30's time. And I'd like to thank Crystal, Brother Kamal or Brother Miles. And these are young men. I call them my young cubs. I'll call them my Garvey cubs. Because what did Mr. Garvey say? Mr. Garvey said, look for me in the whirlwind. Look for me in the whirlwind. And I'm going to bring hundreds and thousands of young lion cubs with me. So now I'm mentoring them, and they're my lion cubs. I spent time with Miles over in Ghana because we're working to establish land. We have land in Ghana, land that Mary Mason, land that Ebony Mama. Some of you may know her as Ebony Mama. She was like 3rd Assistant President General of the UNIA-ACL. Chief gave her land, and right now we're building a wall around that land, and we want to build an African Research Center and a Pan-African Museum on that land too. So that's where Mary Mason went. She is another member of the Cleveland Division, and that's where I spend a lot of times with Miles over in Ghana, and then I also spend time with Kamal, who's my other lion cub in Ethiopia. And final thing I'd like to say before I turn it over to Miles and Kamal is that I am an ambassador. The Prime Minister of Ethiopia, His Excellency Honorable Haile Mariam Desalegn, in 2017, I went to we call it the Beta Mengest. Beta Mengest. That means House of Government in Ethiopia. So that was Emperor Menelik's palace. So now that's the House of Government. It's like basically going to the White House and Pentagon combined in Ethiopia. It's on a big hill. There's a big gate around it, and it's beautiful there. So hopefully in a year, you all can come with us to Ethiopia during the installation of the Marcus Garvey bronze, and you can see the Beta Mengest. It's beautiful. Craftsmanship is just wonderful. Sits on top of a hill, and all of you know the strategic aspects of a hill. A hill is where you can fight on top of the hill and keep people from climbing up that hill. So that's where most of the palaces are. That's where most of the emperors are. And I'm gonna go and get a shirt to show you Emperor Menelik, but go ahead, Miles or Kamal, if you wanna say a little bit of something. Kamal? Go ahead, Kamal. You gotta unmute yourself. You're still muted, Kamal. Miles?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, the host has to, unless the host, lets you unmute, they won't let you unmute yourself. Okay. So yeah, peace and blessings, everyone. Like Brother Yao said, my name is Kamal Grimes. I'm actually here in DC. So I know some of the members, good amount of the members of Division 330. So happy to be here. I'm not going to take you guys' time. It's my interest in Ethiopia has stemmed back for at least the last 7 or 8 years. 7 years ago, that was my first trip to Ethiopia, where I actually met Dr. Julius Garvey and Brother Yao Davis. And we participated in the Bible and this African Roots Conference. So this conference and this tour that we're trying to bring in August is going to be kind of similar, but more expansive. So I would say that's the seed for what's going on now. That was 7 years ago, but now we're going to bring Marcus Garvey home. That's our hashtag. So use that hashtag Garvey goes home. The whole theme is pretty much, we all know that Marcus Garvey was never able to set foot on African soil because of all the people that conspired against him. But it can't stop us from, you know, bringing, at least bringing his statue there and having his impact, you know, spread like the whirlwind. So I'm happy to be here. Just a little bit about myself. I'm a researcher. I went to Howard University, got my master's degree in African Studies and Research, where I actually focused on Ethiopian and African American relations as it concerns the the broader Pan-African movement. And it's been a wonderful experience. Been to Ethiopia about 4 times, you know, going back and forth to Ethiopia. It's been, you know, a wonderful experience for me. I got to study Amharic, got to create a study abroad program. And so now Ethiopia is definitely like a second home for me, and definitely like a cornerstone and something that I'm going to be going back to and may even live there for some time, like how Yao does. So thank you all for having us. Please support, you know, the Marcus Garvey Bronze. We're trying to raise $90,000. So far, we raised about 5,000, and we're going to get there. We got the blessing of Dr. Julius Garvey, so and he's working with us closely. So everything is in place. Got the artist in place. Everything is in place. So all we need now is to just do like Mr. Garvey did and spread the word far and wide. We pool our resources together, it won't even be a problem, and we'll all have something to be proud of. So I appreciate everybody, and I'm gonna leave it to anyone else who wants to go.
Can Miles, Ross Marvin, can Miles say something? Miles?
Yes, go ahead, Miles.
How's everyone doing? My name is Miles Henderson. As Brother Yao had said, we kind of got a chance to really get closer in Ghana. I've spent about a year or so, some time in Ghana. I got to spend some time in Brazil as well, actually dealing with you know, some of the Garvey movement and Afro-Brazilians in Brazil. Right now, I'm spearheading the development of a platform that aims to connect all the Black college students in the world. And that inspiration was really Marcus Garvey, and that's been something that has been with me since, you know, my undergraduate time, as I kind of been developing, you know, my own knowledge. And so as I've become part of this project and I've been building, you know, this relationship with Brother Yao and Brother Kamal, I can truly say that 100 years, you know, we really are in the whirlwind. This is a major and significant event. Every single day, I am absolutely in awe at the alignment that is happening to the movement, you know, that I think we are all seeing. So again, I'm privileged to be here. I'm honored to be here, and I appreciate everyone's work that they have been doing, the dedication and the work that they've been doing in their lifetimes that are even allowing us youngsters to come in and to continue that legacy. So I just wanted to, you know, offer that and just say I'm happy to be here as well.
Oh, I just wanted to say one last thing. I just realized, is that Ross Marvin from Atlanta, Georgia?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you might remember, this was probably 8 years ago at Morehouse College. We did an event with the UNIA. It was Groove 5 Groove. Yes. And we brought the brothers, and you were there. So, you know, everything is coming full circle. It's good to see you again, my brother.
Likewise, my brother. Likewise. Good to see you too. And thank you so much
for
being part of the celebration. And we definitely have to come together as Africans and make sure we get this Marcus Garvey bronze statue set up in Ethiopia, whether if it's at the university or someplace, you know. So I definitely put the link in the chat, and brothers and sisters want y'all to click on the link. Division 421 will also be collecting funds this way and sending it for the purpose. So Brother Yah, Brother Miles, definitely reach out to us so that way we can stay connected. And let's
Ross Marvin, let me just say one final thing. Yeah, the money is going for the sculpture, and we're having a big event over there too. And that event, the installation ceremony, the money is going toward that. And we want all of y'all to, whoever can come, and whoever can give to give. This is Emperor Menelik here, and this is the Ethiopian language, and it's a traditional African language, and this is like ha, hu, he, ha, he, ho, le, lu, li, la, le, lo, se, su, si, sa, se, so. So this is our language, you know, Amharic really, and this is indigenously us. So I'd like to thank you all. I'd like to thank you all for your time. I'd like to thank Division 330. And, you know, we're going to make this happen. One God, one name, one destiny.
Let's badge it up for the former Second Assistant President General for the UNIA-ACL Global Government, Brother Ya Davis, joins us from California, or he might be in Ethiopia. Oh yeah, he just returned from Ethiopia, but he's with the Los Angeles UNIA division. And brothers and sisters, what a powerful, powerful day we've had, and it's still not over because we have two more UNIA divisions that have not been featured so far today, and we're going to bring them forward. We're leaving the West Coast, the city of Los Angeles, California, and head back over to the East Coast, and we're going to stop in the city of Washington, D.C., and I want to big up Division 330 out of Washington, D.C., because they've been on the 24-hour marathon from since we started. And if it wasn't for Executive Secretary Sister Crystal, we might have had a gap in the program. But we, in the late wee mornings from like 4 o'clock to 9 o'clock in the morning, Division 330 in Washington, D.C., kept the fire burning for all of us. So let's badge it up and welcome to the 100th year celebration, UNIA-ACL Division 330 out of Washington, D.C., Executive Secretary Sister Crystal and the whole crew from Division 330. You all have the floor now.
Thank you so much, Atlanta President Ross Marvin, Division 421, CBPM, and the whole CBPM family. Thank you to the UNIA-ACL family. It's so good to be able to gather like this today and to use technology for our benefit. I just want to say 12 a.m. It's been
in Washington, D.C. Continue.
Okay, and then the theme for today, you know, this is the centennial of the Red, Black, and Green and Convention, and we are celebrating the Most Honorable Marcus Messiah's birthday on Monday the 17th, Monday, August the 17th. And so we have a lot going on, and it's interesting because a couple of months ago, the question was asked, what are we going to do this month? And President Ross Marvin had an answer. He was like, let's do a 24-hour event. Everyone's like, huh? Wait, what? But at the same time, what does the Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey say? What man has done, man can do. So look, it's been done before. Why can't we do that for him and celebrate him? So that's what we're doing today. I joined at like 12:04 this morning, and President Ross Marvin said, I'll be back. He said, I'll be back. And it wasn't for like another 4 or 5 hours. I was like, wait, what? No, I'm teasing. But we kept it going, and you know, I can't take the full credit for it because it was at least about 15 to 18 of us on the line for that period of time. And Lady President Mukaraba, she definitely held down the fort. Queen Mother Moses, she held down the fort. You know, Brother Horace, you know, folks stayed on and they stayed engaged, and it worked out. And here we are almost at the end. It's unbelievable, but we're almost at the end. So with that being said, I'm not going to take a whole lot of time. I just wanted to say that Division 330, which is the Woodson Banneker Jackson Bay Division in Washington, D.C., is just so happy to be a part of this event. And so I just also want to go ahead and do a slide presentation just to kind of let you see what Division 330 is about. And
go ahead, you can share. Go ahead.
Yeah, it'll take just a few minutes.
Take your time, Executive Secretary, and make sure Division 330 present what you all had to present for us today.
Thank you, appreciate you. Okay, so we want to go ahead and keep this party going. It's late, but look, we got to make it through to the end. 11:59 is not that far away, but we still going to do it. So here we go. Okay. So that's what we had to just kind of introduce the division a little bit. And actually, we're going to go ahead and do a ritual. We're going to do the official UNIA pledge. We're going to do the Ethiopian anthem. And then we actually have some programming for you with Baba Imamu Kuumba giving us the history of the Ethiopian anthem and the history of the red, black, and green flag. We also have Brother Charles Butler. He's going to answer the question, what did Marcus Garvey give to us? And then we also have Sister Laureen Smith Butler, and she's going to discuss historic women in and outside the Garvey movement. Maybe if there's time, I'll do a segment on Division 330 and some of the symbolism that is not so apparent with the number 330 and our not our founding members, but Woodson, Banneker, and Jackson Bay. But before we get started with all of that, I just wanted to have Division 330 folks, friends, to kind of just chime in and say hi. Take yourself off mute. And let me stop sharing for a second. As a Division 330 only.
Okay, I think I'm unmuted.
Yes.
Uh-oh, we're getting an echo.
Okay, greetings, family. From DC.
Brother Imamu.
Yebo.
Okay. Hi, I'm Lauren Butler, Queen Laureen, member of the UNIA-ACL, Division 330, Woodson, Jackson Bay, Carter G. Woodson, Banneker, and Jackson Bay. Welcome, family. I'm so glad to be here.
Yeah, I got the tape up.
And say hello.
Hello, family. This is 330's Charles Butler. I'm the husband of Laureen, and my whole family of 330 is here to give you some information and some insight and join with you in this momentous occasion to honor our great Mr. Marcus Mosiah Garvey. Okay, we're ready.
We also had Jenu Umoja. She was in the room initially before we had to get off.
I smelt already with all that ice that I took.
And we also had Nana Farika. She was in the room as well. So I just wanted to mention them. Any other 330 members out there? Okay, so what we'd like to do is just go ahead and stand and recite the official UNIA pledge. And the pledge goes, I commit my body, mind, and spirit.
Commit my body, mind, and spirit.
To the protection, defense, and security of the red, black, and green.
To the protection, defense, and security of the red, black, and green.
I dedicate my life to the redemption of.
I dedicate my life to the redemption of.
Mother Africa and the liberation of her scattered Black children.
Mother Africa and the liberation of her scattered Black children.
I accept for myself and my descendants.
I accept for myself and my descendants
the teachings of universal African nationalism.
The teachings of universal African nationalism.
I promise that our children will be.
I promise that our children will be
instilled with the purpose and knowledge of themselves as African people.
Instilled with purpose and knowledge of themselves as African people.
In order that the cause of our struggle.
In order that the cause of our struggle
will neither falter nor fail.
Will neither falter nor fail.
Until all Black people are free and united.
Until all Black people are free and united.
Through one God.
Through one God.
One aim.
One
One
aim,
aim,
one destiny.
one
one
destiny.
destiny.
Race first, family.
Race
Race
first.
first.
We're gonna remain standing, and we're gonna go ahead and play the Ethiopian anthem. It's played a couple of times today, but look, we're almost at the end. It's good to just go ahead and have it again. So let me double check what's happening. Okay.
Ethiopia, the land of our fathers.
I guess I need to share my screen again. That's the issue. Okay, we do that first.
Oh, they unplayed.
Did he?
Where the gods love me, I storm clouds and nights suddenly gathers, all armies are marching to thee. We must in the fight be victorious, for us will the victory be
glorious, led by the red, black, and green. Advance to meet the foe. Advance to meet the foe.
O Jehovah, the God of the ages, grant unto us the wisdom thou gave to the saints, when was spoken. My voice to the dim past spoken, Ethiopia shall stretch forth her hand. By thee shall all fetters be broken, and heaven bless our dear motherland. Advance, advance, to freedom, let Africa be free. Advance to meet the foe, advance to meet the foe, with a might and prayer, the peace, with a might
Hey.
All right. Please
Great.
be seated. Okay. And actually, there is one other item we'd like to share with you.
Fellow citizens of Africa, I greet you in the name of the Universal Negro Women Association and African Communities League of the World. You may ask, what organization is that? It is for me to inform you that the Universal Negro Women Association is an organization that seeks to unite into one solid body the 400 million Negroes of the world, to link up the 15 million Negroes of the United States of America to the 20 million Negroes of the West Indies, the 40 million Negroes of South and Central America, to the 280 million Negroes of Africa for the purpose of securing our industrial, commercial, educational, social, and political conditions. As you are aware, the world in which we live today is divided into separate race groups and distinct nationalities. Each race and each nationality is endeavoring to work out its own destiny to the exclusion of other races and other nationalities. We hear the cry of England for the Englishman, of France for the Frenchman, of Germany for the German, of Ireland for the Irish, of Palestine for the Jews, of Japan for the Japanese, of China for the Chinese. We of the Universal Negro Movement Association are raising the cry of Africa for the Africans, those at home and those abroad. There are 400 million Africans in the world who have Negro blood coursing through their veins. And we believe that the time has come to unite these 400 million people for the one common purpose of bettering their conditions. The great problem of the Negro for the last 500 years has been that of disunity. No one or no organization ever succeeded in uniting the Negro race. But within the last 4 years, the Universal Negro Movement Association has worked wonders in bringing together in one fold 4 million organized Negroes who are scattered in all parts of the world, being in the 48 states of the American Union, all the West Indian Islands, and the countries of South and Central America and Africa. These 4 million people are working to convert the rest of the 400 million scattered all over the world. And it is for this purpose that we are asking you to join our ranks and to do the best you can to help us to bring about an emancipation race. If anything praiseworthy is to be done, it must be done through unity. And it is for that reason that the Universal Negro Movement Association calls upon every Negro in the United States to rally to its standard. We want to unite the Negro race in this country. We want every Negro to work for one common object, that of building a nation of his own on the great continent of Africa. And all Negroes all over the world are working for the establishment of a government in Africa, means that it will be realized in another few years. We want the moral and financial support of every Negro to make this dream a possibility. Already, this organization has established itself in Nigeria, West Africa, and is endeavoring to do all possible to develop that Negro country to become a great industrial and commercial commonwealth. Pioneers have been sent by this organization to Nigeria, and they are now laying the foundations upon which the 400 million Negroes of the world will build. If you believe that the Negro has a soul, if you believe that the Negro is a man, if you believe the Negro was endowed with the senses commonly given to our men by the Creator, then you must acknowledge that one other thing have done Negroes can do. We want to build up cities, nations, governments, industries of our own in Africa, so that we'll be able to have a chance to rise from the lowest to the highest positions in the African Commonwealth.
All right. So when we hear, actually not when we hear, but when we read Message to the People, African philosophy, when we read this, we find within it guidance and instructions. And I have to tell you, I've read it, and I actually studied it with former President General Senghor Baye. It was a group of us, and we completed a course. The Butlers also completed that same course. We got a certificate for it, but that's for doing it together. But when you read the actual chapters, he had so many practical points for people on how to improve themselves. Why? Because we are the Universal Negro Improvement Association. So, you know, his idea was that we can continue to grow at whatever level we're at. And one of those things was as far as being able to speak. Elocution is a whole chapter in here. It's chapter 4. Elocution is the ability to speak. So when the youth come to our divisions or whoever comes to our divisions, elocution, learning how to speak, public speaking, that's some of the training that we as a government, as an organization, as an association that bears the name of the Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey, who was one of the greatest elocutionists ever. They said his voice would barrel around the corner. He was able to draw a crowd. You know, he was able to have 20,000 at a convention in Madison Square Garden. I mean, with all of that being the case, those are skills that it's worth adopting. It's worth us actually inculcating as we can in our own personal development and improvement. So that's why it was important to play the speech and also to him, because that is our founder. That is our original president general, the one who blazed the trail and laid the path. The man was a visionary. He was also a man of action. He was a systems man. He put systems in place for things to work. And so those are also skills that we as the government, as an association, organization, would want to continue to emulate, to have a vision, to put systems in place and to achieve our vision. So those were the things that I thought about Marcus Garvey. And, okay, and so next, what I want to do is, like, I'm the executive secretary, but I'm really a servant to the division. I work with some really, really great members. They're very strong in what they're doing and what they believe. And one of these members is our dear brother, Imamu Kaumba. He is a member that's been with the division for over 25 years. He is a treasurer of our division. He's a trustee of our division. And actually, he is a member of several different organizations that are for the uplift of our people within the Washington, D.C. area. And he's well respected in each and every one of those organizations he's a part of. So much so that he's the treasurer in almost all of them, or at least has held that post, you know. So next, what we're gonna do is hand it over to our dear brother Imamu, who's gonna present on the history of the Ethiopian anthem and the red, black, and green flag.
Greetings, family. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, very good. I'm going to read a little paper that I put together here on the history of the Ethiopian anthem. The anthem is really called the Ethiopia, thou land of our fathers. Okay, I hear echo. Is that? Okay. Now the word Ethiopia, as we know, is a word that was used. Crystal, I still hear that echo. Is that me or something that I'm doing?
It must be you because we're muted.
No, I think you're good now. I just went through and muted a few folks. I think you're good now.
Okay, very good. And as I said, the term Ethiopia has been used to describe, at one point, the whole continent of Africa. And even during the, in this country, when they had the Revolutionary War, there were Black people fighting against this country, the United States. They were fighting with the British. And if you go down to the Museum of African American History and Culture, you will see that all these brothers who were fighting with the British, the Ethiopian Regiment. And I didn't know that until I went down there about 2 or 3 years ago. So Ethiopia is a term that's been used throughout as describing African people wherever we are. Now the anthem was written by two men, Benjamin Burrell and Rabbi Arnold Ford. Now Arnold Ford, he was the principal composer of the song. And Rabbi Ford was born in Barbados in 1877 to a Nigerian father and a Sierra Leone mother. And he came to the United States in 1910 to New York. And at that time, he was playing jazz music. He worked as a jazz musician at that time. The anthem itself was composed in 1918 and completed in 1919. And Rabbi Ford, as I said, he was a composer, musician, a linguist, a theologian in the Judaism faith. And he also became musical director of the UNIA at one point. And at the first international convention of the UNIA-ACL in 1920, the anthem was featured as the 40th statement of principles in the Declaration of the Rights of the Negro Peoples of the World. And at one, maybe 3 or 4 years ago, I was able to meet, maybe longer than that, I was able to meet, I believe it was his granddaughter who came here to DC, and we met her, lovely young lady. I forgot her name and everything, but we division members talked and met her, and it was a great evening, meeting the granddaughter of Rabbi Arnold Ford. And the anthem itself is a song of war, a song of victory, and a song of struggle. As you know, when led by the red, black, and green, we'll be what? Victorious. So that's what the anthem was all about. And in closing, Rabbi Ford and his family moved to Ethiopia. I forgot what year it was. And he died there in 1935, where he was buried in Addis Ababa in Ethiopia. Now, if anyone find the history that I just gave, if I made any mistakes, please let me know so we can correct those mistakes. But that was the research that I've done about the anthem and who wrote it, and a little bit about the principal composer of the song, Rabbi Arnold Ford. Sante San.
Great, thank you, Baba and Mama.
Okay.
And actually, we're going to go ahead and, while you still have the mic, ask you if you could go into the history of the red, black, and green.
All right. Now, can you pull that up that we have on the rally around the flag? And we'll go through that. But while she's pulling that up, I've done a little research on flags itself. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, in only 2 countries had flags of their own before the UNIA presented the colors in 1920. Those countries were Ethiopia. I think their flag was unveiled in 1897, and Liberia. And I think their flag was unfurled in 1847. And I understand 7 sisters who were from the United States were the ones who designed that flag in Liberia. And there's been a lot of variations of that flag, because when they designed it in 1847, I believe, that is not the current design of the Liberian flag. And I still think Liberia needs to change that flag. Okay, so flags are a symbol of a people or organization or a government or whatever, of their solidarity or their unity or collective well-being. That's what a flag represents. And most of them made of cloth. And while we were on WPFW on Monday, we were told that one of the first flags came out of Kemet. Brother who was the host mentioned that to us. So I'm going to do a little research on that, on the flag. And here you see the history of the flag here. That's myself at the Martin Luther King Peace March. As you can see, I'm heavily armed there with my flag and gloves and heavy coat, because that day it was very, very, very cold out there. This was in January. So, but Brother Salim Adafo took that shot of us when we were doing our rally around the flag. It's called the Bendera Ya Taifa, the flag of the nation. Now, as we all know, that the flag, the colors came to us in the year 1920 by the Right Excellent Marcus Garvey, as he introduced that at the first international convention of the UNIA-ACL. And we know the red stands for the blood. And we know the blacks represents the people. Black people represent the noble and first race people. And green is for the land, the vegetation of Mother Africa and the world. And we have a campaign here in DC, and we are reinstituting that campaign because we started this campaign maybe 10, 12 years ago. It's called Rally Around the Flag, the red, black, and green. And each year, during certain times of the year, we asking Africans to display the flag. 13th of August is the most important day because that's Universal African Flag Day. That was the actual day that it was introduced to the world in 1920, 100 years ago. And also on Monday, which will be August the 17th, the birthday of the Right Excellent Marcus Garvey, we're asking everyone to display their flag or button or something to display the RBG. We're also asking people to display the flags on during Kwanzaa, the week of Kwanzaa, the 7 days, and also during the month of February. May 19th, birthday of Malcolm X, Kuzaliwa, as we call it, and May through to May the 25th, which is African Liberation Day. So the 19th to the 25th, we're asking people to display the flag. And lastly, June the 19th, which is Juneteenth. Now, some of us, we display the flag most of the year. Some of us don't wait until these special days, but those that would like to display the flag at certain days, these are the certain days that we would like for you to display the flag. Now, we know the history of the flag harkens back to Africa and Ethiopia. I did some research on Ethiopia's flag. One of their flags, I think it was the alternative flags, I think it was an early flag, was actually red, black, and green with a symbol in it. And you can Google it on and find that it's called the alternate flag, because at one time Ethiopia was supposed to have been a Jewish state, you might say, but there's a lot of Jews and Christians and Muslims in Ethiopia, so that's why I guess it didn't happen as that being a Jewish state. And also you can recognize the flag of Kenya. And Kenya's flag is a black, red, and green. I think that's the order that they use. And they also use black for the people. Red is for independence that they fought for. And green represents the landscape or the land, vegetation in Mother Africa. So as we display our flag, brothers and sisters, we want the flag to be a symbol and a sign of the colors that we talked about. But we also want the flag to signify and be a part of something big as our values. You know, when you put on that flag and the colors, make sure that it's, you know, it represents the high values that we represents, the high values of brotherhood, sisterhood, nationhood, familyhood, race first, love and peace and unity, self-determination, all of the things that are good in the world, that flag and these colors should represent. So when you display your flag, you must be mindful of exactly what you're displaying. And then you teach it to others. Let the flag be a real teachable moment for others. And the colors, Brother Julius from Baltimore did a great job with the pins, the red, black, and green pins, and he put together a note in with the pins about the history of the flag and some real good history of the flag associated with the flag. So, and we at 3:30, we'll be talking later on in the program about the products that we have and sell, and we will be talking a little more about the flags. So thank you for your time. And like again, as I said earlier, if I made any mistakes in history, please let me know so we can correct that as we move forward. Asante-san.
Madasi, Asante Sana to you, Baba Mamu, for giving us that history of the red, black, and green flag. It's important that we rally around the flag. It's important that we let folks know that we indeed have a flag, something to be proud of. It is a symbol, but symbols can do and mean a lot. So we're spiritual people. So when it comes to symbols, you know, that definitely is something that that we actually are motivated by.
Now, Crystal, one other point I forgot to mention about the contents of the flag. And I know many of us know in 1900 there was a song that was produced by these gentlemen called "Everybody Got a Flag But the Coon," and at that time that's what they were calling us, coons. And when we introduced the red, black, and green colors, Marcus Garvey said they can't say it now. So at that time, it was only 3 entities, or 2 nations and 1 international flag. The flag has been called many names: the Liberation Flag, the African American flag, but I like to call it the Pan-African flag. But I believe that's what it meant to be, the Pan-African flags, because Marcus Garvey said they're universal. So that means it's Pan-African in its nature. So I wanted to share those few words that I forgot to share. So Sante Sane again.
Okay, and for those of you that have a copy of Tony Martin's Race First, the ideological and organizational struggles of Marcus Garvey and the Universal Negro Improvement Association, if you go to page 43, halfway down the page, start with that paragraph and go to the next page, and the very thing that Baba Amamu was talking about, you can read that. It's just a brief little section there. So the one thing that I will read.
I gotta leave for your back.
Who's that? Okay. And basically it's a quote from the Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey. He says, "Show me the race or the nation without a flag, and I will show you a race of people without any pride." In song and mimicry, they have said, every race has a flag but the coon. How true, but that was said of us 4 years ago. They can't say it now. And so the red, black, and green has been our flag since 1920. And this is the 100th year, the centennial of our celebration of having our own flag, which was brought to us by the UNIA-ACL with the Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey at the helm. So thank you again, Baba Mamu, for sharing that with us tonight. I think Brother Yah had something that he wanted to chime in and say, and then we'll get back to our program.
Yes, thank you, Sister Chris and Brother Mamu. You know, I learned here's to this flag of mine, the red, black, and green, hopes in this future bright, Africa is seen. I'm not going to go through the whole of that, but during a banquet, the elders, Sister Thelma Myers, they made me memorize that to say it during one of the banquets we had in Chicago. And the word bandera, that's the Ethiopian word for flag. And you mentioned that also, Brother Mamu. And then the final thing I wanted to say is Rabbi Ford. Yeah, they came over to the family in like 1934, 35 over to Ethiopia. And I got a chance to spend a lot of time with his son. His son is named Abby Ford. And he used to be at Howard University. He used to be a music professor. And I spent a lot of time with him, have him on video talking about his father and so forth and so on. So hopefully eventually we'll have that out. And he passed away recently, Brother Abbey Ford, about maybe a year or two ago, he passed away. So bless his soul. So that's all I wanted to share with everybody, Sister Crystal. So thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate that information. Okay, and so I am going to introduce the next two. And I say the next two because they are a dynamic duo. And I think the best way to introduce them is to let others say what they have to say about them. So let's do that.
We raised up one of our greatest leaders, one of our greatest leaders, the Honorable Master Muhammad. And today, his predecessor, Minister Farrakhan, that I stand here with you. I'm normally not lost for words, but I'm not really a talker. I'm more of a doer than a talker, but I can talk. But I want to say to the NIA, I appreciate this award, but I cannot accept it without acknowledging ceasefire members that made me be who I am. If y'all can stand up, hold it wherever you at, brother. Hold it, all ceasefire members, sisters, stand up, right? I appreciate that. You know, tonight, I've been hearing nothing about women. Yes, women. I love women with a profound passion. My great-grandmother was jet black, and she was 114 years old when she died right here in Washington, D.C. And she taught me, you are a king, and a king is no greater than having a queen with him. But I'm not hearing that today. We work with gangs out here in the street. And why do people get in gangs? They get in gangs because they're not getting any love at home. Either they don't have a father or they don't have a mother. Right? We got to stop this divide and conquer. Black man, black woman, we belong together. Mr. and Mrs. Butler, look at it. Give a big round of applause. You don't even hear that no more. Huh? You don't even hear that no more. Right? See, look. That correct. Yeah, all the FBI agents stand up. Because you got me. That's practice. Right? Willie Lynch spoke about divide and conquer. Separate the man from the woman from the man, the kid from the man and father. And we are playing into that. We are doing that. Huh? And we got to stop that. So you can't come and ceasefire. Just talking about one and not talking about the other. And that's been our uniting point of bringing us together, man. I mean, like, listen. And I'm not trying to make no enemies or insult nobody, but I got to speak the truth. We're losing our babies because of this division. How you gonna teach about the mama and don't teach about the father? How you gonna teach about the father and don't teach about the mama? Slowly.
All right. So, like I said, I figured I'd let somebody in the community tell you who they are. Looks like he wants to play again. Yes, so without further ado, I just want to go ahead and introduce Sister Lorraine Smith Butler and Brother Charles Butler, who, you know, like I said, I'm a servant. Folks tell me what they want, and that's what I deliver, right? Or at least I try to. And if I don't, they let me know. So anyway, I think, is it Brother Charles going first? Okay, yes. All right. So we're gonna have Brother Charles, one of our trustees, go first, and he's gonna discuss what did Marcus Garvey give to us.
Before I do that, hello family, love to everybody. one God, one aim, one destiny. Before I get into what I was going to present, I wanted to step back to what Brother Imamu was saying about the flag and give you just a little bit more history as to the origin of the flag. The flag really was not a flag, it was 3 flags. And it was originally done in Kemet, or we sometimes call it Egypt. They had 3 flags and flew 3 flags because it spoke to the power of God that was unseen. So you see a flag flying, but you do not see the power that makes the flag fly. And they always used those 3 flags because it represented the word nature. So when you see 3 flags flying in front of government buildings, it's really flying the symbol of nature and the symbol of God. But of course, that's the hidden language in this country that they usually do things with. But that was just a sidebar to let you know the origin of the 3 flags, which we will see in front of government buildings, was originally all white. They were each white. As they were adopted by these countries, the countries placed colors on them, but it meant nature. So I just wanted to add that piece. Other piece that I'd like to add at this time is the preamble of our Constitution. And it reads as follows. The Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League is a social, friendly, humanitarian, charitable, educational, institutional, constructive, and expansive society, and is founded by persons desiring to the utmost to work for the general uplift of the Negro peoples of the world. And the members pledge themselves to do all in their power to conserve the rights of their noble race and to respect the rights of all mankind, believing always in the brotherhood of man and the fatherhood of God. The motto of the organization is one God, one aim, one destiny. Therefore, let justice be done to all mankind, realizing that if the strong oppresses the weak, confusion and discontent will ever mark the path of man, but with love, faith, and charity towards all the reign of peace and plenty will be heralded into the world, and the generations of men shall be called blessed. That's the preamble of our Constitution. Now I want to talk about what I consider the gifts of Marcus Garvey. What did Marcus Garvey give to us? Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League, UNIA-ACL. First thing was identity. Name recognition and distinction that makes you unlike any other entity in the known universe. That is what a name does. The first word is universal. Universal meaning all-inclusive, global group of people. The second word is Negro, member of the dark-skinned group of peoples originally native to Africa. We are dark-skinned because of melanin. Melanin contained within the skin, the largest organ of the body, and internal organs as well contain those tissues. It reacts with the sun to cause skin darkening. As a protection from radiation, which provides high-speed transfer of brain signals that results in extreme physical skills and mental acuity, and provides extrasensory brain stimulation for spiritual awareness. The third word is improvement, the condition of Black people globally, on the bottom of the society with few businesses, government leaders, armies, navies, and other means for self-sufficiency. Therefore, their condition needed improvement. And Marcus Mosiah Garvey made that circumstance his life's mission to change and improve this condition. The last word is association, an interrelationship or connection of people or members of an organization or group. The next part of the definition of our identity is African Communities League, ACL. Africa, of course, is the great continental landmass surrounded by 3 oceans, comprised geopolitically of approximately 54 countries, united by melanin and the red, black, and green flag. Therefore, African meaning belonging to Africa, the home of human origin and civilization. Communities, the collection of a group of people having a particular characteristic in common, that being Africa and African culture. And the last word, league. League, a covenant, compact, or contract between people for the promotion or maintenance of common interests for mutual assistance and or service. So basically, UNIA-ACL means an all-inclusive group of melanated people around the world, originally native to Africa, whose condition in society requires transformation through association as a government with people of like conditions and character organized for change and advancement. ACL meaning people originating from the landmass, resource-rich continent known as Africa, forming a covenant or contract for the promotion and maintenance of common commercial interests to mutually assist and service one another. The next gift is called a plan of action. Race first philosophy, self-sufficiency by Black. As exclusively as possible, buy and sell goods and services from members of your race and not from alien races who never have your interest at heart. To these ends, the Honorable Marcus Garvey has done the following on behalf of the race of African people. He filed a certificate of incorporation of the ACL in the state of New York in July 31st, 1918. Some of it reads as follows. First, the name of the proposed corporation is African Communities League Incorporated. Second, the purposes of which it is to be formed are A, to conduct grocery stores to buy or otherwise acquire, to manufacture, market, prepare for market, sell, deal in and deal with, import and export food and food products of every class and description, fresh, canned, or preserved, or otherwise in all other food and other preparations. B, in connection with the foregoing, to manufacture, market, prepare for market, sell, deal in and deal with, import and export tin and any products of tin, glassware and any articles of glassware and any other article, receptacle, package, or thing which may be useful in connection with the manufacture or marketing, vending, or shipping of the products of the company or like products. Item C is to carry on the business of restaurant keepers, caterers, tobacconists, dealers in provisions, wine and liquor dealers, and to manage and conduct restaurants and cafes in any part of the United States and in foreign countries. There's the E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, and a U, which you can all read in those articles of incorporation that he filed in New York. And it's signed by Marcus Garvey and 8 other people at that time. The other thing that Marcus Garvey gave to us was a constitution, a governmental structure, the Declaration of the Rights of the Negro Peoples of the World, the Ethiopian national anthem, and the flag of the red, black, and green for all African people, recognized around the world in its 100th year anniversary. The red is for the blood of the African people shed for our freedom. Black is for the race. Green is for the land of our home mother Africa. More importantly, Marcus Garvey gave us the gift of his book and course of study on leadership entitled Message to the People, the Course of African Philosophy. The title sounds similar to the book of the Nation of Islam entitled Message to the Black Man by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. a Garveyite himself. Now you understand why much of the tenets of the Nation of Islam are similar to the UNIA-ACL. The UNIA allegiance, the fruit of Islam, FOI. The Black Cross nurses, the MGT Muslim training. The Liberty Hall and the Masjid or mosque for meetings, training, orientation, and fellowship. Perhaps when J. Edgar Hoover made a statement of preventing the rise of another Black Messiah, M-E-S-S-I-A-H, what he actually said was the rise of another Black Mosiah, M-O-S-I-A-H, Marcus Mosiah Garvey. What he didn't understand is we only need one. We don't need another. Once the UNIA-ACL was created, the people were given the plan needed for their advancement and survival for all time. Here we are 100 years out celebrating the life and gift of the greatest Black man to ever organize Black people in modern history. And this Black man gave to African people the gift of his great thinking, documented for all time. People are always asking, what is the plan for Black liberation? Well, here it is, and it has been here, and now during this worldwide pandemic, we have been given time to study and advance this plan, to redeem us as a people through our unity and cooperative work in economics. Now is our time. Now is our time. Now is our time. Thank you for listening. My name is Charles Butler of the Woodson Banneker Jackson Bay Division 330 in Washington, D.C. Our division is named after three giants: Carter G. Woodson, author and archivist of Negro history and father of Negro History Week, which is now a month in February, about to be changed to Negro History Year due to our extensive history. Likewise, we are named after Benjamin Banneker, multi-talented, self-taught astronomer, surveyor, city planner, who laid out the plans for Washington, D.C., having memorized the drawings of Pierre Lafont, architect to the city that quit his post under George Washington due to a dispute over compensation for his designs. It was Banneker who was given a pocket watch by Ellicott, the city surveyor. Banneker disassembled the watch and reassembled the watch from memory and transferred that knowledge into the construction of a clock made completely of wood, which ran nonstop for 50 years. This wooden clock is the clock that the clock in London Tower in England was modeled from, now known as Big Ben. Lastly, but not least, we are named in honor of Brother William Henry Jackson Bay, an activist in the community, former president and founder of our 40-year-old division this year. One God, one aim, one destiny. Africa for the Africans at home and abroad. I thank you.
And we thank you. Thank you so very much, Brother Charles. Folks, let's clap it up for him. We appreciate you and all that you do for the division. That was a good point. And you mentioned, you went back to the thing about the flag and nature and how it relates to nature and divinity. And that's a very important point. So thank you for also mentioning that. So our next person that we want to bring up and present to you is Lorene Smith Butler, and she is also a pillar in the community. In fact, she has also started a circle. Can I mention that? It's okay? Okay. A women's circle in DC, and I gotta tell you, the sisters that are in the circle are some heavy hitters, brothers. They're heavy hitters. Just to let you know, there's a lot of history there. There's a lot of intelligence there. There's a lot of initiative there. And Sister Butler had the sense to bring all of these folks together and to develop this women's group. And I just want to mention this. I need to big up the Chicago division, right? I got to big up the Chicago division because thanks to a couple of members in the Chicago division, we have this book And the book is called The Universal Negro Improvement Association African Communities League, Women of the UNIA, Our Ancestors. And the authors are Division 401, I think, and maybe 429, 401 and 429 members, Gwendolyn Martin, our Secretary General Brenda Amoakin, and there's also an author, T.M. Myers. And one thing that we have to applaud them for putting this together. It's important that we compile our history, that we write our own history. Otherwise, we're going to have folks trying to write it for us, write it about us, and they won't get it right. And it was interesting because when I got a hold of this book, and I bought 2 of them, but when I got a hold of it, I found out that William Henry Jackson Bey did the essay on Amy Jakes Garvey. So when we were talking earlier about things coming full circle or how things connect, like that's just one of those points that connected. And actually, it looks like we have a special guest coming on. Sister Butler, we're gonna come back to you. Do you mind? Ross Marvin, did you want to do this introduction?
Yes. Who's the guest that has arrived?
Ambassador Quao.
Okay. Okay. Where's Queen Mother Moses? Come in, Queen Mother Moses.
I have to.
Yay! Yes! Yeah!
Because your stuff is on.
Yes! I don't have to say anything else except, beloved, change is here. I and I are the change that we want to see in self, family, and community. Our Excellency, our Ambassador, Dr. Arcana Chiambori Kwa, our next chair of the African Union. That is one of the things we want UNIA-ACL to ensure happens. Because time woman in charge, I will stop you our continent them from the brethren them where we put in charge of the land them and the countries and still I make secret deal with France. Anyway, me done, me dep on my platform. Thank you, Ambassador. She's been on so many Zoom calls all day and she made sure she came in just to give us a solidarity message. Give thanks, Ambassador.
Thank you so much, my sister, and I apologize to all of you for keeping you waiting. Believe it or not, I have been talking nonstop since 1 o'clock today. I'm surprised I still have a voice, but I appreciate all of you for being patient. I appreciate all of you for being on this marathon, talking about why we must unite, what it means for us to understand our history, why it is important that we must know the journey that we have been through as a race. You could not have started at a better place than starting with Brother Garvey. 1963, Kwame Nkrumah said, Africa for the Africans, African Union now. Brother Garvey chimed in, said Africa for the Africans at home and abroad. And he reminded us that we must know our history. There are people who do not know their history are like a tree without a root. Allow me to say, I am so grateful that we have an organization like UNIA that is keeping us rooted, that's keeping us reminded that we must remember that first and foremost, we are Africans. We are the origin of humanity. That we were uprooted out of our continent, the continent that is the richest continent on earth, the continent that the rest of humanity has emulated from, the continent that to this day remains the envy of other nations, even though they will not openly admit to it. The question then becomes, why is it that we are the inheritors of such an amazing continent, Why is it that we, particularly us Black women, who are responsible for humanity as we know it, because we gave birth to the first human being, why do we remain the most disrespected race? Why have we failed to push back and stand our ground and defend our turf? It goes back to our history, what they have done to us, to criminalize Blackness, to demoralize us, to brainwash us, and make us believe that everything Black is bad and undesirable, and everything white, European is better and more desirable. This story was told to us by the colonizers and the settlers precisely to systematically make us worship images that do not look like us. Christianity told us about a white Jesus Christ, which was not true. Christianity told us about white angels, which was not true. Then they turn around and say the angels are white, and by the way, even though we don't look like this white piece of paper, we too are white. But that you all are Black, and you represent the devil, who is Black. So it is we go to church and we worship white angels. And Jesus Christ, who the Bible clearly states his skin was crimson. We know it to be true because when Mary and Joseph were being told to run away from King Herod, they were told to go to Egypt, because in Egypt, they could blend with others that looked like them. Had he been white, he could have been told to go to Europe. In spite of all those blatant truths, to this day, you go to churches across the continent, you go to churches in the Caribbean, you go to churches in this country, they're hanging pictures of white angels and white Jesus Christ. So it is that we have continued to accept blatant lies that Martin Luther King spoke about and taken them carte blanche. And we wonder why generation upon generation, we pass this stupidity to our children that we are inferior, and then the other races are superior to us. It's almost as if we have undergone a genetic mutation. The question then becomes, to what end? Individual, each and every one of you, you know there is no such thing as a white angel. There is no such thing as a black devil, because who has been to heaven or hell and seen the angels and seen the black devils? It is a lie, my brothers and sisters, and we must call it out. We must tell our children the truth, that those are lies, and we have been lied on so many different levels. Let us be the generation that's going to say enough is enough, lies no more. Let us have a serious conversation with the image in the mirror and say, I will no longer continue to believe in these lies because I know better, because I'm smarter than that. What is keeping us from winning this battle so we can survive and emerge out of this stance of self-hate, from the stance of mistrust of each other, from this position of continued shackles of the mind? Singularly, that is what has kept the black race from moving forward and reclaiming our rightful place on the world stage. Singularly, that is what has kept us from taking our Africa to her former glory, the mind. We're suffering from the legacy of slavery. We're suffering from the legacy of colonization. Not only are we in the doctor's office, sick, waiting to see a doctor, we are not only even in the ward, in the hospital, but we are in the intensive care. where we are on life support from this disease. But what makes it even a bigger challenge is the realization while we are in the intensive care suffering from this disease, most of us don't even realize that we are sick. Wherein lies the problem. I ask all of you, my brothers and sisters, if we are going to change our circumstances, if we're going to see to it that the one thing that was denied to Black people around the world was economic liberation, and that until we heal from this disease, it's gonna be mission impossible to come together, to pull our finances together, just like other races have done. We must heal from this disease. Let's look around us. Right here in the United States, ask for the voices of the Chinese diaspora loud and clear. That years ago, Chinese diaspora did not ask, what can China do for us? They asked, what can we do for China? And that's, they came together. And this is how we ended up with the China that we have today. Ask for the voices of the Mexican diaspora, the Indian diaspora, the German Americans, Italian Americans, Irish Americans, Chinese, Jews. Their voices are loud and clear. They're very much anchored. They're very much connected to their primary anchor outside the United States. And they're very proud of their primary anchor. When you ask for the voices of the Black people, you might as well go to the graveyard. We're too busy running away from our primary anchor. We're being told Africa is a diseased and dying continent, stay away from it, when they're busy running to Africa for all their needs. President Trump told the African leaders back in 2017 that his friends go to Africa poor, they come back rich. I had diaspora calling me very upset. How could he say that? And my question to them was, what did the man say anything that wasn't true? Because we don't want to hear the truth. It's easy to complain. My brothers and sisters, we got issues. If we want to stand up and stop having more George Floyds, we must unite. We must heal from this disease. We must understand the importance of knowing our history. It is not going to be an easy journey. We did not get to be of this frame of mind overnight. It's not going to happen overnight that we are awoken. I urge all of you to think about why we do the things we do, to think about what we need to do as a generation, that maybe, just maybe, we can be the generation that will end this curse. That it will be a better world for our children, grandchildren, and generations to come. If we do not unite for our sake, let's do it for our children. They deserve better. They did not choose to be born in such a world where they are simply disrespected because they have the ability to produce melanin. Last time I checked, that was not a crime. So you, my brothers and sisters, you and I, we owe it to our children to fix this. We owe it to our children to heal from this. We owe it to our children to see to it that the unfinished business that was started by Kwame Nkrumah and the Pan-African fathers, the unfinished business that was started by Marcus Garvey is finished. The Black Star Alliance. I hope I live to see the Black Star Alliance sail from the Caribbean all the way to the African shores, where we can say once and for all, Africa for the Africans at home and abroad. As we speak, the African Continental Free Trade Area is in the process of being wrapped up. For those of you who do not know what the African Continental Free Trade Area is all about, the heads of state signed an agreement in April of 2018 where the African nations are going to unite and become one customs union for the purposes of trading with the rest of the world beginning next year. The borders that have kept African countries from trading with each other are melting away. You can establish a business in one country and spread like wildfire throughout the continent. Wherein lies the problem, my brothers and sisters? The Chinese are ready to move into an Africa that is easy to do business. They're getting ready to quadruple their presence. The Europeans who've been in Africa for centuries, extracting out of Africa, are ready to quadruple their presence in an Africa that is easy to do business. The reality on the ground, my brothers and sisters, is that the capacity that Africa needs to build the next railway line, to build the next airport, to build the next major interstate is in the diaspora. It's not on the continent. So as you can imagine, the opportunities that are going to come around for continental development, opportunities that have never been awarded to Black people anywhere on earth, opportunities that were denied to Black people, they're going to be available in your Africa. The question is, are you prepared to go take what belongs to you? Are you prepared to build generational wealth? That is not something you're going to do as individuals. That is not something you're going to do as small groups of people. This calls for some serious collaboration. That means when the fund that we're talking about establishing is finally registered, you must be part of it. That means when we come together and talk about the East-West corridor that's getting ready to be put together, you need to be part of it. You need to be in the know of what is going on in your Africa. The continental development agenda, that agenda must be driven by children of Africa. You see, you don't find Black people driving the Chinese development agenda. Black people do not drive the Mexican, the Indian, the European, the Russian, the Japanese development agendas. They therefore must not, should not, cannot drive the African continental agenda. That belongs to the children of Africa. The question then becomes, you children of Africa, are you prepared to take that driver's seat? Are you prepared to take that seat that has your name? It is void and has been waiting for you. Because if you do not, the rest of the world is ready to take it over gladly for you. But I'll tell you one thing. When they occupy that seat that has your name, this time, our Africa is going to be gone for good. For good. For those of you who don't understand the African Continental Free Trade Area, I ask you to look it up. As the former AU ambassador, I have established an entity called African Diaspora Development Institute. I hope all of you can go in and sign up. We want to know who you are, what you do, so we can keep you abreast of what is happening in your country. It doesn't cost you anything. It's just click, 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 just sign up. We want to keep you updated because this is one boat that we absolutely cannot afford to miss. The African Continental Free Trade Area implementation is going to begin in January. This is how we are going to get our true economic liberation, something that has been denied to Black people around the globe. The time is now to unite and claim what is ours. When we have a respected Africa, that equates to a respected people of Africa around the globe. That is how we demand our respect. My brothers and sisters, I urge all of you to understand your history. Let's finish the unfinished business of Marcus Garvey. Let's finish the unfinished business of Kwame Nkrumah. That journey starts now, and it starts with you having a serious conversation with the image in the mirror. Go to our AURADDI.org. OURADDI.org. Join the movement. Thank you.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. You heard what you say? We demand, you overs, demand. We're not asking. That is the language that our Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey told us. This is the time now to demand. We not ask. And yes, my people, we're having a party. And this blessed August for Marcus, the Honorable Messiah Garvey, for 100 years ago, it's a century. In 1920, Garvey graced earth as a prophet from heaven. He was the first Black leader on the American and all calendar to capture the Black masses' loyalty through African history and racial solidarity. Garvey preached tradition and culture for a united African future. Based on ancient history, Marcus inspired future Black African glory. Spectacular and flamboyant, Garvey was no white man's servant. Majestically attired, racial pride he inspired. A dynamic speaker, Garvey advocated Black power. A Pan-African nationalist, Garvey blasted the tyrannous European imperialists, colonizers and slave masters in the Caribbean and Americas. Garvey did prophesy to the ancestors of I and I. He said, look to the continent of Africa for the crowning of the Black Messiah. And in fulfillment of Marcus' prophecy, Emperor Haile Selassie, whose name is Amharic for power of the Holy Trinity, on November 2nd, 1930, welcomed delegates and rulers, nobles and ambassadors from 72 different countries like Britain, France, and Italy. They all bowed before the throne of the Ethiopian royalty as they witnessed the crowning of His Imperial Majesty, of the oldest continuous monarchy of King David Solomonic dynasty. And so without our continent, their colony, with the institution of Black slavery, we do thank Honorable Marquis, buried in the ashes of his story. Yet we will move forward triumphantly in solidarity for African unity and Renaissance economic prosperity based on peace, love, and spirituality. Yes, I saw it said, so said the grande Queen Mother, and me, named the woman called Moses. I'm still sweet like roses. Great grandmother. I love you, see, Ambassador. Thank you for coming through. Blessings.
Thank you so much. I wanted to also just remind everybody that for the purposes of waking up, I wrote a book called Africa 101, The Wake Up Call, precisely to wake us from our 400 years of slumber. I encourage all of you to go to Amazon as an ebook. It's available, Africa 101, The Wake Up Call. Africa 101, The Wake Up Call, or you can reserve your copy at africa101.org. It's a hardcover, it's interactive. At the end of every chapter, there is a barcode, you scan it, and you get to listen to me talk about that chapter, why I wrote it, and what I hope you'll get out of it. Africa101.org, The Wake Up Call. Reserve yourself a copy, or you can get the ebook on Amazon. Thank you so much. And thank you, Queen Mother, for always being so spirited and energizing all of us.
Blessings, blessings.
Ashe, Ashe, thank you so much, Dr. Arikana, for joining us on the 100th celebration of the UNIA First Negro Peoples Convention of the World. And Africa have to come together and Doctor, I've been watching you with all the great works you've been doing from the AU in the diaspora and all over. And we're all in fully support with you, my sister. And the UNIA is here to make sure that all of us fulfill the goal of Africa for the Africans, those at home and those abroad. My sister, you're always welcome and you're always part of the family. Drop in anytime. And if you can hang in there now, that would be great too. Let's badge it up again for Dr. Arikana being part of the 100th anniversary of the UNIA-ACL government. We say one God,
One God,
one aim,
one aim,
one destiny.
one
destiny.
Race first, race first. Now,
Race first,
we're gonna-
always.
First, every time race first.
Yes, we're gonna head
That's
back to
right.
Washington, D.C. because Division 330 in D.C. was in the middle of their presentation, but they gave the floor for our Honorable Dr. Arikana, and we just thank them so much. And let's go back to Washington, D.C. to Executive Secretary, Sister Crystal Jackson. Come on, Sister Crystal, come on in.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ambassador. I think that there are no coincidences, and that happened for a reason, because the theme of this segment is that the women are also heavy hitters.
Okay.
And so we're gonna move on to our Lorene Smith Butler, who is also gonna present on the women in the movement and outside of the movement and the contributions that they've made. And I mean, brothers, in all honesty, don't you want a strong woman, a heavy hitter, to be your partner? Because this is quite a bit of work to do, and it's better when you have someone that is evenly yoked with you. So without any further ado, Lorene Smith Butler, she might tell you the fact that Frances Cress Welsing is someone that she's drew a lot of inspiration from. Another woman who's a heavy hitter. I'm going to stop talking. Lorene Smith Butler, please.
Greetings, folks. Thank you, Crystal, for all that you do. And you're a heavy hitter as well. Thank you. Dr. Kwa, Ambassador Kwa, I am just so thankful and grateful that you came to join us today. And your message is definitely received. It's definitely received. It isn't any accident, as you said, President Ross Marvin, that I would be talking about successful, powerful women. However, it's interesting that I had to follow such a powerful, powerful, wonderful speaker, but I'll do my best. I'll do my best. Interestingly enough, I had cut my presentation down to 2 women, and you will understand why I'm saying that now. Okay, the title is Beside Every Successful Man is a Successful Woman, and in this case, 2. Originally, the title of this presentation was going to be the title of 2 Amy's, but that was already taken by Tony Martins. So, but seriously, it has often been said that behind every successful man is a good woman. I don't really like the use of the word behind, so I chose to use the word beside. As an artist and a designer and a student of photography, as well as being married to a photographer, I am well aware that while developing and or composing a shot, you can crop out images that you do not want. So although the man may be at the forefront and center stage, there is usually beside that powerful man, though she may be figuratively or literally cropped out of the picture, a woman. Be it mother, wife, girlfriend, sister, aunt, or grandmother. Powerful men have that feminine energy somewhere nearby. That being the case, the great and honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey, the most powerful, influential, dynamic, innovative visionary in the world for Black African people in the 20th century, that was most definitely the case. So much so, not only was there one woman, but rather two. Interestingly enough, both were named Amy. Both were Capricorns and both were powerful, intelligent, dynamic writers, speakers, and successful women in their own right. I am talking about Amy Ashwood Garvey and Amy Jonks Garvey. So my presentation is a brief tribute to these warrior sisters of the UNIA, who in my opinion were the backbone and the true constants of this government until they died. Very often they have been confused because both of their first names was Amy. So the way I have been able to distinguish them was that Amy A for Ashwood was first and wife number one, and Amy Jonks Garvey, wife number two. I am going to read to you all just a little brief history because some people, like I said, don't know, and a lot of times they get them mixed up. I'm hoping that you all can see. This is a picture of Amy Ashwood. Okay, that's a picture of Amy Ashwood. And Amy Ashwood was born in Port Antonio, Jamaica, but spent most of her childhood in Panama, where her father supported the family as a businessman. She returned to Jamaica as a teen and attended Westwood High School in Trelawney, where she met her future husband, Marcus Garvey, in 1914. Ashwood and Garvey both held strong beliefs in African American activism and were involved in political activities, and soon they began to collaborate on ideas and strategies for the liberation of Jamaica, then a British colony. In 1916, they became secretly engaged. Ashwood's parents did not approve and arranged for her to return to Panama that year. Garvey headed for the United States in the spring of that year. However, Garvey and Ashwood were reunited in September of 1918 in New York City. This marked the beginning of Ashwood's important role in the development of the Universal Negro Improvement Association, UNIA, branches, the UNIA branches. She became Garvey's chief aide and general secretary of the UNIA in 1919. On Christmas Day, 1919, the long engagement between Garvey and Ashwood culminated in the enormous wedding celebration with several thousand friends and associates at Liberation Hall, the UNIA building in New York City. In the UNIA building in New York City. After the marriage, Amy Ashwood took on more prominent roles in the UNIA, and she became director of the Black Star Line Company, Incorporated, and established a ladies' auxiliary of the UNIA. Where did I get that idea from? She also helped plan an industrial school and helped establish the UNIA's newspaper, The Negro World. In October 1919, after the UNIA offices in Harlem, Ashwood risked her life to shield Garvey from the bullets of attempted killer George Tyler. Despite her heroism, the marriage began to deteriorate, and after the incident, they divorced in 1922. After their divorce, Ashwood left the UNIA, but she continued to work with many prominent West Africans calling for African independence. She was one of the founders of the Nigerian Progress Union, and she helped establish the International African Service Bureau, IASB. By 1935, Ashwood moved to London and established the Florence Mills nightclub, a popular meeting place for the city's Black intellectuals. 10 years later, in 1945, Ashwood helped organize the 5th Pan-African Congress, which met in Manchester, England. Ashwood lived in West Africa for 3 years, between 1946 and 1949. However, she returned to her native Jamaica, where she died in 1969. Throughout her life, Amy Ashwood campaigned for the liberation of the entire continent, in particular, and for the rights of African women. As you can see, Amy Ashwood fulfilled Marcus Garvey's ruling of you trying to unite and going through trying to unite not only the United States, but the Caribbean, England, as well as countries in Africa. So she did a yeoman's job with doing that. Now, talking about wife number 2, Amy Jacques Garvey. Marcus Garvey and Amy Jacques Garvey, I'm sorry. Just a minute with the technology. I was supposed to have this all on video, but technology beat me out. Amy Jacques Garvey became the second wife of famous Universal Negro Improvement Association, UNIA leader Marcus Garvey in July 1922, only a few months after his divorce from his first wife, Amy Ashwood. Ironically, Jacques was not only a friend, but the maid of honor of Garvey Ashwood wedding on December 25th, 1919. I'm not going to get into that. In 1920, Jacques became Garvey's companion and personal secretary. Jacques was a pioneer of Pan-African emancipation who was born in Kingston, Jamaica on December 31st, 1885. Challenged intellectually by her father and growing up privileged, gave Jacques the opportunity to go to the finest schools in Jamaica. Jacques' lineage was deeply rooted in an upper-class British heritage. Her great-great-grandfather, John Jacques, was the first mayor of Kingston. Coming from such a background, her father, George, like Amy's, had the opportunity to receive a formal education. In 1891, George married Charlotte Henrietta, Amy's mother, who also was formally educated. Charlotte's mother was a Black woman, while her father was a white English farmer. This put the couple and their family in a popular section for the brown or the colored elite on the outskirts of the city. After her schooling in Jamaica, Amy Jacques moved to the United States in 1917. There she met Marcus Garvey and they wed in 1922. She became the first lady of the Interim Provisional Government of Africa, of the UNIA and African Communities League, ACL, in August of 1920. Jacques, like her husband, was dedicated to the dissemination of the philosophy and the principles of race, self-reliance, and nationhood. In 1923, Jacques edited and published Volume 1 of the Philosophies and Opinions of Marcus Garvey. She released Volume 2 in 1925. She also edited the UNIA's newspaper, The Negro World. After Garvey was sent to prison on charges of mail fraud in connection with the Black Star Line, Jacques acted as his personal representative, rallying to his defense, making speeches to the branches of the UNIA, and even using the 2 publications to raise funds for his legal defense. After Garvey's release and deportation from the United States, Jacques returned to Jamaica with Garvey and their 2 children, Marcus Garvey Jr. and Julius Garvey. As they toured England, France, and Germany, Jacques still contributed as an editor to the Negro World. After Garvey's death in 1940, Jacques continued the struggle for Black nationalism and African independence. In 1944, she wrote a memorandum collaborative of Africa, correlative of Africa, West Indies, and the Americas, which she used to convince UN representatives to adopt an African Freedom Charter. By 1963, she published her own book, Garvey and Garveyism, later published 2 collections of essays, Black Power in America and the Impact of Garvey in Africa and Jamaica. Amy Jocks died on July 25, 1973, in her birthplace of Kingston, Jamaica. Now, if you notice that both of these women dedicated their lives to the struggle and to the UNIA, I believe that these women were the backbone of the UNIA. Amy Ashwood was a strong influence with Garvey in terms of the writings in the beginning. And Amy Jocks Garvey was the backbone when Garvey went into jail, as well as when he came out of jail, and as well as once he died. From the grave, she continued the movement. And I don't think we recognize or we give these sisters their due, but we really need to look at both of them as being the pillars and the backbone of the UNIA and keeping it moving until today. I just want to thank you all for listening, and keep in mind that the sisters are a strong force always. We just heard from our strong warrior sister, Ambassador Kwa. So brothers, please don't be intimidated by the strong sisters. Please recognize that we are not behind you or in front of you, but we are by your side. Thank you very much.
Ashe, Ashe, Sister Lorraine Smith Butler. Yeah, so it's 11:19 p.m. I know that Division 421 had some programming and planning as well. I was going to do a piece, but the only thing I'm going to say is that, I mentioned about how there are no coincidences, but for some of us who may understand the implications of numerology, the number 33, what does it mean to you? It's a master number.
Master number, yeah.
It's the master number that stands for
God. We can't hear you. You got muted.
Thank you, Sister Butler. Yeah, so 33 is the master number, it's the master teacher. And when we read about the number 33, one of the major sources of information regarding that number is that that's the number or the age that Jesus Christ was when he died. Not only that, but if you are familiar with or connected to or affiliated or related to someone who is in a Masonic lodge, you would understand that they have 33 degrees, master teacher. And then when you think about the names of the people that we have representing our division, there are 3 names. Carter G. Woodson, Benjamin Banneker, William Henry Jackson Bay. Let me take it a step further. Let's think about Carter G. Woodson for a moment. I know that Brother Charles mentioned him, and he brought up the fact that he came up with Negro History Week with ACL, and that turned into Negro History Month or Black History Month. And of course, we celebrate our history all year long. But at the same time, he has the term grandfather of history. He was an educator. He emphasized education for our people. The number 33, master teacher, education. But Carter G. Woodson emphasized us taking a look back, knowing your history, Sankofa, Well, what about Benjamin Banneker? Benjamin Banneker was a master of practical science par excellence. He is absolutely someone to emulate. He understood our high sciences. It was practical application. You know, when we talk about the fact that trade schools or like trade skills are no longer in our high schools, you know, that should be in our high schools. That's what you need for practical education for current everyday things. And let's talk about the third one, William Henry Jackson Bey. Now, some people might think that it's easy for me to talk about the fact that he's my uncle. He's my blood uncle. He's my mother's brother. And he is a former president of the division. Typically, I didn't like talking about it so much because I'm the type of person, I want people to judge me by my actions and by my contributions. But at the same time, I understand that we deal with relationships. And so it's important for you all, everyone, to be able to make that relationship and to see the connection. Well, William Henry Jackson Bey, what do we know about him? Well, what I know about my uncle, my uncle would always have a book or a magazine under his arm. Anybody in the division with 25 years, see, look at Baba and Mama, he's shaking his head up and down. He knows JB. He would have a book or newspaper under his arm, and he would always bring to the division information about current events. Why? So that we can plot and plan for the future. So we have Carter G. Woodson, historian and educator, talking about the history in the past. We have Benjamin Banneker, a master of sciences who dealt with current practical application of your knowledge. And then we had William Henry Jackson Bey, who pointed to the future and emphasized the importance of reading the news, reading current events, and decoding in other folks' newspapers and magazines exactly what's going on. He would read them all. He would read them all. And in fact, my aunt Deborah, his widow, she still has all of his books, and it was a very major part of his life. But anyway, I just wanted to offer a bit of that information. If you look up number 33, you'll find that it stands for compassion, blessings, inspiration, honesty, discipline, bravery, courage. All things are possible is a phrase that is connected with it. And it stands for the master teacher, which is one of the powerful. So it's my hope that the division will continue to live up to such a powerful legacy, and that our emphasis will be on education, whether it's historical, whether it's practical application. Actually, Baba and Mamu teaches a trade school, even right now. You know, so those themes keep weaving in and out of the division, and it's important that we see the symbolism, because we're spiritual people, and, you know, we use that to drive us forward. So I just wanted to say, Division 330, we're celebrating our 40th anniversary this year. It was founded in 1980. My uncle, again, was one of the charter or founding members. And we also are in full support of Brother Yaw Davis and Brother Kamal Grimes and Brother Miles Henderson, who and Dr. Julius Garvey, in fact, as well, who had the foresight and the wherewithal to think, hey, let's take the Honorable Marcus Garvey home. He wanted to go home, like he never made it to Africa. Let's take him home. Again, symbolism. See how important symbolism is? So imagine if we are able to, imagine when we pull this off, when we do that, how much that symbolic act will empower and continue to empower us as a people. Another thing, our division, we're launching a website this Monday, which is August the 17th. It is the birthday of the Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey. The website is not complete right now. It's going to be launched on Monday at 3:30. There's that number again. And in the meantime, we had the link for this meeting there, and we also have an event tomorrow that, you know, if you enjoyed this programming, if you enjoyed some of the information that you've heard from the division, please, please, please join us again tomorrow. We're going to have a session, a presentation from 1 to 4 p.m. That's Eastern Daylight Time or Eastern Standard Time. And in order to register for it, you can just click the link right here. It's a button on our website. I put the website link in the text, but it's www.unia-acl330.org. And our special guest tomorrow will be Dr. Leonard Jeffries, Nikichi Taifa, Shaka Barak, Nana Kwabena Brown, Janyu Umoja, Kelechi Igwin, Paula Coleman, and Tim Witt. And so again, we invite you to join us. Last but not least, we have products.
And Tony Browder.
Oh, it's a surprise. Yay. It's one of my favorite people. But
Power of the woman.
And so we also just wanted to let you know that we have products that we're selling, and actually we're going to have it on the website. And you know, right now we'll just let you take a look at some of the products that we have. We have Marcus Garvey stamps with the UNIA-ACL on it and the convention. We have bracelets. We have flag pins. Thanks to Brother Julius. I don't know if Brother Julius is still on the line. Brother Julius was on earlier. He was off. He was back on. He was off. He's been. Are you there, Brother Julius? If you are, go ahead and chime in. That'd be fine.
That's good.
These flag pins are amazing. They're good weight, of good quality. We like them a lot. And so we'll have them on the website available for you to purchase if you like. And also we have flags. You know, we're talking about rallying around the flag, the centennial of the red, black, and green. These are flags that are made by us. And when I say by us, by us, by Black people, by Africans, by people that look like us. We didn't order it from Amazon. We didn't get it from China. No, our dear brother Imam Mukumba went to the fabric store, took the fabric to the brother who actually sewed the flags, and out of that came the large and the small. The small have dowels on them, or maybe they'll have dowels on them. But just wanted to let you know we have products. Also, since we have other divisions on the line, an idea that Baba Imamu came up with was that we should have some type of catalog where we discuss the products in each of the divisions and have some exchange and commerce with each other. You know, so that's one of the other things that I wanted to mention. And I think, question and answer. I don't know. Brother Ross Marvin, you tell us if we have.
You can take 2 questions if you'd like, Executive Secretary. It's a couple questions if anyone have any questions.
Anyone, any questions? If you're asking a question, you might be muted because we don't hear anyone just yet.
Raise their hand.
Okay. There's a hand. Yeah, I don't see it. All right, so I'm going to say there are no questions. Brother Charles will end up closing us out with the. Got to answer this question right. Okay. All right, so there are no questions. I don't see. Yeah, okay. So we provided all the information you need. Is there anybody else in the division that wanted to say something before we close out? Brother Charles is going to close us
out. Yeah, can y'all hear me out there?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate what Crystal mentioned earlier, that please, all divisions, please, we must know what each other is doing and selling as far as commerce.
Yeah.
So let's share what we have so we could build that African Communities League the way it was set up, the way Mr. Garvey set it up. I forgot the year, but we have to build that African Communities League with trade. The ambassador mentioned free trade. We can do free trade among ourselves. So let's begin that process. I've been in the UNIA since 1992, and I've been trying and harking and barking and trying to do this, get all the divisions to come together and display what they sell, what they about to sell, or what they want to retail, wholesale, or whatever. Collaboration is key. So let's do that, please, y'all. We can do it. So, thank you.
Okay. All right. So Brother Charles is going to close us out, and then we're going to hand the mic back over to our gracious host, President Ross Marvin, who has done a fantastic job with keeping us going. We are almost there.
I just wanted to mention something that Crystal was saying about into the future. And there's been a whole lot of talk about reparations. I want us to be clear from my thinking that reparations comes from us. Compensation comes from outside of us.
Mm-hmm.
If we grab Africa and we put them Europeans out, we will have all the compensation that we need. Then we can work on the reparations. And with that note, I go to our closing of one God,
one God,
one aim,
one aim,
one destiny.
One
destiny.
Race first.
Race first.
Africa for the Africans.
Africa for the Africans. Those abroad.
Those abroad. Race first always.
Race first.
And we'll see everybody tomorrow.
That's right. Thank you, family, for this opportunity.
1 o'clock. 1 o'clock.
Let's badge it up for UNIA Division 330 from out of Washington, D.C. Excellent work under the leadership of the Executive Secretary, Sister Crystal Jackson. And Sister Crystal, I want to thank you personally, because we got to badge it up for Sister Crystal, because she's been here for the whole 24 hours holding it down, co-hosting, you know. So we made it. 24 hours ago, we was just starting the program. And all of those brothers and sisters who were part of the program today, we want to thank you so much and everything. And we have one more division that didn't present. And do you all know what division that is? Yeah, well, Division 421 in Atlanta, Georgia. And I want to go straight to 421 presentation. We're first going to bring in one of our fire sisters I've been working with for over 25 years, Queen Mother Moses, and she's going to set the pace for Division 421. Come on in, Queen Mother Moses.
Love it. I don't know, not get enough for me. So for the time we leave, you know, we're going to care and cheer and let others get the opportunity. When you don't know, race first. And you know, see, what else can I tell the item? You know, I know only just know. I was only 7 years old when the matriarchs gave me my first Sunday school class. I come to America at 14, and guess what? The first day I go at this the New York State Department of Education peer tutoring to get the American way, because I come from Jamaica with the European way. 15 minutes in the tutoring session, I was tutoring the tutor. 20 minutes later, the director come and say, congratulations, you're our newest hired tutor. So I have been working in education from I'm 7. Got my first paid job with New York State Department of Education when I was 14. When I was 21, I stepped up to be a registered Rastafarian with the children of the 12 tribes of Israel. And right now, among other things, I am the first and only Rastafari female prison chaplain in a prison system. I am the statewide prison chaplain for New York State Department of Correction. And trust me, prison reform are going from the inside. They never know who them did hire when them hire I. Blessings.
Blessing Queen Mother Moses. And you've been here the whole 24-hour marathon from the beginning. Why, Sister Moses, keep the fire burning throughout the whole 24-hour. And yes, Sister Moses, you shared with us a whole bunch of great information. And,
4 generations me live to say. I'm a great grandmother. I'm gonna lose none. All of my youth them graduate and higher education. I'm a grandchildren them there in a university. I have my great grandson now. With now, cause charity begins at home, training begins at home, everything begins at home. None of my people them don't know about no white Jesus. So them have no problem with Bible. All right, blessings.
Blessing, blessing. And for the last few weeks, Sister Moses, I just want to thank you for all the support that you've given to Iman in pulling this program together. Because every time I'd be picking up the phone every week and say, Sister Moses, you know, this don't look right and so on. And Sister Moses just said, don't worry, man, you know, God, we got everything. The ancestors, we in the whirlwind. We're just going to roll with it and ride with it and do our best. And you were right, Sister Moses, and thank you for your confidence.
I couldn't plan the sister session, you know that, you know, Division 330. All of this is ordained and spiritually and out of iron hands with the ancestors and the Holy Spirit. God will feel you and all of the aimings.
Ashe, Ashe. And Division 401 in Chicago had a short 3-minute video, and we're going to go to it in 1 second. We got kicked off the internet about an hour ago off the Zoom. I don't know why. We have the page service where we shouldn't get kicked off, but it so happened that we did get kicked off. And the chat that we had for 20 hours in the chat all disappeared. And I didn't get a chance to copy it or save it. And I was just wondering if anyone had a chance to copy the chat or save, because we had Garveyites from all over the world. So we lost the chat, but we've been recording. We got the whole 24 hours on record. So we didn't lose our video and our presentation and everything. And I'm thinking maybe when we watch back the recording, it might have the chat playing the same time, the video playing. But we'll just check and see if anybody might have saved the chat so we can document all the brothers and sisters who was part of this 100th year celebration of the UNIA-ACL global government. Well, you know, sometimes, you know, we do our best and that's all we can do and leave it the rest to the ancestors. So we just have to give thanks for this day, the 24-hour marathon. And we in our last hour in Division 421 is last division to present. But before I bring in Division 421 officers in our presentation, we have one short video to share with the family. And this video comes from Division 401 in Chicago. President Marua asked me to please share this video. And I said, of course, my brother, because they were supposed to share this video when they had presented, but it didn't happen. The wrong video played. Everybody can see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay, let's play it. 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Race first, 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 race first. I'm screaming race first, brothers form a coalition. Protect the simple minded, earn your wealth and position. Until my sisters out there, get up my competition. Our enemy, one is divided, is opposition. I'm taking care of my home first. The melanin and creator blessed the sweet has value in its own worth. The most beautiful resource is a black women. So when you disrespect them, yes, I get offended. We need to give our children honest wisdom, understanding. The reparations for slavery, we are demanding. Until the future begin a positive outcome. Forget being niggas, we need to raise more Malcolms. Encourage our women that the beauty is natural. The bond between the brother and sister is compatible. I got race first, cause I love being black with the original man, and that's the actual fact. Race first, 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 race first. I'm screaming race first, brothers form a coalition. Protect the simple minded, earn your wealth and position. Until my sisters out there, get up my competition. Our enemy, one is divided, is opposition. I'm taking care of my home first. The melanin and creator blessed the sweet has value in its own worth. The most beautiful resources are black women. So when you disrespect them, yes, I get offended. We need to give our children honest wisdom, understanding. The reparations for slavery,
We got the madness into the future, bringing a positive outcome. Forget biggie niggas, we need to raise more Malcolms. Encourage our women that the beauty is natural. The bond between a brother and sister is compatible. I get race first, cause I love being black with the original man, and that's an actual fact. Race first, 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 race first. In the spirit of Marcus Garvey, one God, one aim, and one destiny. We're trying to live happily. Power to the people that's been for us especially. Support Black businesses.
Hey, greetings. Race first, yes. Oh, that's a wicked video there. That's a real good video there. Produced by Division 401 in Chicago. Race first video. And that they get on the mainstream is gonna definitely go to the top of the charts. Because the brother, they can rap and he got some good beats and everything else. And brothers and sisters, we are the government of the UNIA-ACL. And currently we're in the administration of the 11th President General of the UNIA. And we have one of our previous President General who's on the line, PG Senghor. And because we're built upon the generation that comes before us, we definitely have to give PG Senghor that respect of as being our 10th President General. So I'd like to bring him in right now to see if he'd like to share a few words on the 100th year celebration. President General Senghor Baye, are you there? You're on mute if you're talking. If you're talking, you might have to take your mic off mute. Senghor, PG Senghor. Okay. I see it's still on mute. If you're speaking, you probably have to unmute your line. Okay. Well, we'll come back to PG Senghor shortly. Let's continue with Division 421 presentation. And right now, I want to bring the brother in Division 421 and all the officers in Division 421, please step up. We have I'm looking for our Lady President, Queen Sashi. She was here a little earlier, and then when we got disconnected, I'm wondering if she reconnected back with us. But also we have our First Lady Vice President, Sister Tania. Sister Tania, you're there. And she's in Dallas, Texas. And Sister Tania and myself been working about 8 years. In the first 5 years we worked together, we never met each other before in person, but we still worked 5 years together in Division 421. First Lady VP, Sister Tania, do I see you out there? Okay.
I'm here, but
okay.
Greetings, everyone. I had that tooth pulled, so I'm not gonna be able to speak too much right now.
Okay. I just wanted you to say 1 or 2 words, and you did, First Lady VP, because here's one of the backbones that make Division 421 very strong. Our First Lady Vice President, Sister Tania, who puts out our Whirlwind newsletter. She's our publisher and editor for the Whirlwind newsletter. And brothers and sisters may have seen the weekly publication from Division 421, our Whirlwind newsletter. And it's all because of the works of our First Lady Vice President, Sister Tania. And she had a tooth pull, but she couldn't say any more words today. But we Appreciate love you so much, Sister Tania, because you helped to put Division 421 on the map. And keep up the great works, my sister Alpha Garvey. And I'm bringing in now another great worker in Division 421. This is our first male vice president, Brother John. Brother John, you there? You unmute, Brother John. You might want to unmute your line.
Yeah, I'm here, President Ross. How you doing?
Great, great. Well, Brother John is going to share with us a short PowerPoint on Division 421, a little bit to tell you our story. Come on in, Brother John. You got the floor, and you can begin when you're ready.
Okay, thank you, President Ross. I don't really like, President Ross knows like I'm not the biggest talker, so, you know, one thing I'll say, as before I say anything, proud to be here, humbled to be here, very proud of the work President Ross has put in, as well as the other divisions, all members and all participants, for us to be able to, you know, successfully have a 24-hour celebration that brings together, you know, all of our people throughout the world. So I gotta give, as my president says, gotta give big ups, you know, to him for, you know, following through with the works required, you know, to implement the vision. So big ups to the president, as well as, you know, everybody else that's supporting to make it happen. Am I sharing my screen? I need to share my second screen, President Ross. Let me see.
Yeah, you have that capability.
1 second. Okay, I think I'm sharing. So just wanted to give an introduction to Division 421, who we are down here in Atlanta. So this brief PowerPoint presentation, we'll talk about the founding of 421. We'll talk about the division name, Dr. Julius Nyeri, CBPM, UNIA-ACL Division 421. Our jurisdiction, Atlanta, in the Georgia area. We'll give a brief, we'll show our officers, talk about what we've done today, what we've done in the past, some of the things that we're doing today, and our vision for the things that we want to do, our goals in the future. So let's see. Founding of Division 421. Division 421 is Dr. Julius Nyeri, CBPM, Division 421, and the CBPM comes from the founding of the division. The CBPM was founded here in Atlanta, Georgia, November 1995. The mission is to gather, document, and organize our people's skills, talents, and intelligence for the purpose of self-help and collective development. In the process of doing their work within the CBPM, they basically found out that the UNIA was still active, and they were approached by the UNIA to start a division here in Atlanta. So our 7 founding members of the UNIA were also members of the CBPM. So that's where the CBPM portion of the division name comes from. President Ross Marvin, our current president, he was selected by the then UNIA-ACL leadership to be the president here in Atlanta. He was selected in February 2009. March 31st, 2009, we had our first meeting of the UNIA here in Atlanta. August 1st, 2009, we got our official UNIA charter. And in August 2009, until present day, President Ross Marvin was voted as the president of this division. UNIA 421 starts meeting at the CBPM office on Fairfield. So this picture is from the original office that we had back on Fairfield Street off MLK. The name of the division, Dr. Julius Nairi, CBPM, UNIA-ACL Division 421. We talked about the CBPM part. The way I understand it, how divisions are named, we're asked to select at least 2 ancestors to name the division after. Since we were working with the CBPM and there was such a significance with the CBPM, we were allowed to keep the CBPM and pick one other ancestor, and we selected Dr. Julius Nairi. There's a long reason as to why we selected Dr. Julius Nairi. We've got a whole essay as to why it was done. Dr. Julius Nairi, first president of, let me make sure I'm saying this right. I want to say Tanzania. After, when they claimed their independence after colonization, I believe they were the second country behind Kenya to do it, I believe. But I may be wrong. Okay, but that's why we're named Dr. Julius Nairi, just out of respect of out of that brother, for that brother. Executive offices of Division 421. This is just a brief picture and list of the names. There's 46 offices. Some positions are open. This list is not updated either, but we try to keep a track of all of the different officers and offices and what's going on within the organization. What Division 421 has done in the past, since 2010, we've been hosting a Marcus Garvey Day celebration here in Atlanta. That's part of the reason why we wanted to make sure we had something this year. We can't let this pandemic stop us from uniting with our brothers and sisters. So we have to continue to find ways to gather amongst our people. We've hosted the 55th International Convention of the UNIA-ACL in August 2012. It was hosted here in Atlanta. We attended the UNIA-ACL Kujichagulia citizenship ceremony in 2009 and 2010. I believe that was in Washington, D.C. 5 members of UNIA-ACL Division 421 has their citizenship. We sent the delegation to UNIA-ACL conventions and high executive council meetings since 2009, and held the UNIA-ACL Independence Day parade in West End of Atlanta, August 31st, 2012. That's something that we're trying to be able to do again very soon. Some other things that we've done in the past, we're working with the Atlanta Pan-African Coalition to host the yearly African Liberation Day program here in Atlanta. We're hosting a yearly Kwanzaa program here in Atlanta. We publishing the weekly Whirlwind magazine since 2012 with over, it's more like, let me see, at least 275 issues at this point published. Attended the 100th celebration of the founding of the UNIA-ACL in New York in 2014. Helped to build new UNIA-ACL divisions like 314, 614, 474, 213, and 525. We're building unity with African organizations here in Atlanta, the Atlanta Pan-African Coalition, Nation of Islam, Moorish Science Temple, New Era, and the United Sabaeans, and some other organizations as well. And we've been working with New Era to do some community engagement, something that they call the Hood to Hood, since 2019. And we've tried to get some other organizations involved with that as well. Let's see. Some other things. Oh, so this is a picture of one of the unity banquets that we had. It was hosted by Nation of Islam Temple 15B, supported by Division 421, and let me make sure I'm saying this right, Temple 19 out of the Moorish Science Temple, and New Era Atlanta. So this was just one of the many gatherings that we're having with our brothers and sisters, but the first objective of the UNIA, build a universal confraternity amongst the race, so we have an obligation to, continually build these bonds with our brothers and sisters. Where 421 is today, as we talked about with our officers, We're focusing on the executive body and making sure the internals are strong. We have a goal of 500 active members. We wanted that by today. We haven't reached that, but that's still our goal. Until we reach that, that's going to be a goal. And when you look at the Constitution, in order to be considered a division based on the Constitution, it was 500 members required. And we're striving to, as we've talked about before, recreate the legacy that our ancestors laid before us. So we have the black print. We just have to get it done. So that's our focus here at 421, is to get 500 active members. Issuing, the way that we plan to do that, one of the ways we plan to do that is issuing of the Black government IDs. We believe in self-reliance, self-determination. And we also believe in the ability to self-identify. And we believe that, if we're walking around with our oppressors' IDs in our pockets, we can do better than that. We should be able to identify ourselves, and we should be able to create our own identification for ourselves. So that's what we're doing for our brothers and sisters not only here in Atlanta, but something that we're trying to do across the nation and expand globally. So yeah, just IDs is something that we're big on. Building and meeting with
watching you.
Building and meeting with Pan-African organizations monthly. As we talked about, it's not a one-time thing. It has to be a continual effort. So that's something that we're trying to keep doing. Laying a foundation of self-reliance for this century. We talked about the youth and the importance of education and the message that we give to them to pass on. So self-reliance and self-governance is the message that we want to make sure is understood. We host 2 mass meetings monthly. We've been doing them by conference call and now by Zoom. So that's something that we will continue to do. And we'll also be doing our 2 study group sessions monthly. We've recently been focusing on the UNIA-ACL Constitution. So in closing, as I said, our focus is 500 active members and building our membership, not only in Division 421, but for the entire UNIA-ACL, and that's why we're all here. Where we're going tomorrow, celebrating the 100-year of the UNIA-ACL government. That's something that we're doing all year, but today is a very significant day. Specifically, we consider this the announcement of the red, black, and green flag on the 15th. So we're celebrating specifically 100 years of the red, black, and green flag today. Celebrating 100 years, the red, black, and green flag. All members, we expect all of my members to know the pledge. We consider the pledge, I commit my mind, body, and spirit to the protection, defense, and security of the of the red, black, and green, so forth and so on. But that's what we consider the pledge. UNIA-ACL training, that's something that we're focusing on here. Building the offices of the 46 offices within the division. And while we have a goal of 500 active members, we've done the math for $3 a month per member. That brings in $23,000 a year. That would create $10,400 per year for the parent body and $2,600 a year for the division for a yearly budget. So this is something that we try to explain and express right out front to our new members as to why we push, for the 500 active members and the importance of collective economy and funding our government. And we want to make sure our goal is in a way to achieve the #1 aim of a universal confraternity. Our plan is to issue Black government IDs to all Africans, at least here in Georgia, but throughout the world, but starting out here in Georgia. So that's been our focus is membership through Black government IDs. What we've been doing, a couple other slides for what we've been doing here in the Atlanta 2020 feeding program. So these are a couple pictures from the top left is kind of what we provide on a bi-weekly basis. It's 160 bottles of water, 60 cans of tomato paste, at least 60 apples, at least 60 oranges. And well, I think that the paper towels that shouldn't even get in there. But there's something that we try to do bi-weekly. It's about $150 in products. This is what the UNIA brings. The other organizations, which can include the Moorish Science Temple, Nation of Islam, and New Era, they bring rice, pasta, some various other things. But we basically make packages, food packages for families. We try to create 50 packages each. So this is just the UNIA's way to contribute to the community. And I got to give a shout out to Chicago, because when we were up in Chicago for HEC 2018 or 19, there's something that we saw them doing, and something that we definitely appreciated, and we definitely saw that the community appreciated what they were doing. So we wanted to make sure when we came back that we continue, to borrow the good ideas that we see our brothers and sisters doing throughout the nation. So this is just our way here in Atlanta of, giving back via food to our brothers and sisters in need. Another thing that we've been doing, if you guys have heard about Rayshard Brooks' brother that was killed by the Atlanta police June 12th, I believe. In the picture in the top right with the sister leaning over, that's actually his sister. So we've been supporting the family, supporting the community, just to make sure their voices are heard, and their needs are being met, that they feel that justice is being served. So we've been just supporting this community, since that has happened, and trying to be, you can't replace the family that sister lost, but just do the best that we can. Something that I found out, this is actually the second brother she lost. She had lost another brother previously, so this is the last brother that she had. So we just have to do our part to support our people. Something that they're pushing for is the Rayshard Brooks Peace Center. The NFAC, that's picture in the bottom right, they were here for July 4th. But Rayshard Brooks Peace Center has become the focus of that movement. They feel like that's the most positive thing that we can create out of the loss of life that the family experienced. Again, this is a vigil that they've had for Rayshard Brooks. It's something that they try to do every Saturday. We want to continue to basically apply pressure until these demands are met. And the picture on the right, obviously, as we said, 100 years of the red, black, and green. We try to celebrate. We've been trying to celebrate and share the facts of this organization and this flag all year, specifically. Well, let me touch on that really quick. I went out to Stone Mountain today, just to not to incite anything, but just to see what was going on. There was actually a sister out there that was waving the flag. She was waving the red, black, and green flag, and which I was definitely of appreciation of. But she was waving it upside down. She had the green on top, so it was like green, black, and red. And I just kind of told her, like, hey, you want to put the red on top to show respect. When you have it upside down, that's kind of disrespectful. And then I asked her, like, if she knew what it meant. And she just said, like, to her it meant, the unity of African people. And I said, I agree with, I said, yeah, that, that's basically right. But it represents the government created by Marcus Garvey, and there's actually extra significance on the fact that you're waving it today. Today we celebrate 100 years of the creation of that flag. So, our people are attracted to it, but they don't necessarily know what it is. So, as Garveyites, we feel like that's part of our responsibility, to share that information. So, yeah, that's why we're here. Oh, I did like that. So while we're here, Garvey Day, August 15th, 2020, we're here to celebrate 100 years of the red, black, and green flag. celebrate 100 years of the creation of the UNIA-ACL government. And we're here to grow the government. You know, we're not here, I'm not here specifically for 421, I'm here for the UNIA-ACL. So everybody within the sound of my voice, you know, should find the closest local representatives of the UNIA-ACL and become a part of this great organization. You know, we're celebrating 100 years. We don't plan on looking back. You know, we plan on moving forward and creating the organization greater than it's ever been. So I invite everybody, you know, to join join your local UNIA-ACL and help build the legacy that Marcus Garvey and our ancestors left for us. That's all I really got, President Ross. I don't think I have any other slides. So thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody, for being here.
Excellent, Mr. First Vice President, Brother John. Let's badge it up for that short little presentation on 421. And we have some more presenters coming from Division 421. Coming up next, we have a doctor in the organization, but he said don't call him doctor, he's just Brother Kwabena. And Brother Kwabena has about a 5 to 10 minute presentation. Brother Kwabena, I know that it was getting some mutant sound from your computer, but hopefully.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you, but we have the little distraction. But go ahead and take this time, 5 to 10 minutes, and present. Your Brother Kwabena, everybody should know, he's our education coordinator. He has traveled with us to the High Executive Council meeting in Chicago. He's a science teacher. He documents African history from the beginning of time to this time. Come on in, Brother Kwabena, say some words.
Very good. See if I can pull up this presentation. Very good. Very good. While I'm trying to put this together, family, it's a pleasure and an honor for me to be here on this meeting all day. I did duck out and get me a couple of hours sleep, so I'm glad it's being recorded, but it's a pleasure. I am a third generation Garveyite. My grandfather was first, and actually he was a member of the Legion. So I'm trying to keep up with he and my mother brought me in the world to do, and that's what I'm trying to do. I want to share with you a couple of pictures from a presentation I did a year or so ago at a doctor's office for people with physical therapy. And I was trying to get two messages across to them at that time. The first thing is that we honor our ancestors, we honor our youth, and we honor African life. We do this at the beginning of all of our presentations. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Right for the damn thing.
As Dr. King said, there is nothing more dangerous than sincere ignorance and conscientious stupidity. We have a responsibility to be intelligent. And in ancient Kemet or Tamari, ignorance was equated with evil. This is a word I use in my classroom, tutashende. When I walk in, I ask my students, are you winners? Are you successful? Are you an achiever? And I ask them to give me that word back, because I remind them every day that they are warriors with linked hearts. This is a quick picture to go through how we respect a woman. And the African man had it chiseled on the walls of some of the temples in Egypt, here in particular at Dendera, where he shows the woman on the top of the ceiling. And this is where he chooses to show the rest of the world that he considered the woman to be the mother of even the sun itself. That's a very big concept, because the men today don't believe that the creator of life could have been a woman. Here we see the 3 wise men coming to visit the Christ child. But in this case, we're not talking about a Jesus, we're talking about Osiris. That 10,000 years before Jesus, our people worship as the Christ. We went through a period where we showed that Jesus was black. Then all of a sudden he got turned to white, and they hooked us on the white Jesus. We're being led down a road with words and music that is stealing our minds, our bodies, and it is stealing our futures. Other countries close their prisons because they don't have enough people to put in them. Our prisons are filling up. And why are they filling up in the land of the free? Because in 1990, the prison makers decided to let the world know how they choose their prisoners. They use their 2nd and 3rd grade reading scores. No wonder they're locking all of our people up. They can't read. If you can't read, you have to steal. I made this timeline like looking at the hands on a clock to help tell our people some of the things that have happened in the world that we need to be discussing, and we do not. And that is destroying our present, and it's destroying our future. We must know these things, and we must put them into our vocabulary. This is one of the books where I got some of this information, A General History of Africa. When the United Nations was formed, they decided that we are going to put ourselves back into history because the European has removed us. And so this is one of the earliest pictures that can be found called rock art to show that the African man was doing things. He was an artist 100,000 years ago. This is where we find ourselves today. How do you oppress a people while convincing them that you are liberal, benevolent, and on their side, and while claiming to be of the faith? Slavery used to look like this. Now slavery looks like this. And what's the basis of it? Numbers. Numbers. So we need people that are going to be able to understand this and explain this to our children. Today we find the doctrine of discovery. That law that was written by Pope Nicholas in 1452 that gave the Portuguese and the Spanish the right to go claim all of the land on this side of the world in North and South America. The Pope told them that if men that you find will not get on their knees, enslave them, take their women and the children forever. And that's where we find ourselves today. We find ourselves in a situation that we really don't know what's going on, but it's because of what the church has put out and maintained. They went to South America and made that big old tall Jesus so that all them black and brown people down there would look up to the new God, the one that will enslave you and beat you unless you believed in them. And when it comes to the princes of the countries like Honduras, with all their finery on, we were never told anything about people like this. They used the fact that they stole their 10 commandments from the 42 admonitions of Ma'at that come from ancient Africa. But we're not supposed to know anything like that. We're not supposed to understand that big business has been responsible for our conditions today by putting us in the jobs that they have put us in, by setting up the neighborhoods where we live at, but we never understand really about the role of big business. This comes from a book called Class Warfare, A Short History of American Capitalism. The Native American can tell you about this European and what he does. Native Americans lost their history, their land, their culture, and is one of the least discussed genocides in world history. The European came here and took this land, put them on the reservation, and now they are there today. We don't understand, however, even in the Constitution of the United States, that a woman or a female was never mentioned. These white boys with land and property intended to set this up and keep it for themselves. And they have been fooling us from the beginning and are still doing it today. If we want to understand that, look at a couple of the books that the Native Americans have written to tell about their story. They filed legal suit with the United Nations. They told them that your laws, your European laws, are based on your European religion, and that none of that applies to us. That we have been here on this land for at least 10,000 years. We have our own spiritual beliefs. We have our own concept and name for the creator of everything, and it is not God. So you cannot apply those laws to us anymore because we have awoke. Well, they got all their rights back. Now they're declared as human beings. They got the mineral rights back under the ground where they lived at. And now these native North Americans are living a brand new life because they stood up for themselves in the right way. They stood up for themselves in the right way. Now, the last couple of slides. Instruction in youth is like engraving in stone. That's a Moroccan proverb. What are we putting in the minds of their children? Are we teaching our children that they are fine gold and that we understand that the instructions we give them are for fine gold? We're supposed to put virtues in place in the hearts of our children as we teach them. You are the universe. The all is mind. The universe is mental. Use your mind to examine and create. Well, we first can't believe there's black angels, and then we can't believe that they were measuring the world, that they were looking at the basic chemicals of life. This is what black children have done. When they use their minds, first we recognize them as the first people, a beautiful people. But that's been hidden from us. See, nothing could be here before the Europeans. They used their minds to build mighty temples, pyramids. They even made steel many thousands of years ago. But of course, our children are not supposed to know that. They built pyramids all over the earth, in India, in South America, not just in Egypt. This is one of the temples in the ground. They made it from the ground down in Lalibela. One of the brothers said he had been to Lalibela. This is one of the temples that was made from Lalibela. These other temples are made in India, and the people that made them, they called them untouchables. Even in Angkor Wat in Cambodia, all built by the beautiful hand of brothers and some sisters. But not only that, because the water level of the earth has risen almost 300 feet in the last 10,000 years, because of submarines, they've now discovered the temples that are under the water that our people built that were on land about 10,000 years ago. There's no question to our greatness, and there's no question to our longevity, except are we going to be smart enough to keep us here, or are we going to keep doing dumb stuff? The best food to eat got all the beautiful colors of the sun, which is what we should be eating to keep us healthy and to get rid of our disease. Instead, we're eating stuff like this. Straight up poison. High blood pressure, kidney problems, digestive problems, heart problems, cancer is what results from eating this kind of junk. And the medical community knows it, but they're busy getting paid. And this is just about the worst one of them, sugar. And the sugar is worse if they grew it with the ingredients that contain glyphosate and atrazine, that Roundup insecticide and that other kind of stuff. Our bodies can't handle that stuff, and it's killing us, and they making money off of it. One of the brothers that comes to our meetings continues to remind us that we need knowledge and we need a good doggone eye, because that's what power means. I live in Stone Mountain. The white boys came up to the mountain today. About 3 times as many brothers showed up in Stone Mountain today. Everybody was armed, and it hasn't stopped yet. The police, the fire trucks, it's all lit up around here in my neighborhood. But the brothers have stood up and said, we're not going to take this no more. And the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure my children know how to do this. Another one of the fantasies we have in our mind is that we've been to the moon. This electromagnetic belt that goes around the earth, a living thing cannot go through it. It will kill that living thing. All of the film that NASA used to show us what everybody going to the moon, they've admitted that they lost it. So, people, we are beautiful people. We have forgotten how beautiful we are because we're listening to some damn killer liars that don't have no intention on giving this thing up. So we have to get real smart about the way we're going to do this thing. Because this is the goal. Isn't this the ultimate goal? We've been talking about unity all day long. May the circle be unbroken. That's what we should be living for. To do that, I ask my students, how big will you grow your shadow? What will you write about yourself? How and by what principles will you live your life? Remember that you are the first. His Excellency, the Most Honorable Marcus Garvey, laid down some beautiful principles for us to go on and live our lives with. We got to stop the nonsense. And we have to do what we're supposed to do. The Sphinx, one of his 9 names is Heromachus, is ever watching and asking, do you remember that you are first? Do you remember that you are the people that created the greatest civilizations so far that the world has known? Can you wake up that beautiful thought in the children? And that's what I spend my time doing in class with a bunch of children that can't read and don't want to read. So I'm frustrated because I don't know what to do in this situation. Race first, people. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, bro.
Race first, Brother Kwabena, and thank you for your presentation on our story as Africans. And brothers and sisters, we have a lot of big things going on in Atlanta. And earlier we had our guest on who was going to speak from our youth division. And Division 421, we have a youth division through the Atlanta African schools, specifically Pearl Academy Math and Science Institute. And let me go ahead and share my window. And our youth division is doing big things here in Atlanta. That was right. Here's a page, I believe. Okay, let me pull that right back up. But our youth division director is Mama Virgie. And Mama Virgie is the director for Pearl Academy Math and Science Institute. And what we're doing at Pearl this year, and we started from a few years ago, and what we've been doing is that how we open up our school every morning, all the students have to say and know the pledge to the red, black, and green. Pearl Academy is a K through 12 school, kindergarten through 12th grade. And every morning when the students come to school, the pledge is one of the rituals that we do each morning and learning about the red, black, and green. On the screen, you can see the Pearl Academy page at the CVPM website. And currently they're enrolling for students, online classes now. And I'm one of the teachers here at the school, and I teach the math and the science, mathematics to high school and middle school students. And each year at Pearl Academy, our youth division features the annual Youth Health Science Fair. And this year, it was the 12th annual fair, and it happens in Black History Month. And what our youths do, they research a health problem that is a problem in the community for us as African people. And after they research it, they get solutions and they present it to the community here in Atlanta at 2 of our major Black malls, the West End Mall and Greenbrier Mall. And this year the topic was, is digital addiction real? Okay, is our youths and our people, are we really addicted to the digital age? Because we're the first generation with all this digital technology. What's gonna happen 20 years from now from our youths and our people using this digital technology? So the youths examined that this year at the Science Fair, and previous years they had different focus and topics and things. And I'm telling you, our youths, our African youths, there are some real great genius. And in addition to that, other things we're doing with our youths here at Pearl Academy is that we teach our youths, and this is part of our spring schedule. We teach them the science of engineering, STEM, and we have the high-flying rockets. So I'm going to show a short little video clip from one of our presentations working with the youths. And the video that I'm going to show comes from Malcolm X Day. And how many people do y'all know who could take an object and put it 1,000 feet into the sky and then bring back that object safely back to the earth? Well, our youths can do it. And because we teach them the math and science to it. So let's watch this short little video. This was filmed last year at Malcolm X Day in Atlanta at the West End Park. And this is just an example of the high-flying rockets. And our youths build this and they fly it. They love it so much. They put down the technology just to be able to build their own rocket and carry it home. So let's watch this video.
8, 7.
High flying rockets. Okay. So
8, 7.
one more time. Keep your eyes on the rocket. So when the rocket reaches maximum height, yes, that's the high flying rockets. And Division 421, our goal is to bring the high flying rockets to all UNIA divisions, to all of our youth programs, because this here is hands-on and our youths love it. And matter of fact, it's not only loved by youths, but it's also loved by our adults. But not only do we teach them how to build a rocket, but we teach them the math and the science that goes with it. What we do is we measure the time of flight. And by the time of the flight, from since it launched till the rocket reached maximum height, we're able to use calculus equations, the equations of motions of objects in free space. And the youths are able to calculate by measuring the time, how high their rocket flew. And also they're able to calculate the launch velocity or the velocity of the rocket at any time. The rocket takes off at over 150 miles an hour, brothers and sisters. So this is some power, and there's no fire, no spark. It's just run from compressed air and water alone. Now, another video I want to share with you from Division 421. One of our biggest celebrations here in Atlanta each year for Garvey is our Marcus Garvey Day, our annual tribute. And let me share this background story, because this year, because of COVID, we couldn't have our Marcus Garvey Day like how we usually have it in the West End community. And last year when we had it, we set a record because the program was only about 6 hours long, 8 hours long. But within that space of 8 hours, we was able to get 44 new active members in the UNIA sign up through Division 421. So we have a video from last year's Marcus Garvey Day that we want to share with the family. So let's go to that little video now, and you can see some of the things what we do here in Atlanta on Marcus Garvey Day. Here it is. Okay, everybody see the screen?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let me unmute this. This is from our Marcus Garvey Day last year. Brother John. No, Brother JK Groove Master.
Oh yeah, that's me there. Yeah.
President Ross, I'm here.
Marcus, the birthday present for Division 421, 100 members. We need you to come up to right now. Who's the first one? He said, come on. Let's stand it up for our sister. Oh, we got somebody here. Okay, we need to spread it. Come on, 25 people in this session.
Hold it here for Marcus. Because he gave us the red, white, and green flag. He gave us the government. He gave us the world. Biggest movement for African people. So we're going to give him a birthday present to return. And the birthday present we're going to give Marcus is we're going to get 100 people today to join the UNIA. There's a one-time joining fee of $10. You lose the $3 a month. Can you afford to get $3 a month to our government? $3 a month. Ashe! Ashe! Ashe!
Yes, yes. That was our membership drive last year for Marcus Garvey Day. And every year we have Marcus Garvey Day. Each year we get more members sign up and everything. So this year.
Family, this is Bomani Timba, and we're live on Revolutionary Camp. And we're here to talk about race first.
Okay, hold on. Let me stop the video. Okay, yeah, we went into the next video with Brother Bomani, the first member who ever joined Division 421, one of our family members. But yes, so this year, we've been doing Marcus Garvey Day here in Atlanta since a year after we formed the division, since 2010. But before that time, the Atlanta African community used to do Marcus Garvey Day here in Atlanta, and they've been holding on the fort. But once the division formed officially, the Atlanta African community, and we thank them so much, they just gave the responsibility of Marcus Garvey Day to the UNIA division with who it belongs to, because Marcus Garvey is the founder of the UNIA-ACL. So this year now, we came into a challenge with doing Marcus Garvey Day. And every morning and every day, the ancestors are always talking to me and talks to all of us. And the ancestors say, hey, this is a perfect year. Instead of 421 just having Marcus Garvey Day by ourselves, the ancestors told us to go to all the UNIA presidents and go to the UNIA divisions and go to the parent body, and let's collectively come together and celebrate Marcus Garvey Day today. And this is the result of that energy. Now we bring it up into a higher level. Instead of one division, we have the whole government and all the divisions around the world celebrating the Honorable Marcus Garvey. And Monday is his birthday, and we have another program with our government coming Monday. So definitely anybody in Division 432 or the New York or 431, please put that information in the chat so brothers and sisters can know about that. We'll be back here again 2 weeks' time on August 31st. Mark it down on the calendar between 6 p.m. and 10 p.m. Everybody should know that August 31st is a very important day, because August 31st, 1920, that's when our government was established. 100 years ago, this month, August, our ancestors did the 5 requirements to establish the government. On August 1st was a plebiscite, the public declaration by individuals who want to be part of their own government. On August 13th was the release of the Declaration of Rights of Negro Peoples of the World. Today, August 15th, is when Marcus Garvey unveiled the red, black, and green flag to the world as a flag of the Negro nation, the Negro government, and our peoples. Also, everybody is familiar with the UNIA Constitution. And there was many governments that had recognized the UNIA, which is another important part of establishing a government in modern times. And our ancestors worked 31 days in the month of August 1920, 100 years ago, from sun up to sundown, and did all the requirements by international law to establish the government. And then on August 31st, all the works was done. And that's when the Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey was voted as the first President General for our government. And also he was voted as Provisional President of Africa. So in Division
Don't forget that the August 31st is supposed to be a holiday for Black people at home and abroad. So for the first time, it's going to take us 100 years, but that has to be a part of what I and I going to do and the message we're sending out. Unless you're going to buy black, you don't spend a dime.
That's right. That's right. So mark your calendar for August 31st from 6 p.m. It's a Monday from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. We'll be here on the same Zoom link celebrating our government's Independence Day and International African Independence Day, because when our government was formed on August 31st, 1920, it freed all African people from around the world. Now we have our own flag and we have our own government. And that's why the red, black, and green flag flies all over the world. One of the important things that Division 421 brings to our government is the use of technology in this time. Division 421, working with the Collective Black People Movement Organization, and you've heard the CBPM mentioned already during this program. What's the similarities between the CBPM and 421? The leadership of Division 421 is the same leadership for the Collective Black People Movement Organization. And the CBPM we formed, as Brother John said, way back in 1995, and we've been building the works, but we felt that we wasn't doing enough, even though we have one of the biggest African websites with over 2,000 pages of information on African people. We knew that we wasn't living to the fullness when it comes to self-reliance. And we're so glad when we ran into the UNIA, the former President General Senghor Baye encouraged us to form a division of the UNIA or the Collective Black People Movement Organization way back in 2009. And now 11 years later, Division 421 is a permanent fixture within our government, here to help build our government for all Africans in the state of Georgia and the surrounding regions. So what we bring to the government is use of technology through the CBPM website. We're able to make sure, because the things we do for 421, we don't only do it for 421, we do it for all UNIA divisions. So we can't have a page up for 421 without having a page for all the UNIA divisions. So you'll see that there at the CBPM website. And one of the major things we do is that we had launched a black satellite in 2008. And each day we put information up on the satellite, and it sends this information to the four corners of the earth. And Africans from all over the four corners of the earth connect with the satellite and send information back to the satellite, and we get it here at our UNIA CBPM office in Atlanta, Georgia. And I'm gonna take off my background for a second to share with everybody our office so you can see what it looked like and thing. The whole day I've been having on the 24-hour program, but we just have a one room here in Atlanta, Southwest Atlanta, and that's big enough because we do a lot of works from here in Division 421. So this is our little office here, and have the light kind of glaring. You can see a high flying rocket over there. But we do enough works here through the office. And right there, that white machine right there you see, that's the Black Government ID machine. And that's another thing big that Division 421 brings to our government, because we consider ourselves free in this time, and we consider ourselves conscious as African people. But how could we call ourselves conscious and wise in this time, and our identification is given to us by alien race? So Division 421, we said, it was really a member of Division 421, our graphics designer, Brother Dreadlocks, who said, I said, Dread, we need an ID, we need a membership card for Division 421. Brother Dreadlock said, no, Ras Marvin, we're a government. We got to give Black government IDs. And that was about 5 years ago. And since that time, all members who joined Division 421 gets their own Black government ID. And this year, we have the 100th year anniversary collector's item, Black government ID. And since we've been issuing the Black government ID, our parent body and our Honorable President General, Michael Duncan, has approved Division 421 to be the official ID issuer for UNIA members who want the Black government ID. So make sure you check with your division president. I'm gonna share with you the 100-year anniversary ID. That's it there on the screen. It's official. Let me see if I can make it a little bigger. It's official ID. You can use it for any purpose that you need identification for. The only two things you can't use it for is a driver's license or a passport. And brothers and sisters has been telling us that their ID has been working real well, especially when it comes to traveling, because several members and even Sister Tanaya from Chicago division told us that when she was traveling, her black government ID, because they asked her for a form of ID, and at that time she pulled out her black government ID, and they said, come on through. So it's official ID, brothers and sisters, and this is our human rights. It's a people's human rights to give their people their identification. So Division 421 is bigging that up, and we don't even ask brothers and sisters, do you want to join Atlanta Division 421? We just ask them, do you have your black government ID? And in order to get your black government ID, you have to be a $3 a month active member paying dues to the UNIA. In addition, other things what Division 421 has done, we have our historian, Brother Eric. I don't know if he's here with us. He was supposed to present, but he told me that he's going to be working late. Brother Eric Majette Jr., are you there? Okay. Well, hopefully he'll be able to come and present before the program is over today. In addition, Division 421, along with the CBPM, for the last 9 years, we've been putting out a weekly publication, 9 years weekly, and it's called the Whirlwind Newsletter. So I'm going to show everybody know our weekly publication. This is our most recent issue, what come out last week, and this is the Whirlwind Newsletter. And you can see it says Volume 9, Issue 29. So since the beginning of the year, we already put out 29 issues each week. And each year we put out about, there's 52 weeks in the year, we put out about 45 to 50 issues of the Whirlwind Newsletter. This issue focused on our Honorable First President General, the man Marcus Garvey himself, and also this here is in Atlanta at one of the locations where we use and have our events. So, you know, we had to get a picture of this red, black, and green candles. They stand about 6-7 feet tall. And also, we have to big up our current President General, the Honorable Michael R. Duncan. And for some reason, the page didn't load fully. There it is. Okay. So, you know, we have to big up our current President General in this issue, the 11th President General, the Honorable Michael R. Duncan. And we're so glad to have him present earlier in the program. And he's doing big works in Africa. And we teach everyone in Africa in the Georgia region in District 5 in our jurisdiction, everyone has to know the pledge to the red, black, and green. So that's featured each week in our newsletter. And as I said, this week, newsletter focused on the Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey and his life and his legacy. Also, we looked at, and this was all put together by our First Lady Vice President, Sister Tania. She does an excellent job each week on our Whirlwind newsletter. And also, we big up all African organizations that's doing things for our people in our Whirlwind newsletter. We feature our members and our member businesses and our member organizations. Also, we feature events that's coming up in the community with other Black organizations, and what's happening with us as a people is all featured in our Whirlwind newsletter weekly. So I want to share that with you, and other things I want to share with you in Division 421 presentation. We build web pages for African people. Anyone who wants an online web page, come visit 421, because we're using technology big. We feel, say, even though Marcus is with us in the whirlwind, but he's not with us physically, technology and the computers are with us. And we're able, 100 years later, one sister said, we're trying to catch up to 100 years before, because they had it more advanced. They had over 10 million members in the UNIA. And now we don't even have 1 million. So we here at 421.
Yeah, I really got to get out there.
Yeah, we here at 421 believe that and know that we can use technology and the World Wide Web to build up the UNIA back into the membership of in the millions. And that's what we're doing. Division 421 also, we recruit, because on every single division page at the CBPM website, we must have about 15, 20 division pages, and then all members page. We recruit our people for our people. So we've been recruiting a lot of brothers and sisters for our UNIA divisions. We stay here in Atlanta, and somebody in Philadelphia contacts us and said, hey, I want to join the UNIA. So we just connect them to the Philadelphia division. Our brothers and sisters in Africa said they want to join the UNIA. So we connect them to the UNIA divisions where they are in Africa. So a whole bunch of big things going on in 421. And the next thing I want to share with you is that we have a lot of skills and talents in our division. So at this time, I'm going to bring in UNIA member, Division 421 member, 201, Brother JK Groove Master. Brother JK, are you there? Brother JK Groove Master. Okay, yeah, I just seen him about 10 minutes ago. Brother JK, if you're there, take off your phone off of mute. And Brother JK Groove Master, he's a trumpeter. And here he is. Brother JK, take your, you're on mute if you're trying to speak. Take off your mute. Brother JK Groove Master, you can hear me? We can't hear you. Okay, you see him with the trumpet there. Let me go ahead and ask him to unmute audio. Or he could have just stepped away, but he's here on the call. And he wanted to give us a trumpet selection for Garvey. Brother JK Groove Master, you there? Okay, I think here he comes. You can hear me? Your phone is on mute. Take your phone off mute or your laptop. Okay, well, we'll be back shortly with Brother JK Groove Master. At this time, I want to introduce the officers of Division 421 that's on this celebration call. Definitely, we got to big up our First Lady Vice President, Sister Tania in Dallas, Texas. And Tania, if you can share about 3 more words. She just had an operation, a couple tooths pulled today. Yes, Miss First Lady VP.
I just want to say thank everyone for coming on. This has been a great event. And you all have a good evening.
Ashe. She talks more than that because her tooth got pulled today, one of her tooth, therefore she's not saying much. But she also anchors our mass meetings each Sunday. And every Sunday about 12 o'clock noon Eastern time, I get a call from Sister Tania and say, come on, we got to get everything together for our 5 o'clock mass meeting. And I thank you, Sister Tania, for keeping your president on point with the works for Division 421. Also, want to introduce some of the officers for Division 421. We have our farming coordinator, Brother Cornelius Taver in Union City, Georgia. Brother Cornelius, definitely greet the family, my brother, and share about a minute or 2 words with the works that you do.
Greetings, brothers and sisters. I just want to greet everybody and congratulate us all on our 100th anniversary of the UNIA. Salute the Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey on his upcoming birthday tomorrow. And big ups to you, President Ross Marvin, for this idea of the Zoom celebration. Because, you know, we always had the in-person celebration in August for Garvey Day. And in fact, it was a Garvey Day in 2015 when I joined the UNIA and got my Black government ID. And we thought about how we were going to have it. And you came up with the Zoom idea. I remember when we were first discussing it, I guess it was last month sometime, and it turned out to be absolutely terrific. And I think going forward, it would be tremendous for us to continue to do this kind of thing, even if the pandemic is past and we can have it in person. I think this way to link all the divisions and people all over the world. I was blown away by being on the Zoom with Dr. Eric Connor this evening. So I think that this was absolutely wonderful. I was, greatly blessed to hear what all the other divisions are doing and seeing who some of their members are. So this is just awesome. And I'm glad to be here. Glad to greet the family and race first. You still there?
I'm on mute. I'm sorry about that. Race first, Brother Cornelius. And thank you for stepping up in Division 421 to be our farming coordinator and taking responsibility. And I'm so glad for this because I've been telling the members in Division 421, hey, y'all, you got to come to the convention. Hey, y'all, you got to come to the HEC and get to know some of the other brothers and sisters in the UNIA, get to know some of the other UNIA divisions, get to know other members of other UNIA divisions. Because sometimes when you don't go to HEC or you don't go to convention, you think the UNIA is just your division. And we just heard from Brother Cornelius testifying. He said he's so glad because he gets to see all the other UNIA divisions and the other Africans who are doing marvelous works in our government and thing. And thank you for those words, Brother Cornelius. And now I'm going to bring in another member. He's the officer. Whenever we have events, Brother Troy is always there. So Brother Troy, come on in and share a couple words with the family. Brother Troy is our setup coordinator, setups for our events and breaks it down and make sure we clean up afterwards. Brother Troy, take your phone off mute and share a couple words with the family.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, can you hear?
Okay. All I can say is that I love this organization. You guys keep me on my toes, and I appreciate everything you guys done.
Ashe, ashe, ashe. Okay, now I'm gonna bring to you another officer in Division 421 doing big works. He gave us our PowerPoint presentation a little earlier, but I'm gonna go back to him now to see if you'd like to add a few words. Brother John, our first Vice President.
Thank you, President Ross. No, I mean, not much, I'm still in awe, of the fact that not, just being a part of this 100-year celebration, that's big to me. Individuals that we were able to bring together on the call, I'm still processing it. I look forward to seeing the full video, but no, I'm just happy we were able to do it. Happy people were able to attend and support. Nothing really for me. One God, one aim, one destiny. Race first. That's all. Thank you.
Race first, race first. And thank you so much, Brother John. Brother John does more work than he talks. So I'm so glad to have him with 421. And when Brother John had gone to the HEC last year in Chicago, we got calls here at 421 and said, hey, we need that brother down here. We need him over in our division. But he stayed at home here with 421 to help building our government from this side. I want to bring in another brother who's been helping and doing the works in 421. He helped us today put together the history of the government video. Let's say hello to Brother Harris. Brother Harris, he's with 421 in Tampa Bay, Florida. Brother Harris, are you there? Okay, and because we're in the South, I think Brother Harris will be with us shortly, but we have members in the South. There's not as many UNIA divisions as in the North. Therefore, Division 421 territory gets kind of stretched. So we're able to get members from Texas. We're able to get members from Las Vegas, and they're different places because a lot of these brothers and sisters, they were CBPM members first. And because with the CBPM members, we share with them what's happening with the government. We share with them. So Brother Michael in Las Vegas, Nevada, he heard so much about the UNIA as a CBPM member, so he jumped up and joined board with Division 421. Brother Michael, you out there in Las Vegas, Nevada.
Yes, my brother.
Oh,
How you
thank
doing,
you so
brother?
much for jumping on board with 421. share a couple words with the family on this 100th anniversary.
Hey, listen, I just want to say this. I appreciate everything I've been hearing today. I've been off and on, but all I've been hearing is what I've been wanting to be a part of for so long of my life. I mean, you know, you read these books and you get this, and my ancestors have been talking to me for so long, and finally I'm with a group of people who are gonna put this together and what we need to be doing. And listening to each other and unifying with each other, because we don't need this nonsense. We need to build our homeland, and we need to remember who we are. And that's what Mr. Garvey was about, and that's what the ancestors was pushing for, and that's what they're still pushing for. And this is what we need to do. So everything that we're doing today and continue to do, and I'm glad for this pandemic, because I think it's bringing more of us together. Unfortunately, it's also bringing out a lot of the truths that have been lied about for all these years. So I'm appreciating everything, and I'm appreciating the family that I'm a part of. And Africa first, always in my heart and in my mind, because I don't know anything else to be but that. So that's all I got to say.
Ashe, Africa first means race first, y'all, because we're African and we put in Africa first. We put the Africans first, as Garvey taught us. Big up, Brother Michael, and we thank you so much because you had that determination to be part of the family from years ago, because you're a longtime member of Division 421, and we're so glad to have you, my brother. You're so supportive, even though the distance is far. It doesn't separate you from being with the family, my brother.
Never, because we always connected spiritually. And that's all. That's what it always brings us closer together.
Exactly.
That very thing, we're universally connected. Always. I'm just reconnecting with my family.
Ashe, Ashe. Do you see a future division there in Las Vegas of the UNIA?
I believe so. Things are happening here a little slower. Things have spiked up with the pandemic, and people are I'm trying to get more people involved in what I'm doing here. So I tell them I can't make them do it, but I'm always going to be here. So I will connect with as many people as I can and keep this going. I have Brother OC that is supposed to be getting himself together a little better so he can become more involved. And in fact, when I sent him my $20, I used him as the other member. So he said to represent him until he got himself right. So I did my part, and anything I need to do to keep up with, to keep some money in this organization, I have no problem with. That's what we need to do.
That's right. That's right. Big up, Brother Michael. And now I'm bringing another member of Division 421 who's been on with us almost the whole 24-hour, because I seen him when we first started. Let's welcome Brother Kwame Lazarus, who goes back and forth to Ghana many times during the year, bringing African products and food and everything back to us here in the United States. Brother Kwame Lazarus, you're there. Come on in and greet the family. Businessman, African businessman. You're on mute, Brother Kwame. If you're trying to talk, you have to take your phone off mute. Come on in, Brother Kwame.
Yeah, hey, Ross Marvin, how are you?
Excellent, excellent, my brother. Thank you for being part of
Ross
this.
Marvin, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to thank you and the family for this historic conference. It's been beyond my imagination. Just to see
We're not hearing you, Kwame. Seem like you went out, Brother Kwame.
be family, and of course, all praises goes to Marcus Garvey for being the great prophet that he is. And you know, it's just amazing. So this is historic. It will go down in the annals of history as being one of the most profound gatherings of our lifetime. So thank you, Russ.
Thank you, Brother Kwame. You've always
Marvin,
been,
thank you, family,
oh, you're welcome, my brother.
for allowing me to be a participate in this event. So thank you very much.
Ashe, Ashe. You've always been a big supporter, Brother Kwame. Once the division formed here in Atlanta, you joined right away and became an active member. And we love that, Brother Kwame. And the amount of big ups that you don't stop give Division 421 for the works that we do. And it's our responsibility, but we still thank you, my brother, for recognizing the works that we're doing. And you are a great African, my brother Kwame. And for you to give big ups to 421, it means a whole bunch. It means a lot to all of us here in the division. And let's keep it moving. We're going to go to another division member to have them send the greetings real quickly before, because we've been here now, this is 25 hours we reached to. It was supposed to be 24 hours, but we reached to 25 hours now. So the next brother I'm going to bring forward is going to share some word. By the way, I have to send greetings from our Lady President, Queen Sassy, and also from our first Vice President, Brother John. Send greetings from those two family members. Queen Sassy was here earlier, but she couldn't stay with us fully. Now, next, I'm going to bring in another member. He's an officer for Division 421. He's our Legal Defense Committee Coordinator. And he reminded me of Brother Mukasa Ricks because he's attorney, but still, he calls all of us African, and he greets us in the name, Greetings African. So let's welcome Division 421 attorney and our coordinator for our Legal Defense Committee office here in Atlanta, Attorney Imhotep. Come on in, Attorney Imhotep.
Yes. Greetings, Africans.
Greetings.
We can't beat this, Ross. 100 years ago today, our government, the Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey, introduced the flag of the race, the red, black, and green. 100 years ago today. Can you imagine what was going on? And the troubles, tribulations of the African in the world then and now, and I would say not much has changed. This is just great that we're having a Zoom, that we could see the other chapters. I was quite interested to hear the Chicago chapter saying that they were #1. Okay. Yeah, and they, Marvin, Ross, maybe we are close #2. They were tough. Yeah, Chicago was, yeah.
I'm telling you, that's a Chicago roll. So we in Atlanta, we got to really step up our game because Chicago's coming with a double punch. They got 2 divisions there in Chicago.
Yes, they were tough. Yes, we're a close second. We're coming up. We got some work to do. Yeah, but Chicago's #1, no question. And I'm here with my queen right now, Queen Aziza, and we're just happy, enjoying all that went on. A couple other things quickly. It was mentioned in the Washington, D.C. chapter about Carter G. Woodson. And we learn in Race First that the integrationists, those who spoke against Garvey, W.E.B. Du Bois and the other integrationists, they wanted Carter G. Woodson to also speak up against Garvey. But to Carter G. Woodson's credit, he did not. He did not. So he was one of the exceptions to those integrationists and other Negro leaders who were bad-mouthing and chimed in on Garvey must go. Also, I recently saw the video of Dr. Yosef Ben Yachanan at a lecture, I believe it was at Columbia University, where he says out of the many pyramids that he had entered, he saw the red, black, and green. This is the pyramids in Kemet, Egypt. He saw the red, black, and the green, and he also saw the red, white, and blue. That's where they get the red, white, and blue from Kemet, from Egypt. And that's where the red, black, and green came from. It. And Dr. Ben was saying, now, how did Garvey know about the red, black, and green when he never went to Africa? That's the mystery. That's what must be answered. Yes, yeah, that's where it first appeared, and so that question needs to be answered. But so that's it. Short acknowledgement. This is great. Being able to see all the chapters. I regret missing President Duncan's presentation. 24 hours is a very long time, so I missed some segments, but this is just great, and thank you very much. And race first.
Race first. Give thanks, Attorney Imhotep, for jumping on board, because when I bumped into Attorney Imhotep 5 years or so ago, he says, "You're the UNI, you're with the UNI." I said, "Yes." Right away, he said, "Give me my membership application. I'm joining the UNIA," because he was a long-time Garveyite before he bumped into 421. But to bump into 421, that just sealed it up for him. And from that, he's stepped up and been our Legal Defense Committee coordinator. And if there's any family members on from our UNIA parent body, I just want to let our parent body know that I had told Attorney Imhotep that we need a legal defense coordinator upon our parent body, and he's still checking out his schedule to see if this is an appointment or a position that he can take on our parent body as being official attorney. And Attorney Imhotep, tell us what kind of practice you do, and feel free to give out your contacts just in case anybody needs any legal assistance.
Yes, thank you. I have a general practice, automobile collisions and criminal defense, any and all criminal practice, whether in state or federal court. And my contact number is 404-855-4646. You can give me a call again, 404-855-4646.
Ashe. I'm not done talking to you, Attorney Imhotep, because a couple years ago, Attorney Imhotep presented to our division because our names are so important. And earlier it was said in the program, today's program, that we all have to have African names. And Attorney Imhotep realized that from a long time ago. So for all the members of the UNIA in Georgia, Attorney Imhotep is given complimentary legal services so that somebody can get their name changed to an African name. Yes, you still have to pay the state charges and everything, but the legal fees are free for any African who's a member of Division 421. Attorney Imhotep, you can tell it better than me. Go ahead and tell us a little bit about that African name program that you are assisting division members with and Africans with.
Yes, thank you. I corrected my name several years ago in Dallas, Texas. At that time, I was a member of the National Conference of Black Lawyers, NCBL, and I offered a program, a free program of name corrections. We're correcting our names. Our enslavers changed our names. The African now are correcting their names. And this was in the 1980s in Dallas, Texas. I offered free name corrections. The attorney's fees are free, but you can just pay the filing fee and you could get your name corrected. It had to be an African name. If you're gonna change your name to some other European name, you're gonna have to pay for that. But wanted to correct your name, and that's now that I'm here in Atlanta, Georgia, this offer is for any African in Georgia. I don't care what part of the state you are in. The attorney's fees are free. You just have to pay the filing fee. You determine what your new African name will be for whatever reason. That's your choice, your right to self-determination. And we will get that old slave name off of you. And there is a quote from a brother in New York, and I'm looking for it here very quickly, that's apropos to correcting our names. And we should remember, it goes like this. It's by Brother Robert B. Moore. And he says, slaves and dogs are named by their masters. Free men named themselves. Ashe. Yes, so we need to get those slave names off of us. And it's what Brother Houston, Charles Houston, the attorney, famous attorney for, and he taught the Supreme Court Justice Thurgood Marshall, called it social engineering. So, you know, we are an African people. We should have African names. That seemed so logical to me. Again, the slave names we've been given are a badge of slavery. They can see you coming by your name. Here comes a slave. And as African people, you know, this is 2020, we want to shed that badge of slavery. And there's nothing wrong in having an African name. It has a meaning, as opposed to these European names with no meaning or nothing. The meaning has no relationship to Africa and African people. So anyone in the state of Georgia who wants to correct their name, and someone said previously, if you don't want to correct your name, fine. Do it for your kids, okay? Give them something to look forward to, a future, you know, to throw off that yoke of your enslavement and your slave name. And you only got the names. One brother was telling me, well, that was my father's name. And I can't, you know, I don't want to discard my father's, you know, great family father's name. And they don't realize that that was the last name given to your family, your father. The last slave master that owned him, he probably, your parents probably had 5 or 10 slave names, surnames. And the one that you have now is just the last slave master that owned your parents before your parents died. So get off that slave name. I'd be more than happy to help you here in Georgia. I wish I could do it in other places. Someone had called from Alabama. They wanted to do it, but unfortunately, I'm not licensed in Alabama. I couldn't help out and couldn't make a referral. But that's basically our program is called Africa Reclaimed, Free African Name Corrections. Thank you again, Brother Ross Marvin. Race First.
And thank you, Race First Attorney Imhotep Al-Kibalan. And thank you for making that program part of Division 421 and part of the UNIA here in Atlanta. We're gonna keep it moving, and next we're gonna go to our education coordinator. He had presented earlier, but I'm gonna give him a chance now to share a few words. Dr. Kwabena, is there a few words you wanna share? Lovely presentation before, my brother.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
I'm so honored and privileged to be amongst this fine group of people. I'm being tickled, and I look forward to doing my part in the battle that we are in and that we have coming. There's a program on Monday evenings here in Atlanta at one of the local YMCAs, and one of our local attorneys, Wally Davis, has put together something for black men. And at the end of the meeting, we leave the meeting with a chant, said, "I am part of the chain and it won't break with me." So that's all I'm trying to do while I'm here on this beautiful earth. I'm trying to live up to the responsibilities that were put on me, and I'm looking forward to the battles we have yet to come. Good night.
Ashe, big up, Brother Kwabena, and thank you for stepping up in Division 421, helping us with our study group and our Office of Education. Now, we have brothers and sisters, because we have a sister organization, the CBPM, as you already know, and the members of the CBPM, they come into the UNIA meetings too, because they're Africans. And a lot of 421 members, I would say at least 80% of the members of 421 is also members of the Collective Black People Movement organization. So I definitely want to make sure we give the brothers and sisters who came on from the CBPM a chance to share some words. So we're going to go to Orlando, Florida, and we're going to speak with CBPM member 1502, Sister Beverly in Orlando, Florida. Sister Bev, thank you so much. I seen you've been on the program most of the day. How you doing there in Orlando?
I'm doing wonderful. Really happy to be here with my sisters and brothers, giving thanks for that, honor to the ancestors and those that have come before me, those that have spoken and done the work before I was here, and especially the our younger generation that's on fire doing what they're doing as well. But I just want to give thanks for being here today. Grew up in Miami with a lot of the Garveyites, and they instilled in us community and love for each other. And out of everything I've learned and studied about the Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey, is his relentless love for Black people and Black people from everywhere. Not only that, the foundation of the God we serve, the one God, one aim, one destiny, is a clarion call. You know, there's no separation in us. And so just to see everyone here, see everyone, you know, still pushing for Black liberation is just, you know, it's a good feeling. The representation, especially out of Ethiopia, because when we talk the Kemet and when we talk of the hieroglyphs, everything that we are is already written in stone. It's written, and you can't come away from it. So I give thanks. I give thanks for the God who have me here today to be able to use my voice in the way that I can use it, because I represent the original people. There was an identity theft that happened, which is why a lot of us don't want to accept certain things. But at the end of the day, the thing that I love most about Garvey, and the thing that I like most about others that came before him, was their tenacity and the leadership that they had to bring all Black people together. And all of the hate that Garvey received, he never allowed that to stop them from uniting Black people. He didn't say to himself, look at this one over here tearing me down. Now I'm gonna go against everyone who thinks like they think. What did he do? He kept going. And because of that, we're here today. And so we have to have that same unity, that same spirit of unity between us. And I just appreciate everybody so much that's been doing the work, like I said, before me. And I just want to go ahead and keep pushing what I need to push before my time is up here. So I love you all and thank you.
Thank you so much, Sister Beverly, for being here at this 100-year celebration. And thank you so much for all of the support you've been giving to the CBPM from where you are there in Orlando. And your organization is Occupy the Hood. That's your organization there in Orlando, Florida. Sister Bev?
Yeah, Occupy the Hood, Orlando. But long before Occupy got started, I've been doing work since I'll be 52. I've been doing work since I was 16 in whatever community I'm in. So Sisters Taking Ownership of Community and Culture was around long before, you know, Occupy the Hood Orlando. So, but we are the Orlando chapter of Occupy the Hood. Yes.
Ashe. Appreciate love you, Sister Beverly. And next, we're gonna bring another CBPM member forward. He's a new member to the CBPM, member 3015, Brother Dwayne in Garden City, Georgia. Greetings, Brother Dwayne. Thank you so much for being on this celebration today. I think you're on mute, so you have to unmute your line. Brother Dwayne in Garden City, Georgia. Okay, well, we'll be right back with Brother Dwayne. Brother Horace, are you there? Brother Horace.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is this Horace in Tampa Bay, Florida? I seen there was two Horaces on the line.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No problem. Okay.
But you're talking to me.
Okay. We have just a couple more members, and then we're getting ready to wrap up 421 presentation, but we have a special treat to wrap up our presentation. Brother JK Groove Master coming in a second. But you know, we can't go forward without hearing from another member of Division 421. Not only is she part of 421, but she's doing great works in other Black organizations, specifically the Pan-African Federalist Movement. Sister Nobantu, are you there? Sister Nobantu, I see you there, and you're not on mute, but we're not hearing you. Okay, we might have to come back to Sister Nobantu too. But brothers and sisters, just want to introduce you to some of the family here in 421. We're working together in the South for Marcus Garvey and delivering our government. Nobantu, you there?
Yes, I am here.
Excellent. I wanted you to take a few minutes, whether 3 to 5, 10 minutes, 5 minutes, and share on the works that you're doing with the Pan-African Federalist Movement. And we're supposed to have a conference coming up in October. Please update us on that too.
I just want to say congratulations to you and all of UNIA divisions. You have done a profound job here for these 24 plus hours.
I know, right?
You need to be committed for the work that you've done and the work you're doing. And I'm good part of the Pan-African Federalist Movement, and I have with the Pan-African Federalist Movement, we are continuing that legacy of Marcus Garvey, Patrice Lumumba, and Kwame Nkrumah, who all saying that in order for us to be a powerful people, we need to unite Africa. And so that's what we're doing. We're working. We're working right now. In 2018, we had our pre-Congress of 9 regions with the continent as well as the diaspora. And there's 5 regions on the continent, 4 in the diaspora. And we are working to connect with all Pan-African organizations, and particularly UNIA, because it's no point, it doesn't make sense to keep reinventing the wheel. And so we have people in various different states, and we want to connect them with the UNIA so we can work together along with the other Pan-African organizations to make this a reality within the next generation or less. And we're working for our young people to be able to have their true home, to be able to not have to have the visa to go to every country, but to have one passport where they can go anywhere on the continent of Africa. And we are, this movement is a grassroots movement, bottom-up movement that is fueling the campaign machine for the birth of the United African States, like I said, in this decade. And I know AU talks about 2063, but we're saying about 2063, it'll be China, Africa, and it's already about French Africa. We want Africa for Africans. And so the IPC was the international committee who's working. Then we have the region working. We have the national workings, and we also have the local coordinating committee, which I'm the coordinator here in Metro Atlanta. And so we have a website, thanks to Brother Marvin, Ross Marvin, cbpm.org/PAFMNORAM.com, I believe. So that's where you go to find out more information, to sign up. We want to get people to sign a petition, not necessarily, to be a member, but to say, yes, I agree, we need to unify Africa. And we've been talking about this for over 60-something years. And in this time, the time is right. And we want to make this a reality and bring it to fruition. So it has one single goal, and that single goal is to unite the African states and the African diasporas in North and South America as early as possible within 2030. All of these states are located on the continent of Africa, but we have
Okay, we're not hearing you, Sister Nabantu.
and our people, and particularly the Pan-African groups, to join us.
Yeah, it seems like your signal gone in and out.
It's using the same. You can't hear me?
Now we can hear you.
Oh, sorry. So many of our members are now have their own ID membership cards, thanks to Ross Marvin, 421 UNIA. We appreciate it so much. That's pretty much what we're doing. We're working right now, and trying not to make the mistakes that were made in this. So that's where we are, and I hope that we can get all the divisions to come and work with us as we work with you to make this a reality. One aim, one God, one destiny, and one love, my people.
Thank you so much, Sister Nabantu. One love. I put the link in the chat, y'all, to connect with the Pan-African Federalist Movement. And at this time, brothers and sisters, 421, I have a special treat. Our member, Brother J.K. Groove, who's going around with Garvey in one hand and the trumpet in the other hand. So we're gonna have Brother J.K., he's gonna give us about a 5-minute or so selection from his trumpet. Brother J.K., when you're ready, you got the floor.
I appreciate that, Brother Ross, and much respect to everyone that has come before me. And great Garvey Day. I think that, just for us to be here 100 years later, is very prophetic and righteous for us to continue these works in these days and times that, you know, Garvey, we make continue to Garvey and all his workers proud. Before I get started, I'm gonna blow the conch shell here. Many ancestors used the conch shell to sound for liberty and rebellion for freedom. That we still going for rebellion against oppression and for liberation. And so with the red, the black, and the green, you know, we're continuing the works of the UNIA. We continue for Africa to free the land, to free our minds, and this is my contribution to our celebration here. Yes, indeed. One God.
One God.
One aim.
One aim.
One destiny.
One destiny. And family. And thank you so much, Brother J.K. Groove Master, for a nice way to seal up our 24-hour marathon for the celebration of the 100th year of our UNIA-ACL global government. And I pray that the ancestors find that our celebration was worthy for a 100-year celebration of African people. And that kind of wrap up Division 421 presentation, but we don't want to close up this program because we've seen that we have some African members of the family online, and they've been here all day. So it wouldn't be righteous for us to close up the program without giving them a minute or two to share. So Brother Ares, I'm gonna bring you back now. Come on in, Brother Kudjo. Definitely you've been here the whole day, or a good part of the day. Is there anything, Brother Horace Kudjo, you'd like to share with the family before we move to closing up our program? And we're not gonna close down the Zoom line. It's still gonna be available for brothers and sisters to connect. Brother Horace Kudjo, you'd like to share something at this moment? You're on mute if you're speaking. You have to unmute your line. Okay, you there? Horace Kudjo. Okay, let's keep it moving. And also, Elder Farrell. We didn't hear from Elder Farrell today. And we definitely don't want to close up our program without Elder Farrell from Chicago Division 401 sharing. Elder Farrell, is there anything you'd like to share? You're on mute, so you might have to unmute your line if you're speaking. Okay, okay. Also, we have members from 433 from out of Toronto. Brother Ross-X, Brother Ross-X, you'd like to share any words before we move to close our program today? Brother Ross-X, Division 433, out of Buffalo, but he's in Toronto.
Yeah, greetings.
Raise first. Go ahead, Brother Ross-X, you have the floor. We can't.
I just want to thank everyone for. Sorry, can you hear?
Yes, yes.
Can you hear?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay, thanks, brothers and sisters, and thanks to our Creator. Give thanks to our ancestors and our elders. Give thanks to babes and suckling. It was an honor to be part of this. I pray that all in our strength, that we are motivated to continue the next 100 years in building and reclaiming our birthright as Africa, the father and mother of civilization. So I thank to everyone that was a part of this today. It was definitely honors to hear from President General, the Right and Honorable Mike R. Duncan. Also from myself, it was honored with my own division president, the Right Honorable President Len Blyden, and personal to be able to witness and be present for Dr. Arakana. So I give thanks once again to honors raised first, one God,
one heart,
one aim,
one aim,
one destiny,
one destiny. Well, big up
raise first.
Raise first. Give big up Ross-X. And we see Kayasa, Africa, also would like to share. Unmute your line, Kay, and you can come in and share with the family. Go ahead, Kay, Kayasa. You're on mute if you're speaking. Hit the unmute button. Okay, you're good now. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. I have, of course, been in the movement, and I was fortunate that in Detroit, that a number of members had actually seen the Honorable Marcus Garvey and worked at some of the conventions, and there was one elder, he was at the Liberty University. And if all the elders described the Honorable Marcus Garvey as a prophet, a man sent straight from God. And that's what the elders had said about the Honorable Marcus Garvey. I guess as a historian, I like to clear up some of the fallacies and slanders. Like one thing about the Black Star Line was that all the crew of, I guess, the 5 ships purchased, all the crew had to be approved by the U.S. Shipping Board, of course, which was all aliens. And so a lot of the so-called German engineers, German, would let seawater into the boilers, ruining the boilers, and then they would steer you to some place that would charge you 3 times for the repair. And one thing, just like the courts are now, anytime you sued the UNIA-ACL, you won. So it was like going to a ATM, right? Just like how they drain the financial resources of the Black Panthers and anybody else, the first thing they try to do is criminalize you. Like with the Honorable Marcus Garvey, who brilliantly defended himself in this bogus charge of using the mails to defraud. The only evidence, which was no evidence at all, was an empty envelope. And they couldn't say what was in the envelope. And the prosecutor came up with the ludicrous assertion that since it had Black Star Line stamped on the front of the envelope, it can be assumed that it was something in the letter that was soliciting the sale of Black Star Line stock. And the this is subsequent to the fact when they broke into the Liberty Hall in New York. They stole all the UNIA documents and files and everything. And the FBI sent letters to the 18,000 registered members from the files that they got in New York, and only 6 people gave testimony against the Honorable Marcus Garvey, and the brother who received the letter, he said he didn't know what was in the letter. And the prosecutor, because I believe the judge was a member of the NAACP, who, you know, was definitely against the UNIA. And the prosecutor, because they there were 4 other co-defendants, they let them go because all they wanted was Marcus Garvey, because the prosecutor, when they saw how brilliant the Honorable Marcus Garvey was in defending himself, all the prosecutor could say in the closing arguments, are you going to let the tiger go?
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to let the tiger go? Because they could see that his abilities were razor sharp. And at the time, which was like, say, 1923, it was feared that Garvey could influence the presidential election in Liberia. And that was one of the reasons why the Honorable Marcus Garvey was framed up and kidnapped and held in the federal prison in Atlanta, which they ironically call the Tombs. And so now what is not known is that.
Brother K, you're gonna have to take one more minute because we're at the end of the program, huh?
Okay. Well, I was going to explain about what happened in Liberia.
Yeah, the time limit, because we're 2 hours over the end of the program.
All right. Well, I guess that's all I can say then.
Okay. Well, that's not the end of the story, though, Brother K. Just continue to connect with the UNIA divisions and brothers and sisters. This is the first time we did this program like this, but it definitely won't be the last time. And I want to bring in my co-host who's been working with me for the last 26 hours, UNIA Division 330 Executive Secretary. And she was working with me before we even started the 24 hours. Early this week, we spent another probably 12, 24 hours just finalizing the schedule for today, the program. So I definitely cannot close up this program because it was a collective effort in making it happen. So let's bring in Executive Secretary Sister Crystal from Division 330. We did it, my sister, we did it.
Yes, and it was an amazing feat, and we actually did it. And it was your brainchild, it was your vision, and you've seen it come to fruition. So I mean, that just goes to show whatever we decide that we want to do, we can do it. Isn't that what Marcus Garvey said? So that's encouragement for everyone that's come on all day long, and the folks that are still here. You know, it's amazing. So thank you for joining us, actually, and thank you for thinking about doing this, President Ross Marvin.
Oh, it was my pleasure, and it wouldn't have worked without all of us, and especially you, my sister, because when a lot of us, President Clyde, are you there? I think you're still there, President Clyde. Come on in because you've been here from the start, from last night, midnight, and thing. Come on in, President Clyde, say a few words. And we want all the UNIA division presidents and the UNIA families come on in because we have to first give thanks to the 11th President General, the Honorable Michael Duncan. Let's back it up for our President General because underneath his leadership, we were able to celebrate the 100th year of our government. President Clyde, you still there? Okay, is there any other UNIA presidents still on the line? We definitely want the UNIA presidents to step up. Mukaraba, lady president, if you're there, because Crystal is here, I'm here. Is there any other government officers from the UNIA on the line? Okay, we don't have no more presidents or lady presidents. Well, Sister Crystal, it leaves it to me. Who's that?
Brenda, I'm going to say.
Wow, well, hold on before you say what you have to say. We got to know who this is gonna say something. Y'all, this is our Honorable Secretary General for the UNIA government, the Honorable Sister Brenda. And I'm not gonna say your last name because, but go ahead, Sister Brenda. Come on in, Secretary General.
I just wanted to say thank you to all of you. This was wonderful. It was so good and energizing for everyone to see everybody else, to see what divisions are doing, to work together to plan it. You did a great job, and kudos to all the division presidents and everybody who worked on it. I just got to enjoy it. So I thank you all.
Thank you so much, Secretary General. And you know, you're on our parent body, and that was our job, to make sure that we put on a program that's pleasing in the sight of our UNIA leadership, of African people. So it was an honor and our pleasure. And again, I have to go back to our Executive Secretary in Division 330, Sister Crystal. Boy, I'm telling you, if it wasn't for you, I don't know if we was going to be able to pull it together, because we started like a little bit before midnight last night. But by the time 5 o'clock in the morning came, I was like, oh, the energy. President Clyde was on the energy. And y'all, guess who kept us going in the late hours? The sisters. Lady President Mukuraba, Executive Secretary Sister Crystal, from Division 421, Mother Moses. The sisters kept the fire burning through the night while the brothers were signed. And remember when we started at midnight? I thought President Lyon from 433 was on the line, but his lady president, Sister Sophia, said Lyon had to stretch out and things. So, but his sisters kept the fire burning throughout the whole night. So I'm going to pass the mic to our co-host today. And this is the first time we ever worked together, Sister Crystal, but it definitely won't be the last time. So I want to make sure. I like working with you.
That's going to be a good thing.
Yes. So I'm going to pass the mic to you, Sister Crystal. And if you would like, you can close us out. But I just want to make sure you get to say the final words, because you work so hard and you've been working on this program for the last few weeks. So I definitely want to make sure you say whatever final words you have to say.
Sure. It's been amazing. You know, we said we're going to celebrate the centennial of the red, black, and green, the centennial of the convention, Marcus Garvey's birthday, which is on Monday, August the 17th. And we said, and this was, again, President Ross Marvin's idea, we're going to do a 24-hour event. You know, we're not going to do it small. We're going to do it big. And, you know, to that end, there was a lot of planning that went into it. The presidents would meet weekly in order to plan for this event. And in order to make it happen, we have the technology that helped to make it happen. And I just want to say, you know, this is good. Like, this shows us where we're headed, right? So with that, I just want to say one God.
One God.
One aim.
God.
One aim.
One destiny.
One destiny.
Africa for the Africans.
Africa for the Africans.
Those at home and those abroad.
Those at home and those abroad.
All right.
Until next time.
Most definitely. Thank you, my sister.
Thank you. Thank all of you.
And this brings to
You are a blessing.
Race first.
Race first. This brings to the close the first 100th year celebration. And I know we did it in style because the energy was so high. And brothers and sisters, this day is going to go down in our story as not a great event in the building and the rebuilding of our government. So again, thank everybody. And we kind of have like open mic now. We ain't cutting off the line. If anybody want to just chit chat amongst each other, feel free. It's late, it's 2 o'clock. We went over 2 hours. So instead of saying a 24-hour celebration, we had a 26-hour celebration. But it's all good, it's all good. And we said that we was gonna open up the floor for anybody who wanted to sing a song, do a rap, play the trumpet, beat some drums. But this was a beautiful day, y'all, beautiful.
Crystal, show our website again for tomorrow's event.
Oh yeah, family. So if, well, not if, but look, we want y'all to come to our event tomorrow.
Exactly.
So I've helped with this event, and I'm like, thank goodness, like this one's done. But we have an event tomorrow as well. We have presenters that include Dr. Leonard Jeffries, attorney and author Nkechi Taifa, Shaka Barak, Nana Kwabena Brown, Tony Browder, Janu Amoja, Kelechi Egwim, Paula Coleman and Tim Witt. And we just, look, I sent the link, I put it in the registration. Please register, please join us. It's virtual the same way. And also we are launching our website Monday. Yay! Ashe.
Beautiful.
Okay.
All right.
Let me
I thank you.
You're welcome. All the lines are unmuted, so y'all can, everybody can talk freely if you want. I'm here. I'm gonna just come off camera, but I'm here. Ooh, I can exhale now.
I'm cutting out.
Okay.
Family, be safe.
Race first.
You too.
Race first.
Race first, always.
Oh,
Race first.
Race first.
well, I've been listening in the background and in and out of sleep because I went to the beach with my son today, and he was actually asking questions like, "Who is Marcus Messiah Garvey?" And for me, it was special for so many reasons. I realized that a matriarchal dominance. Pardon? No.
Surprise will come out when you see. I'm going to the next morning.
Okay, I'm gonna play a little music.
I left the box on the table because I was starting to sleep. And you see, the thing is that when you come and you sneeze and you don't sneeze, you never home. Once you have been out all day on the farm with the people. I'm turning this off.
Brother Ross, you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
I had meant to say this before I go. I appreciate the president speaking from Africa. I was able to catch that earlier today. He moved me, I must say. It was very deep what he said. I mean, so many things I've always felt. So many things I always knew innately, but to hear him speak it the way he did and all the many different ways that we've been cut off, you know, from home, from the food to the way of thinking to everything, so much, you know. So that, it was very good to hear from him. I just wanted to say that.
Ashe. Our Honorable President General Michael Duncan.
Yeah, that's who it was, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that was beautiful. I enjoyed that. So I'm going to leave. It was a beautiful day. I caught a lot of good vibes, and I'm enjoying seeing the organizations, both of them, grow. So I'm loving it, and I'm loving being part of it. So stay safe, my brother.
You too, brother Mike.
Okay. Talk to you soon.
Okay.
Peace.
Brother Cuz. Brother Ross.
Yes.
It's all right.
What you say?
No, I've been in and out, man. I got beaten up by the waves today. I went to the beach. So
I'd call for you a little earlier, but I can't
saw.
read the note.
No. I just wanted to say how powerful to me the impact. I even had remember the little the guy I brought for the rocket launch.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, he was here, engaged in a way because he don't know nothing about national heroes. He don't know nothing about African history or African ancestry, and he was asking me things like, "Who's that?" He says, "I want to turn on the camera, Horace. Turn on the camera, Tito." He calls me Tito. He says, "Turn on the camera, because I want him to see my face." But man, I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful in the context of 100 years, for the amount of time that the psychology that's almost puts us in divisions. Let's just say that for the least. Now, this was an opportunity for me to see how much work needs to come from our hearts. How much work requires a kind of commitment, like the soldiers that stood with within the last 26 hours, 27 hours. And I really wanted to give you kudos, man, because I've been so separate, because of all kinds of dynamics in economics and health and and the knowledge, the learning. That I really realized I gotta set myself apart for a little bit and gotta figure out this 100-year mystery that's embedded in freedom fighters. So I thank you for persevering with this vision, bro. I've been in a touch with it, but yeah, I appreciate your labor of love. I just want to tell you that because I learned so much and need to learn so much more in order to protect and project this onto the masses. Because excuse me, we have a as Muka is her name Muka Bara, is Queen, the president of in Detroit.
Yes, Lady President Mukaraba.
Mukaraba, yeah. She schooled me, man, on some of the things that I thought wasn't even considered in the eldership. And you said something earlier where the queens that kept the ship going.
Yes.
They have that power. They have that power because how can we challenge a matriarchal presence when they make the nations, when they create the nations? And I think, well, it was extraordinary because I've always thought the motherland was an appropriate name for the ones who embrace and embody the next generation. So I talked about that legacy at one point, but I'm figuring out in my head right now how to embrace the word unit or unite 432, or I don't like the word division. Honest to goodness, I don't like it. Division is divisive. It implies divisiveness, and it subtly places on the subconscious are divided. And they have perpetuated division and conquer for a long, long time. So I understand. I'm gonna check out, but I'm deeply, I call it emotionalized about this whole event, and I gotta come with not only the secrets of the ancestors, but our ability to persevere through traumatic existence. So there's an event tomorrow, you guys say?
Yes, it's on the screen.
That's it right there?
Yeah, that's the event tomorrow. No, Monday. There's an event tomorrow, Sunday, being put on by 330 Division. And this is the event Monday being put on by our parent body. That's on the screen.
Okay. So if what Zoom link or the Zoom link is right there. Okay, hold on. Let me do a screen capture. Hold on a second.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, the Zoom link is there for Monday's meeting, y'all. Hosted by UNIA Division 432 and 431, Brooklyn and Queens Division, Monday night, Monday afternoon.
Okay. Let's do it. No, I'll take a picture. My computer brain was so tired, man. I had my headphones listening in on, but
Hold on a second, Horace. I would like our Minister of Culture, she's still on the line, Sister
yeah.
Dahlia. If you can come in and just say 1 or 2 words about the event tomorrow and Monday, so everybody knows how we can all connect. Minister of Culture, are you there, Sister Dahlia?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Great first, Brother Ross. Yes.
Great
This is Sister Delali, the Minister of Art and Culture, and there are 2 events going on. There's one tomorrow that Division 432 is spearheading, and that's going to be in Queens, New York. It's going to be in Roy Wilkins Park, which is here in Queens, Merrick Boulevard and Baisley, in person. It's a park, so there's going to be social distancing. They planned to have a speaker. I'm going to try to find the flyer for it. I tried to send it before, but it didn't go. So they're going to have speakers and drumming, live drumming, dancing, and there's going to be a rally. And then we're going to walk from the park down to the Restaurant Owners Corporation, the UNIA interest-owned supermarket, the black supermarket that we own. And they're going to walk from, it's about 4 blocks, but 4 very long blocks. And then we're going to go there and we're going to practice some buy black economics and spend some money at the Rock. Buy with some black people, exchange some black dollars. And that's at 11 a.m. That everybody is going to, no, they're going to meet at 10 a.m., 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. And then the next event, of course, is the Marcus Garvey Month of Messiah. We're going to have a ceremony in Marcus Garvey Park in Harlem. And this is the area that Mr. Garvey actually lived and worked in. And that will be Monday to lift him up in celebration for his 133rd birthday. And it's going to be at 11 a.m. We're going to do a ceremony. We're going to pour libation. We're going to have live drumming. We're going to have some brothers from IET come. They're celebrating. I don't remember the name of this. I know it's Bokman Kaiman, which is a very special Haitian a day in the history of IET. And so we're going to have a voodoo ceremony for Mr. Garvey. And that's going to be in Marcus Garvey Park in Harlem from 11 a.m. And then there's going to be a Zoom celebration from 4 to 6 p.m. And that's going to be the Zoom call, I believe, there's the meeting ID is there, 857-525-29797. And there's the passcode. And then later on in the evening, we're going to feature the President General himself, Michael R. Duncan, and his co-host, the Second Assistant President General, Brother Raymond Duguay, on Community Focus Radio, our UNIA radio show we've had for the last 3 years. That's on 93.5 IRI FM, and that will be from 8 to 9 p.m. on the radio. And you can actually call in or listen in. You can call in at 641-741-0897. It's always a wonderful show, and it's going to be a day just filled with activities. Monday is going to be awesome. So yes, brother, give thanks. Grace first.
Grace first. Grace first. Thank you, Minister of Arts and Culture, Sister Delali, from out of Queens, New York.
Yes, sir.
And again, brothers and sisters, the mic is open. I'm going to just be playing some music down low. And Dr. Arakana is from Zimbabwe. And Let's drag that one, pull that
what you wanted us to be. We are what we are. That's the way it's going to be. You don't know. You can't educate us or no equal opportunity. Talking about my freedom, equal freedom and liberty. Yeah, number one place. Much yes, we've been trying number one place much too long. Babylon system is on fire. So kill the children day by day. Yeah. They said the Babylon system is on fire. Falling in fire. Soaking the blood of the sufferer. Building church and university. Oh yeah. Deceiving the people continually. Yeah. They said so actually thieves and murderers. Look out now, they're sucking the blood of the sufferers. Tell the children the truth. Tell the children the truth right now. Come on in. Tell the children the truth. Tell the children the truth. Yeah, children the truth. Yeah, children the truth. Come on in. Yeah, children the truth. Cause we've been trying on your mind's way much too long. And we've been taking it for granted much too long. Where you come from, as long as you're a black man, you're an African. No mind your nationality, you have got the identity of an African. But if you come from Clarendon, until you come from Portland, until you come from West Portland, you're an African. So don't you where you come from, as long as you're a black man, you're an African. Don't mind your nationality, I've got the identity of an African. But if you come from Trinidad, if you come from Nassau, if you come from you're an African. So don't you where you come from, as long as you're a black man, you're an African. Don't mind your complexion, there is no rejection, you're an African. So thank you where you're coming from. As long as you're a black man, you're an African. No mind denomination, that is all your segregation. You're an African. But if you go to the Catholic, and if you go to the Methodist, and if you go to the Church of God, you're an African. So don't you where you come from, as long as you're a black man, you're an African. Don't mind your nationality, I've got the identity of an African. So if you come from Kingston, and if you come from East Bay, if you come from East Bay, if you come from Bronx, if you come from Brooklyn, if you come from
Yeah, the life is there. If you cut it down to the ground, let's get the shoes. See life when see life when see life will cut it. Look into yourself and say, don't lay your life on the line. For there's no time for crying. Everyone thinking they cry. Everyone thinking they cry. See life, let's take the shit. See life will kill it. See life.
Advanced leather repair gel.
Ain't no place that you can go where the badness do not flow. You have to run like these somebody. You have to jump like the rest of the way. You have to walk pretty fast down the north. Down south, you have to run up your mouth. There's a problem and no break. So I can do and I be free. So remember when we were in school, we used to play till we fall school. And there was lunchtime. How we used to stand in line. You have to run like these somebody. You have to jump like your ass out the way. You have to walk when you're fast down the north. Down south, you have to run up your mouth. Oh, so remember when we were in school, we used to play till we fall school. And there was no lunchtime. like peace of the leaves. You have to chop like the rest of the waves. You have to rock when the past comes on. Down south, you have to run out your mouth. There's a time a man of why did you and I respect? Don't remember when we were in school. We used to play till we almost and never come lunchtime. How we used to stand in line. You have to run like these companies. You have to jump like the rest of the waves. You have to run to the bus down the lawn. Down south, you have to run up your road. There's a government afraid. Yes, I can see on the harbor, the black star line, just lingering and waiting. You take on Rasta man, what? Oh, Zion, not even I say, oh, Zion, we go right lion. Watch it. Taking mothers and the fathers. This is what they are saying. That you're teaching the children, especially the young ones. So what? Go to Zion, please be careful. Go to Zion, you better go to Zion. The mothers and the fathers, we are the roots of the children. You should teach them good and try to get a good such a good history. Go to Zion, that's the I say. Go to Zion, go like you like. Go to Zion, you have to be free. Go to Zion, you have to be a free. Go to Zion, go to so much joy. This man has this morning. The sun is on the rise once again. We heard the things are going. Anything can happen. You see them sailing on their eagle trip. Cast off on the spaceship. From reality. No care for you, no care for me. So much trouble in the world. So much trouble in the world. All you gotta do, keep a little, keep a little, keep a little, keep a little, one more time, yeah, 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 yeah. So you think you found that solution? Something for you to standing very high. We got to face the day. Come So this is the time. Now another time is Drink the water of history. Rise up, Africa, Africa. Respect our authority. Rise up, Africa, Africa. Find me the heart of humanity. Rise up, Africa, Africa. Come rally, come rally, come rally, come rally, come rally. If I could reach the border, then I would step across. So please take me to the border. No matter what's the cost, 'cause I'm leaving it. I'm leaving out of Babylon. Leaving out. Leaving out the road. This place could never be our home. Say we want go. Yes, we want go. Where the milk and honey flow. Say we want go. That's where we want to go. Say we want go. Africa, we want to go. Say we want go. Where the milk and honey flow. Say we want go. If I could reach the border, then I'd step across. Yeah. So please take me to the border. And I will pay the cost, 'cause I'm leaving here. I'm leaving out of Babylon. Leaving out. Leaving out the road. Leaving out the road. We want. You know we want. Leaving out the road. Got to step across. We want go. We want go. Holy what's wrong here? What we want to say, we want to congregate. We want the turkey bed. Say we want no more without road, no more without road. So black people gotta understand in a time like this, you gotta change up your plan until if I could reach the border, I would live a little bit better. I would live a much longer. Every minute of the hour, some say, road of river, Jordan alone. Some say, the road, river, Jordan. The single black speaking blue to big mistake, we go to room. They said, believe King, people running throne. Some say, the road of river, Jordan alone. Some say, the road of river, Jordan alone. But in a time like this, you got to watch your soul. I say, now what about me now, but not to the moment. Me say, road of river, Jordan alone.
Music soon come, internet moving soon. Okay. Internet moving. Music soon comes shortly. As soon as the internet unfolds.
Be conscious in every little thing you do. Be conscious in every little thing you say. You better be conscious. Be a conscious man. You better be conscious. Be a conscious woman. Don't get too high, or you will go out of your mind. Don't get too jumpy, or you will be like Humpty Dumpty. Be conscious in every little thing you do. Be conscious in every little thing you say. Never you overdo something. If you overdo it, it will betray. Never do get so red. It will betray for you. Yeah. All right. Oh, yeah. Everyone wants to get so red. Everyone wants to get so high. If you cannot smoke, Cali, don't smoke it. If you cannot do it, don't touch it. You better look up. alright. Ooh, yeah. If you cannot smoke, I don't smoke it. I don't want to be left out of silence. I don't want to be left out of silence. I don't want to be shut out of silence. I need you to live in this love and feel. My satisfaction, fill my heart with love. Shalom, give me my satisfaction, fill my heart with love. When the sun's about to look around and see the wondrous thing that God's done around. The birds and the puppies in a good place to rest. And even the waters flow. And the shining rainbow beyond the frosty clouds. Oh, Shalom, my satisfaction, fill our heart with love. Shalom, my satisfaction, fill our heart with love. Nothing is wrong, don't tell me. Everything is perfect. And it leads the way all day. Tries on, I need to make everything that's going right you read. Shalom, my satisfaction, fill our heart with love. Shalom, my satisfaction, fill our heart with love. I know it's true. Shalom can give us satisfaction to satisfy my soul. And I say, oh, allow Satan to control. They shall feel it. And I say, all allow Satan to get with them. They shall feel it. It's been so long, I said wanting to tell the truth. They all who forget that His majesty exists, shall suffer and pay all the consequences. For He's the beginning and the end. All around, Satan to control him, shall feel it. All around, Satan to deceive him, shall feel it. Yes. It's been so long I've been wanting to tell you, children. All who forget that His majesty exists shall suffer and pay the consequences. Because He's the first and the last, the beginning and the end. Oh, He's the first and the last, the beginning and the end. He's the Lord God Almighty, hallelujah. Satan to overthrow him shall feel it. Yes, I said hallelujah. Satan to get with him shall feel it. Yes, yes. When you think it's peace and safety, yeah, it's outside and a sudden destruction. The wrath of my Father has taken its shape, yeah, over all evil doers, false prophets and sorcerers. Oh, 'cause He's the first and the last, the beginning and the end. He's the Lord God Almighty, hallelujah. Satan to control him shall feel it. I said, hallelujah. Satan to deceive him shall feel it. Yeah, every day. Whoa, I hope that who shall feel it. Yeah. I said the hallelujah. Satan, whoa, to receive it. We try to get that to the Lord tonight. Now give me my just is. You give them up the way they have to live. You got a party not to ride another wayside. Never yet can leave it. My God, just look at this person. Why? You not say something about it. I'm a shoot back forward. Stick out with the one and just look forward one time. Give us a little to keep it all over. You know? I mean, I'm not proud of saying you drive around the school. And when you guys have school, the team from my and the team side was it. My side, where I go, you know? It's a problem, you know, whatever I have to do. Is that the right way for a human as a policeman? We are our citizens of a peaceful one. Not doing any wrong, but still around. Just already 1,000 miles away from us. It out and stay. Take the foundation. Right and left, here I see a criminal on my right and left hand. There are silence of question I know not about. And even then, why, sure. So personal credential. Sure, I don't want to hear something from you. Who tried to do? Marcus Garvey prophesied, oh yeah, man, I'm fighting back against the wall. Oh yeah, it's about Peter when the right time comes. Lots of our God to teach. And when the right time comes, yeah, so I will charge the last. And when the right time comes, so I will charge the burden. And when the Lamb man comes, I will run to the gun. And when the battle comes, the mother will still. Swallow field, I go feel now. I feel, yeah, yeah. Happy girl, never run away. No, no, no. Happy girl, never run away. No, my Reggie. It's your purpose. What am I for? It's your purpose. What am I for? Swallow field, feel now. The battlefield. But when the right time comes, some other God to be. And when the right time comes, some other God to us. And when the right time comes, some other God to us. And when the Lamb man comes, some other God to us. And when the pastor comes, follow me, yeah, the battlefield, field, oh. Minding my own business, I just face to face with my boy. Skies the violence from it. All I die for. Them not let me go. To let me go was not their intention. One nigga fellas, they better the show. Stand your black skin and take you away. I'm so back. The blue glass sky. The blue glass sky. Here to stop our black man, yeah. I guess the blue glass sky. He taught us a lesson not to walk alone. I was waiting for the good Samaritan, but Satan was open for all his business. Last time, but again, all I died for. Last time, now let me go and go. Oh no, one nigga, the less, the better the show. Stand your black skin and take you. We can't remember that I know. Black men, you want to declare and say what you think. This case is dying, those sounds will be cured. That's why the high on the hoods and clothes they wear. All I die for. Don't let me go now. Come on, up, down, down, down. We are up together on one ground. Come on, up, down, down, down. Not you bring us all on the one ground. So shout out how we are come down. Together in a one love jump down. So shout out how we are come down. Together in a one love jump down. And I'm something you don't say. Power in the low floor. Do what? I love to the roots, man, of the say so. The power in the low floor. What a star. I love to the rasta, man, of the floor. And I'm something you don't say. Power in the jump down. I'm together in a one love jump down. The power in the jump down. In a one love jump down. We got the reggae and the dance man. You need for the same one best stand. The reggae and the dance man. You need for the same one best stand. And I'm something to the white barriers come down. Together in a musical jump down. The barriers come down. In a musical jump down. You say there is no one in the love. Come together in a high oh Lord. You say there is no one in the love. Come together in a high oh Lord. And I saw the people fight barriers come down. Together in a one love jump down. The barriers come down. You in a one love jump down. Watch out for it. Right side down, we are up together in a reggae jam. If you clap, white, yellow, or brown, we are up together in a reggae jam. If you are free, up political down, we are up together in a reggae jam. If you leave our step, we are up together as Jaga children. If you leave our step, we are up together as Jaga children. For the barriers come Go right in, let me tell you what you ought to know, baby. Just roll right in, let me tell you that I love you so, baby. Although you're a rebel and you come from the ghetto, I love you, baby. Just walk right in, baby, baby. Let me tell you what you ought to know. After the first time that I placed my eyes on you, it was love at first sight. After the first time that I placed my eyes on you, baby, it was love at first sight. Baby, just walk right in, let me tell you what you ought to know. In the morning, just walk right in, let me tell you that I love you so, baby. Just walk right in, let me tell you what you ought to know, that I love you. Just walk right in, baby, baby, let me tell you all how much I love you. In the morning, in the night, I love you. Just move me, baby, and don't let me go. I don't want you to go. Let me tell you what I know. Yeah. First time if you're black, they said you're happy, stay and park. And first time if you're brown, they said you're good and stick around. And first time if you're white, that everything was alright. And that cost the poor, they said that cost the fight. But now the rich man and the poor man come together in a one combination. Come right and now come make we build a better nation. We never keep it in silence. Come right and now come make we fight against the violence. So wake up everybody, no more sleeping in your bed. And stop your backward thinking, time of thinking ahead. The hungry must be fed, they said the blind must be led. Wake up all head and we say whether not to dread. Keep on moving ahead. Now we are going to bitter end. We want love in a jam down. Correct, now we want love in a jam down. If you're black like tar and if you're white like snow, and this is something we really want you to know. The society gets a blow. Mr. Society gets a blow. No, because if you're black, brown, you're yellow or blue, we all about it up not the idols too. We no want jam down, we go on the curve. Society gets a blow. Say no, because Mr. Society gets a blow. Let us all unite, whether you're black or you're white, you're yellow or you're brown, nobody want like a clown. We want love in a jam down. Man, we want love in a jam down. If you cut, you can't hear, and if you're blind, you can't see. We want love in our country. But right now, we want love in our country. Come let me tell you, we are one big family. But most time if you're black, they say you have to stay apart. And most time if you're brown, you could have really stick around. And most time if you're white, that everything was alright. And that's the plastic family, say that's the plastic fight. But now the rich man and the poor man come together in a one combination. Come right and now come make we build a better nation. We now go keep it in silence. Come youth, we have a fight against the violence. We want love in a jam down. We want love in a jam down. Living in the country or you living in the town. If your brother up, nobody push him down. We want love in a jam down. But we want love in a jam down. But if you're black like the car and if you're white like the storm. Keep giving me problems. My woman, she is a problem. My woman, she is a problem. I can't live with her. I can't live with her. Still I can't live without her. No way. No way. She gives me problems in the morning. More problems in the evening. Problem every day. I can't. I can't stay. My woman, she is a problem. My woman, she is a problem. My woman, she is a problem. I can't live with her. I can't live with her. Still I can't stay without her. No way. No way.
She gave me problems in the morning, problems in the evening.
Problems every day. Problems every day. I can't. Stay away from her. My woman, she is a problem. She is a problem. I can't live with her. Still I can't stay without her. No way. Mine. She is mine. She gave me problems in the morning. She gave me problems in the evening. Problems every day. Still I can't stay without her. I can't stay without her. I can't stay away from her. That's how my food you gotta do it sweet. I only dread, you love me brush my teeth. I so sad, you love me rock to me beat. Let me say on my way down please, please, please. Every sexy girl that I meet. As I say, them feet so sweet. As I say, they must be no their teeth. But my food you gotta do it sweet. Mama like I love to the beat. 100, why I be rock to the beat. 1,000, why I be keen on the feet. Because me can't take me much more chance. Me say me can't take me much more chance. After me fix your mouth and me carry your mouth. You say I won't bar with me man I drink so. No man never know you when on, my life, I am a look for same way. Come on, my life, I am a look for same way. Come up a cool that I do with speed. 100, girl, I feel out my feet. 1,000, girl, I feel round to me beat. Mama like that, don't be sweet. 1,000, why I feel round to me beat. 1,000,000, why I feel cheat on the beat. Come up a cool that I do with speed. Come and say I'm my way down to East Street. Every sexy girl that I meet. As I say, they feel so sweet. As I say, they must be no defeat. Papa cool, that I do it sweet. 1,000, girl have to wash my feet. 1,000,000, girl have to brush my teeth. But me can't take the much more, girl. Say me can't take the much more, girl. I'm coming, fix your mouth, I'm gonna carry you on. You take a run far with man a things done. No man never know you when you want much, but you just see more papa could not get you out. You just see more papa could not get you out. Say me can't take the cat, say boy. Say me can't take the cat, say boy. You say you look from court, you can me think of me. Look sideways, I me no feel no way. I'm a mother, I'm a look for same way. What's the mouth? Find out your soul. Every time you speak,
Diamond so, diamond so, I'm weak, how you diamond so, sister? How you diamond so, how you diamond so, sister? How you diamond so? You must be feeling hot, or you must be walking on the spot. So you must be wanting to prove your butt. So tell me, how you diving so? Say I can't take the girl named Dexy, because I walk on the way like she's sexy, because I saw me come like a sweetie. I have to give her a bottle of Pepsi. Should I get a little girl I got to say? Room around the room, show me on the up. Room around the room, show me on the up. Down in so, down in so, down on the way, down on the way. I love the little girl named Pressure. Yes, I love the little girl named Pressure. She said I'm super califragilistic, espialidocious. Super califragilistic, espialidocious. Whoa, yes, down in so, down in so, down on the way, down on the way. I said I love the little girl in the short. Yes, I love the little girl in the short. She's so sure. Yes, she's sure. But I love you, darling. Oh, I need you, darling. But I'm ready. How you darling so? How you darling so? And I was talking from the shore and when the girl said I really don't sit. They see me with my sexy. They never know me as a soul in the side. So tell me, how you darling so? Darling so, darling so.
Music is my name, and music is my game, alright. When I throw this one to your brain, you're bound to spread my name. Oh Lord, come and say green beer, killing and murder. Oh Lord, because the Babylon I want to put the murder. Oh Lord, a nigga cold, I can put the little ladder. Oh Lord, they say they coming out the car and I say they not blah. Them a bust up the LSI. Say they coming out the car and I say they not blah. Them a bust up the LSI. Because I green beer killing a murder. Oh Lord, the nigga coach I can put the little murder. Oh Lord, they say they come from the scene and they see say we kiss them a bust up the soap machine. They say they come from the scene and they see say we
nigga, put up on the control. Automatic pistol, you hold control. When I nigga coach up to my temple. We go here, coach up out here. Go here. If you coach up in here, that's here. Still there, coach up in your kid. Cock it, till I'm on it. Cock it, till I'm on it. Green beer killing a murder. Oh Lord, the nigga coach up a put a little murder. Oh Lord, you say me have a little girl and me think I'm me wife. Me a car up a big five. And he came a Babylon with a surprise. He said him back out him big 4-5. He was a big funny and live. God here, coach up out here, go here. In there, coach up in there, that's here. Still there, coach up in there. In there, coach up in there. Ram it, jam it, coach up, jam it. The ace of the share and the better come on strong. Because I'm coming on strong.
Keep a good man down. Can't keep a good man down. No, 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 no. No. Coming from down, someone took you down. Coming from down, someone took you down. Thank God they never threw you to the ground. Thank God they never threw you to the ground. Coming from church and they steal away your purse. Coming from church and they steal away your purse. Thank God your name book never burst. Thank God that you're not the worst. Mother may be poor, your father may be poor. Don't be afraid to praise Jah anymore. Mother may be poor, father may be poor. Don't be afraid, say prayers on the floor. Lord Jah, Lord Jah, thank Him, girl, for what He's done for you, for what He's done for you. No. If God is for you, who can be against you? If God is for you, who can be against you? Laughing girl, laughing girl. Coming from school and they put you on a stool. Coming from school and they put you on a stool. Thank God He never pick you like a mule. Thank God He never pick you like a mule. Baby girl, Lord, Lord, that you love Him in everywhere. Love that I see, love is so dear. After a day, keep all evil away. After a day, keep all evil away. Love me, my Savior. Oh, love me, my Savior. Oh, yeah. Coming from down, someone took you down. Coming from down, someone took you down. Thank God they never threw you to the ground. Thank God they never treat you like a clown. Thank Him, girl. Thank Him, girl. Coming from church and they steal away your purse. Coming from church and they steal away your purse. Thank God that your hip will never burst. Thank God that you're not the worst. Thank Him, darling. Love Him, baby. If God is for you, who can be against you? Who can be against you? Who's love at their own money? Who's love at their own money? No, yes, yes. No, no, no. Coming from school, they put you on a school. Coming from a school, they put you on a school. Thank God they never put you like a mule. Thank God you're holding low.
Hey, what was in the family wise and foolish? Now we feel to the baby so clean. And even to our ugly duckling. Yeah. Special request for the people love in about you.
You'll never forget it.
And the magnificent. I'm back for the show. So strong. Those tunnels. Oh, what the rules. This oh my darkness, baby. You came along to guide me. You just really only lonely man. When you said to stand beside me, I'll never forget you for what you have done. I never turn back before. Hey, I've got so much love to give, baby. I've got so much love to give. There's nobody left to my world was full of emptiness, oh yeah, and my life was unfulfilled. When I needed put me up, baby, you were so sweet. Like to you, it can seem just like a dream. But everything is like singing. Whoa, sweet. I've got so much love to give. I've got so much love to give. There's no before that. There is
show you love in so many ways. I'm gonna love you, baby, every day. There's so much love to give. There's so much love to give. There's nobody else to bless the whole life. Someone asks you to be his wife, it is so good. who is true to you. Someone who do what you want to do. I said it's good for you to settle down. It doesn't pay for you to roam the town. It isn't good for you to settle down. It doesn't pay for you to roam the town. Yeah, it's a lovely life. When someone asks you to be his wife, when you're in love, it's a lovely, lovely life. It isn't good for you to settle down. It doesn't pay for you to roam the town. When you're in love, it's a lovely life. When you're in love, it's a lovely, lovely life. We're gonna fight it all, yeah. We're gonna hold the line, yeah. We're gonna fight it to the end. We're gonna fight to the end. Oh, we'll get together. We're gonna fight it to the end. Yeah. Oh, I get the time to go. Yeah. We're gonna fight and still last and weary go. We're gonna follow the street, yeah. Then we will laugh and sing, yeah. We're gonna fight it to the law. We're gonna fight it hard, yeah. We're gonna all the long, yeah. We're gonna fight it to the law. We're gonna fight it without fear. Oh, we'll get together. We're gonna fight it to the law. So I give it to you. We're gonna fight and stay by the weary. We're gonna hold the street, yeah. Then we will laugh and sing, yeah. We're gonna fight it to the law. We're never stop.
I first used 5 Fiverr to get a new logo for my business. Fiverr has become my go-to platform to help with everything from website updates to creating video content. Hiring affordable and reliable freelancers is new.
May I speak to thee? So much I have loved to speak to you all alone. True I'm not a pure society. I'm not a king, just a man, yes. With my song all alone. Just a picture in life we so far apart. Royal queen, I see love in your heart. I love you too. Oh, Mr. Dream is really true. These things I ask of you. Oh, Majesty, could you really care for me? Christian Queen, Queen, but I'm no king. I'm a mistress of gold. Could you really care for me? As long as you love me, and it won't be so hard. As long as I see light in your heart. I love you too. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Oh, yes. Your Majesty. With Majesty, I really wanna have a chat with you. But I'm sick of all the finance and leak of the challenge. So let me get you down to your melody. Don't let me get you down to drop it into society. You really got me come on down to your majesty. Yeah. Live now, baby, come on, live now, baby. But if you promise somebody, no, we can have it, no, we can have it to your melody. You really people come on, rock against society. Since I can see that make me come into your majesty. Yeah. Where's the sound when you and Mike keep around the down the line? So don't be big, I don't be no fire. Let me feel you, daddy, come on, baby, burn, daddy. But let me feel you, come on, baby, blue, daddy. Don't be down the line, of people for about looping, yeah. But I see you, this is how I got to pick you, be fine. I got to stop it with your majesty. But we the daddy, come on, stop it with your majesty. Equality.
equality and justice may stand for all. So baby, I'm a young man and don't stop. But I'm getting out here in the room, don't be rude, but I make you love me, feel you say. Don't got no dummy day. They got no thing about what's on me. They got me down on me, keep on bumming day. Don't got no dummy day. And I know we got no dummy day. Yeah, Queen Majesty, Queen Majesty. I'm feeling, wanna dance with you. What is the people of the blue guys of the one with you? People don't be in you. People got don't be around it. No mama, summer, we ain't got you, come on, no matter what it's you, got to dump it to humanity. Yeah, Queen Majesty, equality, justice, that's right. Sound is the way all day, no matter what they do. We don't tell you about the sound is the way to come on down and take it up into humanity. That was based on the rock in your humanity. But everything you people dump it in society. Oh, we need to come on down into your majesty, you know. Rhythm style. Rhythm is the sound gallery. Don't need to bring a walking stick. Cause who you run down quick. Tell me people know that. Don't be the guy that come on dumpy them out there. They get me to be the dumpy them down there. I've been searching for that one boy soul like you. And all that I found is true. I'll never be lonely. I'll never be blue. Now that I found you, my search is over. And I'm so glad. Now that I found you, I can't forget those lonely nights. But now that I'm gone, now that I found you, now that I found you. All those lonely days and nights are gone from me now. There's only happiness in my heart for you. Now that I found you, there's only happiness in my heart for you. Now that I found you, there's only happiness for you. If it's alright, then let's start romance. It's alright with me, so let's go. If it's too long, then our hearts will know. Let's get stronger, walk hand in hand. We got together, and we understand. Breathing together, we belong. Letting go when our love will be strong. We live together, we
living our lives for one another. Oh, I'm so glad my darling leave me. This lonely night we could never forget. I said, like my own soul, that's me. Every love song, my heart on me. Take all I got, just really call we together, we belong. They don't know that our love will be strong. Really together, we belong. They don't know that our love will be strong. Really together, we belong. They don't know oh, baby, baby. Mama, mama. Girl, I call you on the phone. Oh, yeah. And my little girl, I found out you were not at home. Oh, yeah. You're with the guy, baby. I don't wanna cry. Yeah, yeah. Over you. Yeah, yeah. Oh, what did I do? Oh, yeah. In my heart, girl, I know that I'm losing you. Oh, yeah. And I don't wanna cry, baby. I don't wanna cry over you. Yeah, yeah. Over you. Yeah, yeah. I don't wanna cry over you. 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 I don't wanna cry with devotion. Why when the stars stop shining, bring the light. Why when the clouds you are my desire. You are in my heart. Oh, I love you so. Oh, you hurt nobody but yourself. Oh, yeah. The things you do, the trouble that I you do, the things you say, the call you know the real. Keep it up, keep it up, keep it up. You see that you hurt me. You hurt nobody but yourself. The things you do, the trouble that I you do, the you. Wake up, wake up. Now you come back telling me to forgive you, but I won't change my mind. You're gonna tell me back. Oh, I will get along without you now. Get along. I will get along without you now. I found someone love more than you do, and she will never break my heart. So don't you ever try to change my mind, 'cause I won't take you back. You're gonna tell her again. Oh, I will get along without you now. You're a good girl. Oh. I will get along without you now. I want someone to love me more than you do, and she will never break my heart. Oh yeah, so don't you ever try to change my mind, 'cause I won't take you back. You gotta tell her one more time. Oh, I will get along without you now. Oh, I will get along without you now. You're a good girl. Oh.
Lyrics kind of say, I'm jealous that you're happy without me, and I kind of see it in the sense that I'm jealous that he's now happy in heaven, that he's moved on to a better place, and that I can't still be with him. Well, best of luck, Josh. Thank you.
No matter what I do, I'm still with you. Take too long, take too long. There's no difference in what they say. My heart is your friend. I just can't quit your loneliness. My heart to your name. For me, what I just can't take myself. Your love is all I crave. That's why I stretch my faith. Knowing you, but I never share your love. I'm not lost, and it's never no matter what I do, yeah, I'm still with you. Take too long, take too long. There's no difference in what they say. My heart's just in the way. I just can't my heart to your name. For me, what I do. I just can't stay. I just can't People have been traveling from far, and we really not to seek it anywhere. But only introduced it to you one and all. The dialogue is what I really call a book to corner. Come let me tell you about the book to corner. In a little city, Kingston, Jamaica. Kingston, Jamaica. Babile Baba, I know just a million, just an hour, just a million. I guess it all the very, very best in the way. I know just a million, just an hour, just a million. I guess it all the very, very best in the way. And when you check on the corner, I think you say the answer is Mr. Peter. How will you say? Answer Mr. Peter. Some people say that's a kind of people. I come in now, eh? I come in now, eh? Say two can dump in a little bit of island, a ocean, a island, and two bright fish away. That when it's a bird, I say this is off a soul like this. Sensorina, I think about this sensorina. If you want the good sensorina, I said we check out the drink Jalai. And if you want the good sensorina, I said we check out the drink Jalai. I know just a me, I just a Lara, just a me, I just a very, very best in the way. I know just a me, I just a Lara, just a me, I just a very, very best in the west. Tewa, above Tonkana, above Tonkana. Shake a bada with the bus, the bada with the flight. Let's get together, let us all in. Let's say that I come ready on ya. I want love we want ya. Say no bada come on ya. Fish pot for me boat down corner. I know just a me, I just a Nara, just a me, I just sit on the very, very messy at the west. I know just a me, I just a Nara, just a me, I just sit on the very, very messy at the west. S, folk down corner, in a little city in South Jamaica. Folk down corner, I tell you about the good sex in Nina. Folk down corner. Of your love we wire, above Sultana. People have been traveling from far, and we really not to seek it anywhere. But only introduced it to you one and all. The Diana is what I really call above Sultana. Come in.
Don't feel sad.
And when you check on the corner,
And you feel that every time you breathe out, you know you have to breathe. Because you are.
Island of ocean, I vision to fly fish away. You see that when it's a
I didn't think you love. I didn't know you loved. I would have been kinder.
If you want the good sex, Selena.
Without me, you can't.
Above Town Corner. I know just a you, I just an ara, just a you, I can sit on the very, very missing at the place.
I know I do. Is there any other voices that other than
Of your love we wire. Above so why did you leave for a longer better than why, oh well, why did you leave? And now you come and cry. I look you need to love me, when you left me, and when you're away. I know that you be sorry. I know you come on begging me, but I won't hear your plea.
I don't want nobody.
I was born to love you, but it didn't feel. Now you lost me. You never know the use of me until the day that you lost me. Wasn't in need of nothing, tell me when you left me, and when you're away, girl. I know that you'll be sorry, but no, you don't beg me, cause I won't hear your plea, girl. I wasn't born to love you, but it didn't feel. Now you know. Never know the use.
See why you refuse to give your praise. All they do is country in them stubborn ways, just cheating, backbiting, and all them simple things. Using your righteous name to achieve your own glory and fame. Turn about change your ways. I say, why don't you change your righteous name? Come on. You will let me know. So how can you reach up? Gotta get away, yeah, yeah. Oh, gotta get away, gotta get away. The judge and crucified Christ. Oh, the child and going on the line of feeling Christ. Otherwise, you come on, stop it, change it, and I teach you that shit. Oh, change your ways behind you. Come on, why don't you change your righteous back? Come on, I said, gotta be the way, gotta be the right. Search it. Gotta be the way, gotta be the right. Consciousness, the fire, why don't you come on? Yes, we are. Yes, we will. Won't you change it to be right away? Why don't you change your righteous black? Come on. Gotta get away, gotta get away from back. Gotta get away, gotta get away.
So nice here. I like living in a garden. I came from living in a garden when I was in the temple. I was a this is my first life that I ever had sexual relations. I always was a virgin every life. unless I was Mary Magdalene. In and out of it. I found out. I have a spirit and a soul, as you do. And our soul is constant. We are energy. So we never die. We always live. But sometimes we come to die. But we are still the same spirit. But we are still the same spirit. And so that's how come I get different treatments. But this life was the only life I did that. I've been Joan of Arc, Magdalene, Mary. Well, yeah, I noticed that it goes back up. Back up after that. If you wait and wait, you close up. It's okay. All you can do is all you can do. That's why I was awake. You did. I used to have babies so fast, like, ooh, everything. Right now, I don't think I'm gonna ever have a baby unless I was really love hard, like you know, and
I wish I had my first baby with you.
inshallah. Because in my dream, you know, I had a dream about having a baby, and it's a little baby boy. All of them. But this is a dream. This dream I have way before. I have this way before. And it was at this time. You know why it was at this time? It was at this time. It was yeah. He was so young, and he was had the baby, and the baby was the I had just had the baby. When I had the baby. You have this. I got 3 baby stars of brain. I was only 16 years old. On the left side. And then from there, it's just like yeah, you are bad. You are bad. Yeah. It's going to be amazing because I had my birthday and so I turned 70. I turned 70 years old.
A lot of people going to suffer tonight. God, the battle is getting harder.
That's why I know
This direction, it's all a lot of people won't get no justice tonight. So a lot of people going to have to stand up and fight. But remember to praise Jehovah, and He will guide you in this salvation. It's all about the freedom.
Last one. Oh, I have to start singing. I got I'm shy. I don't sing anything. I'm glad you have smiled. If I make you happy, then I have done my job. Who I am or what I am. And every time you make to make I choose to make you smile. And you have to use your
A lot of people won't get this attention. Said a lot of them won't get no justice tonight. I say, but remember, the great Jah, and He will guide you in the mountain.
brother. I don't know. You'll have to spell it for me. Type it for me on the messenger and
a lot of people going to suffer tonight.
So I will look for it. I will look it up.
Okay, baby. Please, since my bundle's getting a little slow, I'm gonna keep calling back later, okay?
Yes, keep your head up and know you are loved. You always loved. Even if no one else is there. Allah love you, even if no one else is there.
A lot of people won't get no stuff but just
This one is a special request to all of the boys and girls in the world.
we do them, we do them. Right to the rocky road, sing Charlie, Molly, Charlie. Right to the rocky road, sing Charlie, Molly, Molly. And if the girl be no right, be no chat to them, sing Charlie, Molly, Molly. And if the boy be no right, be no keep them friends, sing Charlie, Molly, Charlie. Right to the rocky road, sing Charlie, Molly, Charlie. Right to the rocky road, sing Charlie, Molly, Molly. Right. A little them, a little them, them. A little them, a little them, them. We mother down, we mother down the old of them. We lesser than the old of them. We walk and we talk, we got love in our heart. We walk and we talk, we got love in our heart. The over with the road, that's the man of the club. But when you see the boss, you got to go and make the boss. Come up and ring in a A1 club. Right. A little them, a little them, them. A little them, a little them, them. Right. A little them, a little them, them. I met Andre the other day. In my island, I know. But here come a Babylon, I tell me what to do. The Babylon say, well, make you walk and go. Right. A little them, a little them, them. A little them, a little them, them. We better than the old of them. Right. one song. Come, little children. Whoa, Maria, Marie, I love you so.
Take it easy here. The murder of the late Breonna Taylor, that beautiful, fine sister that was killed by authorities in Moscow Mitch's place. And of course, none of these Mitches attempted to block election. Because he knows his fall. Okay? Such as disproportionate sentences, just like everything else in America. There's always disproportionate when it comes to African American, whether it's disproportionate amount of deaths from the coronavirus, which is promoting Donald Trump to do nothing or say anything about it or do anything about it. He's waiting for some Trumpites to die. Once some Trumpites die from coronavirus, then maybe he'll see that there's something that needs to be done on a national level. Meanwhile, they're over there with a smile on his face, hoping that as many African Americans don't make it as possible. But it's not just Breonna, the late sister Breonna. I must give respect to Brother Ahmaud Arbery out of Southern Georgia, Sean Reed out of Indianapolis, the late Brother George Floyd out of, he was there in Minnesota, Minneapolis, Minnesota, and again, put down because of the coronavirus. Couldn't make the money he made, and then accused of a crime, but we never got a chance to see him go to jail to get a court date given. And they could have just given him he could have been, as a misdemeanor, he could have been just given a ticket.
From the river to the mouth of the cemetery, and see don't need a ready, only the single berry. Canatina, go to berry, I'm the way. I think you're not Tina, go to dinner, I'm the way. I think you're not Tina, not dinner, I'm the way. I think you're not Tina, go to berry, I'm the way. I think you're not berry, I'm the way.
No matter who you are or where you are, you can achieve your career goals at Purdue University.
I'm sorry if you shirt look clean, and your pants don't look see the country rock and come in. I'm just going to start with the car M16. First start. Roll beans is not need roll bean. Roll beans is not need roll bean. Got him on is a N16. Come on, can is a M on is a N16. Come on, the younger sweet, this a sweet well clean. Come on, can is a M on is a N16. How if you say, your hands and your heart is a bit pure and clean. Your hands and your heart is a bit pure and clean. To run it around, see that see gold and green. Got him on is a N16. Come on, can is a M on is a N16. Come, Mr. Potter, you be Papi Bushmaster. Come, Mr. Potter, you be Papi Bushmaster. Cause Mr. Potter, you better bring me M1. I think you Mr. not in you feel with me magazine. Cause if you got to see for this a scene well clean. And if you this a M and this a N16. Cause this a M and this a N16. Cause if your shirt don't clean, your pants on the sleeve, your booty in the deep, it's a fair and clean. Cause anything we did it at the ice cold and green. Baby, it should be happy and green. Come on, cause this a M and this a N16. Come on, we are going to see for this a scene well clean. And some a fire SLR, some a drink from the bar. The fire mama come, but this now go run. The fire much a pop, send to the bar. You eat that fish, you could not eat up. Cause this a M and this a M16. Come on, we are going to see for this a scene well clean. Caroline is not the long thing. Caroline with the M16. And if this is not you better bring me magazine. And if this a M and this a M16. Me say the boy never know, the boy never run, the boy never know. Me say the boy never run. If I am M16, the finger get round, and if I never know, I could get. The M is a L16, the M is a L16. Around me is not the round bean. Around me is not the round bean. They killing out the woman and they killing out the man. They killing out the woman and they killing out the man. I know the staff and the young generation. Say that the staff and the young generation. Say in a time like this, they say no matter with no wrong. A time like this, you want me stand up strong. I am on this M16. Come on, we young go see for this a scene well clean. This is the time when the river run dry. The whole of them a bow down to Selassie. This is the time when the river run high. Say none of them no member. Selassie, so me say this is Selassie in the Lord. Can be say Jatin and the Lord. I tell you, Jack up on the body yard. We know everyone. And when we live a child, one up and go to me. And now this a M and this a M16. Come on, we go to see for this a scene very clean. And this a fact that you fit up in good master. Cause it's not from you to tell me anyone. Well, here comes the music of my wrist. The baby is that number two. So keep up, people leave it. Even trying to put a chick on the walking stick. I'm saying I got a couple of stickers I want to tell. They say they keep on me, keep on me, on the forward. Rapid keep on my keep on me, on the forward. Cause it got the young, you love me, wicked young, the later. Cause it got the young, you love me, wicked young, the later. You say, Shaka, down the way, come on, the cut the thing, cater. Practice down, parade, the figure, see, first later. Now what about the young, you love me, never been done. My old king, told me, but not every young song. Brazo like it, and the man, song like it, Brazo like it in the back of my day. Don't come out to rock it in the uptown style. Don't come to the rock it in the uptown style. Don't come to the you rock it in the uptown style. You rock it in the uptown style. Do it, listen, keep on me, keep on me, move forward. Rock it, keep on my lick, keep on me, move forward. Does it got the young, no land, the wicked young, the later. Does it got the young, no land, the wicked young, the later. Come to the young, no land, the wicked young, the got the dictator. Practice down, parade, the figure, see, first later. Now what about the young, no land, the wicked. That's all like it, that's all like it, go. That's all like it, in the cup of my day, go. You rock it in the uptown style. You really don't get in the uptown style. You really don't get in the uptown style. And if you're not today, we don't the last sound like tomorrow. Don't leave it on the last sound like tomorrow. So over where you sorrow and come back to be a barrow. But you come today, go be the man down tomorrow. Now you rock it in the uptown style. Come, you really rock it in the uptown style. You really rock it in the uptown style. You rock it in the uptown style. I did you say now we get down for luck in this young blend. Come and say we get down for luck in this young blend. Come and say party by jumble on a bone young glory. Party by jumble on a bone young glory. You rock it in the uptown style. Cause if you not it, don't get in the uptown style. I did you in my side and kind of wicked and wild. I did you in my side and put that never ever squire. Come on, every squire is a big style. You rock it in the uptown style. Ramadan style, out with Mama Wild. You don't get in the uptown style. Come on, it's not the it in the uptown style. Come to the up it in the uptown style. Ready to go. You rock it in the uptown style. Come on, mama, get up it in the uptown style. Come on, you send it up, keep up, lick him down, keep on the forward. Lick him up, lick him down, keep on the forward. Cause we got the angle and the wicked got the later. Cause we got the angle and the wicked got the later. Coming to one, but I'm not going to have to go to the later. Cause it's down for it, and we go deeper later. Now what's about the angle and nothing for the soda. The old king is only got nothing for your soda. I'm not the young dance, so I'm in the mama shop. To the very large job. The brown people, they don't have a family come down to the lollipop. Yeah. Don't you time to spend, never let you down. Come on, already got the sweetest, you sit down. If you want a man, you got to only right down. You just operate around the A1 zone. You don't forget to blow us on the background, Chico. You don't forget to blow us on the background, Chico. That is you, boo, 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 but that is you, boo, 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 boo. Don't say you sit on the car. I know you want to be. Don't sit on the car. I know you want to be. Be no matter no argument. Now with the plastic bag and the plastic straw, you put it to your mouth and then you start to drop. The paprika got the sweetest juice. The paprika got the sweetest juice. But that is you, boo, 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 now. But that is you, boo, 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 boo. Come and sit down, every bush earth get you down. But paprika got the same thing in town. A 60 cents a stick and a dollar a quarter. You smoke it in a Rita, burn it in a channel. From me say, Pennsylvania. Jamaica, you make me feel Jamaica, the roots and culture. Jamaica, you say me want Pennsylvania. Jamaica, you want to say me to Ganja. Do it, cause if you bring bush to me and go put me on the ground. You bring bush to me and go put me on the ground. You bring the candy gun, you make me walk in the mud. You bring the candy gun, you make me walk in the mud. And we say good Pennsylvania. Jamaica, you want to say Ganja. Me want Pennsylvania. Jamaica, you want to say Ganja. You fish up a dance to our middle of the top of the very last of our video. They say me no want to go get up and be my brother. Me no want to go get up and be my brother. Me no go make it with my singing down brother. But now we need to take it and let it be no more. Some of us are not lucky that I did. Oh, so basically they gonna be there. Jamaica, we know make me say the love brother. Yeah. Me say big up in a DJ, we can do it just like better. Bango say I am a son of the city in a fire. Say go in a DJ, we can do it just like better. If you jump on a DJ, you will be complete. Can't if you jump on a DJ, if you think I'm the head. You say you make no people to do the party, nobody who is on the video. Yeah, you know. I'm only a bit of it, steady. It is sweet things for Raya. And the blood can cause them to come and start for Raya. Video. Keep rocking from the sound to keep on rocking. Now keep it moving, till you. The old dance, say them dance already. I see the old day, I will not be done steady. I see the old dance, say them dance already. I see the old day, I will not be done steady. Oh, dance steady, now the dance dance steady. Oh, dance steady, now the dance dance steady. Before you come from your with the back of the body, you keep up close and it's spread out your belly. I see the dance steady, now the dance dance steady. Cause every arm in your fresh and groovy. The evening you with us away. I said I feel from the who you, and where you come from. You must have known Papa, you can get your own phone. And where you want to get out of the box, you come from. Come from the box, you come from. Hey, but can't steady, not the game, can't steady. But can't steady, not the game, can't steady. Come and say, I'm on it, I'm on it, going. No come on this side, and we don't want to lose it. You go on to the mama, you go on, I ain't living. I think this, I want to keep you rocking up. But can't steady, not the game, can't steady. But can't steady, not the game, can't steady. Come and say, no, can't find one thing. Any coming man, we get our shoulder ring. Say, no, play, can't play without a heel. Because this, I want to keep you rocking and sing. I think on this, I want it on the kicking on the ring. I think on this, I want to make you jump bouncing. I want to say, can't steady, not the game, can't steady. But can't steady, not the game, can't steady. A sweet cha-cha, sweet cha-cha. Say, up the one where you are brighter than the morning star. You are clearer, more clearer than the lily that come by the way. You are precious, more than diamonds, silver and gold. I think you can't steady, not the day can't steady. You can't steady, not the day can't steady. I want to come down with the box of the body. You eat out those and sweet out your belly. I think you can't steady, not the day can't steady. Don't eat a rope, I don't cry. I'm gonna be don't eat a rope, I don't cry. Yeah, we said people we don't want to know we go real cool far. People we don't want to know we go real cool far. People from my young people are rock down, stop it. Because I'm on my way everywhere, open up, become a play. We shall all rise to meet Jah. We shall all rise to meet Jah in the morning. Blood coming from his eyes, oh Jah. We shall all rise to meet Jah. We shall all rise to meet Jah in the morning. Blood coming from his eyes. So make it your bubbles on a little we come and we mash it up. So they got it on this and really come and jump it up. So they got it on this and don't be nasty up. So they got it on this and really come and jump it up. So they got it on this and shall do the ball. Down to the river, shall do the ball. Hey, I'm going to say, a year 163. I know a little boy called Billy Boy. He took a little trip down to Mexico. They changed his name to Billy Boy. Billy Boy, what do you see? You're riding on the land of a woman down here. Billy Boy, what do you do? They changed your name to Billy Boy. She said some night, she like up the chalice and she don't rock no fighter. Come on, rock the shit, young rocker. Say from rock the shit, young rocker. For 7 o'clock, the shit, young rocker. You better rock 9 o'clock tonight. Now really right to Galilee. Jaja walk the road. Right to Galilee. Jaja walk the road. Jaja walked up from the sea of Galilee. He brought back fishes for you and me. Say Jaja walked alone. Come and say, oh, find money more hot. Come and say, oh, find money more hot. Come on, so we make it from the back, in another song and go rock. And when they come back, they say it couldn't find him. And I say, sister, brother, she complexion blacker. Behind me, see your mother, she a juggle like a give it back, give all of that. And with me, come and say, anything you want to get a rock. Come and say, anything we want to get a rock. Anything we want to get a rock. Come and say, anything we want to get a rock. I say, a 1, a 2, a 3, a 4, A 5, a 6, 7.
Anyone still there? Anyone still out there? Okay, I guess everybody kind of left. All right. Charita. Charita.
We get out the road, I do what I need to love you, but no matter we gon' fall in, man, say we got to be jolly. Here's our figure, to the mountain. Baby star. Come out and me like how with your pussy on your fight. Come out and me like how with your pussy on your fight. Come with the hip hop, with and say with the